half the trophies given, half are yet to be crowned, and we are set today with yet one more set of matches. Day one done, day two on the horizon, first and second place to be panned out. Welcome here to the Vanta Texas Esports League Spring Finals for the high school division. We are excited to be underway once again. My name is Orbital. With me is Hail Monkeyman, and we will be your casters across 4 amazing titles, at least on the broadcast desk. Monkeyman, how you feeling?
I am feeling fantastic. Day 2 Electric Boogaloo, and the intensity and the feeling and the vibes are just purely electric. The entirety of this venue happening over at the Esports Stadium in Arlington, Texas. North Texas being the gem of the state to host such an amazing scholastic venture. And this is feeling like it's being a penultimate moment for really a lot of these students getting maybe some of their first land vibes. And you know what? The experience is huge.
Of course, and especially when you get to see so many other amazing talents in the collegiate space directly there. But again, for the Vanta, you know that the semifinals and the finals are going to be glorious. Starting off on the day, we are going to be working with the Valorant semifinals. All the teams have fought so hard throughout the spring season to make it here to this final spot, and I could not be more excited today, starting out at least in the first semifinals that we will have on broadcast, the other one being played off stream, will be Weslaco going up against Pine Tree. Both these squads rocking in here, but Weslaco sitting, I believe, with a 7-0 record, honing in on the undefeated status.
Trying to stay perfect. In case some of you do not know, by the way, Texas is a big state. Whenever I used to live there, it would take at least 12 hours from all the way in Fort Worth to get down to South Padre. And guess where one of these teams is nearabouts? As you have WEHS, Weslaco Wildcats from the near southern border. They could kiss Mexico just right on top of it, but they got to go against their east rival here in Pine Tree. Is the baddies from Pine Tree ISD will be coming through. So they've got a lot to prove. I think that this is going to be a tough one for both these squads regardless, but Weslaco, they've taken care of business over the course of this spring season, trying to stay perfect today.
And I want to talk about it a little bit more because there's going to be a lot going on here. We have the Valorant semifinals and the finals. Joining up here, you can see the high fives, you can see the daps getting ready to go, but we will also have the Rocket League Grand Finals as well as the Apex Legends Grand Finals and then Overwatch 2 Grand Finals later on. But that is on stream. We want to talk about all the other matches that are happening around the venue. Got League of Legends going on. We got, I believe, Fortnite going on, as well as Chess, Street Fighter Finals, and then Marvel Rivals. It's all across this amazing venue out in Arlington, Texas. If you're in the venue, please get hyped. Go ahead and check out all the other competitors around the entire stadium and show some love as well. We also want to give a big shout out to all of our amazing sponsors and those that have made this possible. Takis, as well as Palmer Hamilton, Respawn, and of course Vanta if you're watching here. More about all of them a little bit later. We have gotten word that of course the maps that we're going to be looking at here for the Valorant semifinals are going to be Split, Ascent, and Lotus, as this is a BO3 semis and will be a BO3 grand finals as well.
Yeah, this is going to be really fun as we go into Split. Did not see that yesterday. We got to actually kind of spread ourselves out a little bit. It was, some Haven, some Icebox. Sorry, I didn't get to Haven. We went to Lotus and with some Icebox and some Ascent. So we kind of changed things up and around. And remember, best of 3. So you get your first kind of a check down of how basically these teams want to kind of approach into this game. And it's going to be WEHS, that's Weslaco East. They will be on the attack first, which is kind of a nice challenge, I'd have to say, since even with the skimming and the shimming of some of those tight corner points, much of Split was 90-degree coded, if you will, and then they wanted to shave that down, give defenders less of a safety point and maybe the peeker's advantage to have. So as an attacker from out of Weslaco East, they have a huge challenge to make sure they get a good sum of attack whenever they kind of bring out that bomb. So got to see if Pine Tree is going to adapt well to that. Split has actually become one of my favorite maps as a great measurement for all these teams.
You keep saying that, and yet I hate Split so much. It's the one map that I really dislike. I'm just really bad at it. I was always a big Breeze fan, mainly, and that says a lot about me back in the day, so it's like, you know, take it for what you will. But there are ideas either way. I also want to give a big shout out to the other semifinals that is playing on. It is a battle of the northern side of Texas. It is Rock Hill High School going up against Prosper High School. Rock Hill, of course, coming out of Frisco, and then Prosper out of Prosper, Texas. But both the Hawks and the Eagles will be battling it out for a chance at the grand finals just as well, and those two teams. Of course, a little bit closer in standings, I believe, for Rock Hill, you were looking at a 6-1 standing, and then for Prosper, they were sitting at 5-3 in that semis area.
Yeah, those two schools about 10 miles from each other. In Texas,
Crazy.
you're spread out enough where a mile could actually be a minute, so you could get there in about 12 minutes or so. Unlike what it is up here in the Northeast with me, where 10 miles equals an hour. So. That rivalry is real. Football, every single sport, to include esports as well. So you know that there's going to be a lot of heat from all the parents and the students and having all the goods over there. If you want to be able to see all that as well, we have several separate computer bank stations that are happening with all of these at the same time. We have all four of our teams, but both of our semifinals for Rocket League also happening. So make sure if you're at the actual venue, check out where your student is, but also main stage love, because this could be one of the few times that any of these students and their programs are up in front of the big lights and with the screens behind them. So make sure to cheer for anyone that's playing, because this is a big moment, especially for this Texas Esports Spring League. And I want to see this one hit off the right way. We got to see so much from middle school. I think high school is going to be even bigger and badder.
Well, I know, because they are directly one step below the collegiate scene, and I love talking about this because today is also Championship Sunday for the CECC Commissioners Cup coming out here on the side, and we want to give a big shout out because that is where the stadium is at. There are so many different activations going on inside of the Arlington, Texas Stadium. This is, I believe, one of the biggest esports stadiums that is currently being utilized for all of these competitions, so there's going to be a lot of noise, and seeing also, when you talk about these high schoolers on the stage, being able to see the next stage over is also a big proponent. I know you were mentioning that some of these players is about, the largest stages they're going to step on. Well, some of these players are going to be stepping up to even larger later on to go into the collegiate space and say, hey, I want to keep playing. And all of a sudden, they're on main stage. They're playing against some of the best in the region, some of the best in the Northern American side, and that'll be a really, really fun piece at the end of the day. But as you said, you got to get the experience first. You got to go ahead and show that you can stand with the best of them, and that's what we're hoping to see at the end of the day. Of course, though, I know you mentioned Split. We got to dive back in because there's another couple of maps. We got Ascent and Lotus to follow through. And so far, I know you said the middle school side was very, very fun, but we have to keep in mind a lot of the middle school finals and semis all ended in pretty one-sided matchups. So do you expect it to be a one-sided matchup here, or do you think this is going to go all three to start things off?
I mean, semifinals in particular, you get your top four across the state, and then you kind of narrow down the chaff as it were. We had a couple upsets in a couple of our titles. This one feels, as long as Weslaco East is kind of playing their game, that it maybe not one-sided, but it should be at least in control by Weslaco. This is a team that obviously has stayed perfect for a reason. Now, I don't have the exact stats across their spring season to kind of dictate, all right, where each of those wins, kind of Kansas City Chiefs style, where you win by 3 points, and that's about it. Or was it actually, kind of a dominant foray? And that's, I expect this one, though, to be much more into the Wildcats' corner, and Split is going to give us a good designation of that. To be fair, when we were looking at the grand finals yesterday, it was a tale of two different halves. First halves, especially in the first game of that best of three grand final, was dead even. It was 6-6. And then it was about how you stepped into that second half, and from that pistol round onward, we're able to get things going. So I feel like there's obviously going to be something to prove if you are the baddies at a Pine Tree. You don't name yourself baddies without being pretty bad, right? Well, in like a good way. Bad means good, right?
This is where we try and get the lingo down at the end of the day. As you can tell, we might not be in the right generation for this, but honestly, it's a whole fun story because, as you said, it is true. But granted, those teams that won on the defensive end in the grand finals on the middle school side, they ran quad and triple duelists at one point. It was a whole weird situation. So I really don't think we're going to see that same situation come out. I mean, I'm expecting double initiators. I mean, we might see double duelists come out to play, depending. I think Split and Ascent, obviously. I think these are the two most comfortable for a lot of players, and so when it comes to that, I really do expect to see double duelists to come out. I mean, you can get away with a lot there. Granted, on Ascent, I think double initiator is a little bit easier. I love seeing KOs rock their way into a map site. I love seeing them being able to just kind of negate everything, and then of course Vice is coming out one way or another, so there is a lot to be expected. Okay. I keep talking about this because now I'm just really curious about your thoughts once again. What agents are we going to get? Are we going to get another triple quad duelist, or do you think we're actually going to get meta standard here?
Well, you said they are the next step just before collegiate. if I'm taking this seriously and I also have kind of a method to the madness, this
Hmm.
could have, because CECC is happening in the exact same venue, literally around the corner. This could have collegiate recruiters that are curious about what talent is coming out of Texas. So I would be running
Ooh.
a non-comfort, unless that's really just what your flex player wants to do. Bring out the Reyna, sure. But someone's going to be trying to impress someone else as a Cypher. Cypher's very strong on this map. A lot of great intel, especially when it comes to tripwires, getting the one ways, especially onto that B site. It's kind of his own, just faculty of, hey, come on in. You're going to have to get through all my gadgets and gizmos of plenty. KO, that will be an interesting pick if they decide to, because he was literally the lowest pick rate agent for like the last 3 or 4 months. Was
True.
not strong enough, got brought back in from patches that were able to make his flashes a lot faster and
Yep.
also a lot more kind of timely for how they are activated alongside his fragments. So I feel like there could be more KO play. One of your duelists that really are very strong to this map as well. Raze, as even with your Neon, those two kind of like rush it down, get to mailroom style specific plays could work out. But even more to that, I love breaches. Breach just is, they succeed on this map because there's so much great wall play from your fault line, as well as just being able to take over from rolling thunders. So I've seen plenty of them. But it's about the controller, because sometimes we get double controller,
Yep.
Clove plus a Viper, and maybe even like Omen into the Viper. Viper's pretty standard about kind of negation, but Clove still so strong, even if you just kind of solo control to bring yourself onto site. That's where my kind of lay of the land is. I expect a Cypher at minimum on this map.
Ooh, okay, okay, okay. You know what? Well, the Cypher will wait and see. I love my KO boy, and then maybe a Visor Clove. I
Yeah,
say Vise because I also love Vise being able to shut down
that's
a whole
true.
map. That's also why I love KJ back in the day. But we are going to go ahead and go to a very short break. I hear we are making sure that everyone has sound, everyone has audio, and we want to make sure that everyone has the highest quality of their PC settings to make sure that they can get into this grand finals unabated. So please don't go anywhere. We will be right back with the Vanta Esports start to the Valorant semifinals in just a bit. Back again. As we are set, we have learned that everyone is good to go now on the stage, and that means we get our map number 1. It is going to be split with the idea that the Wildcats will be on the attacking side and the Baddies will be on defense first. And to see what springs out from this matchup, again, we mentioned a lot of the agents being selected could be maybe outside of the norm, but also with very much within that meta. KO being buffed, maybe seeing that Clove run about, but we know the Jets are most likely going to be rocking on the stage.
Gotta check it out too, because sometimes you get the double controller or double duelist. Sometimes there's no sentinel at all. And so everything is left up to theory crafting. I don't run the classes on it. I leave that to the Professor Jutsu that is cast from all of our great masters and knowers of Valorant. But the one thing that we get to enjoy is seeing it for ourselves. So let's see how it goes down as we, in fact, change things around. Get to see a Phoenix popped out and a KO does come through with the fade. You are getting Christmas right now, Orbital.
Everything is mine, yes. And you gotta love Patrick on the back. There you go. Show it off if you can. Big love for all the players out there, and a heck of a time, of course. And I think rocking out is the best way to put it. Patrick, of course, with the almost 85-degree keyboard, you gotta love it. But as we were talking about, having that piece of the pie in there, it is gonna be, I believe, a little piece of the puzzle. I believe that is double controller on the attacking side for Weslaco, so that'll be interesting. And on the flip, we're looking at that Phoenix, which is, again, a very interesting one. Phoenix coming back into the meta for some of these duelist players.
Bro, I need someone to check on Patrick for me. The dude does not play ASDW. No, he plays absolutely what? Q2 caps lock Z. I don't know what's going on with that keyboard. That is fantastic. But yes, I saw a Vise and a Cypher. I saw that in combination alongside a singular controller on the Omen, and then they're going to be able to walk in with that fade. This attack is going to be very important for Weslaco. I had mentioned that before, but now even more so because they're coming in with the double Senti. That's a flavor that can walk into Ascent, and double Senti Ascent is actually very strong. If they accomplish this here on Split, especially from their attack, they might be nigh impregnable when it comes to their defensive half.
And that's terrifying to think about right now. Heavy lean, though. Weslaco, round number 1, looking to go straight through Garage and give us a whole other test. It is going to be a scan out, though, as I believe all 5 were scanned and identified. So it is going to be a little bit of rush. Nice little burn, though, to slow down this Garage push. And instead, it's a quick back out. But guess who's in that middle? I love this call out. You have this Rage Rock saying hello. And you maybe like pho, but you don't like bullets in your brain. That is going to be Patrick to get first blood. Eyes out on another as Patrick immediately leans away. But Yo taking out King George. And it's going to be a problem leaning through this mid. That's going to be Weslaco going ahead and hang it on to 3, but the Baddies are able to hang on to 4 instead. It's a great defensive setup by the Baddies so far.
I want a fried panda paws, and I like pho, go out to eat a lot together, just to hang out. Early intel just to see if anyone's coming up down mid. This is where the spike currently is aiming to move, but they've put out that dark cover just so they can give themselves some extra push from up into mailroom. Yo Eden, I think, is just waiting around for at least the multiple numbers, and they're going to back on up. I like that they're playing for life here because they are still split kind of 2x2. Rika on the kill, and they actually get 2 for that. But now as they get pushed away from this paranoia, it is one right behind them. So they got to traverse through this, and they do get the one defender behind them, so it's a 2v1.
And now you go ahead and grab that spike, get it planted as quickly as possible. Really, really nice, clean play, but you know one more is coming around the top side. Val, VAU, might be a DEAD. This is going to be a little bit of a problem. You're spotted out here inside of B Tower, and of course another smoke goes down. You're not going to enjoy this one too much. Box currently populated. Right side corner is there, and you are able to find Rika. And that's going to be danger for Golden with the headshot on the Classic. Classic is as Classic does as the Wildcats take round 1.
And a free upgrade from that Classic. Free gun, by the way. Finishing off a round with it, and they get a ghost on the other side, so we'll go up into what is typically buy rounds. We saw non-typical things yesterday. The middle schoolers will now get a chance to see what the high schoolers do, which is pretty awesome. And that came down to a final duel, and I feel like that's going to be pretty prototypical between these two teams in particular. Weslaco East Gonna be poking at A. They definitely are testing the waters for both of these sites, but they have the better guns right now to be able to really kind of rush this effort going up into this A margin, and I think that they're gonna find basically no resistance as they walk in.
Patrick says that for sure. Hard rush in the side. Doesn't even clear out the top side of A towers. Instead, they just get right into that mix, looking for that plant ASAP with that Visor. They want to try and set down some of those walls and traps. Patrick still waiting, takes out a little bit of information. And eyes out for the baddies. All 5 are alive, but they're spread kind of thin again with lower utility. It's going to be a problem. Guardian springing some shots. Patrick blinded out, so you can't really do much more. Rika was ready on the flank, though, as Rock tried to go down the ramp. Not going to work. Tried Panda Paws, finding a piece of 1, but it's going to be an elimination of 4 in return. Baddies lose their last, and it is going to be the Wildcats to go ahead and take round 2.
Great opening spray control right there out of Rika, just to clean up that final kill and keeping the majority of their guns as well for Westlaco East. So this bonus round, we didn't even get to really talk about bonus rounds yesterday. So much of it was just a kind of a very light buy, even off of an initial round victory. So this will be a interesting kind of pivot point to speak of. Slim Jim, are they not going to buy with the rest of their team? They're thinking about it, but they're going to try and play ultra conservative for the possibility of a loss in a hero rifle next round. That's an interesting choice.
At the same time, maybe you just don't have enough to buy what you really want, which is a lot of your utility and extra guns. But right now, it is going to be an A-side hit once again. Holding up on ramp, and now dancing into the Raptors side, but Fried Panda and VAUR. Varus says it's all ours. Boombot goes out. Patrick isn't spotted, which means you get freedom here. Tap 1, tap 2. Patrick for the third. Patrick stars out, and that is a 3K for the Jets. Nasty clean out on the baddies in the Raptors inside of the Evans side, and for the baddies, you're just like, dang, well, what do we do now?
Is that a target? No, this is Patrick. And he absolutely just triple killed up in top heaven, blasting them. Goodness gracious. Pine Tree Baddies back down to Slim Jim. They will have a lot of credits to go to the next round as they pick up this weapon. 350 perhaps? Oh, they give themselves away. Can't get in Patrick, and Patrick gets them 4. Wow. What a collective bit of control, and that is a successful bonus here for the Wildcats.
Oh my gosh, that on a Guardian, no less. That's all I'm saying. I mean, that is precision. It's a semi-auto rifle. You have to tap to be able to pull it off. And it was clean. You only saw 1 gun peek out, immediately snapped a second. And it feels so good. For the baddies, now you are locked into another save. And as you called out earlier, Slim Jim maybe made the right call. Now, was it a conservative call? Yes. Was it a kind of improper to say you're probably going to lose this round? Maybe. But you do have a hero rifle, as you called. So for the baddies, maybe you can pull something off here.
It's interesting that they kind of plan. I mean, it's not a bad idea to really kind of have your economy and better control and plan for the future, but it feels like that also plans for loss versus success. You're gonna use a Prowler to clear out that mail room. Fried Panda Pods will back on up, but Patrick throws both of their cloud bursts ready to go through, and that could be valuable, but they actually decoy him. They got the scan off the haunt, but they were behind the box. They had no idea that the target would be too thick.
Right now, Golden is about to make a golden week here possible, but Fried Panda fries yet another. And the classic rings true, and we're seeing this song and dance that we see so many times before. Teams, when they're pushing into a corner with the save, somehow become maniacs with those clicks and with the aim. 4v3 position as the baddies are trying to walk through and set up for this A-side retake. Rika, though, gets lit up as Rock had the weaponry. Nin, though, saying no. Val, you don't get a save. 3v2 position. Plant goes down, but the rest of the defenders are rocking on in, and Slim Jim with that hero rifle said, yo, the SMGs speak just as well. And the baddies are waiting. Nin caught out, and that'll be the finish for the baddies. It's a little bit unorthodox, but they do get a round for themselves.
First time I've ever seen a Phoenix not get caught with a curveball in their hand. You saw Slim Jim for a second thinking, all right, I'm going to flash the corner. They're like, you know what? Let me just peek it. Let me just see. And then they ended up paying off. That's how you kind of do it out there, gang. If you are constantly dying with util in your palm, maybe think twice about it. So Pine Tree Baddies, they finally get one on the board. It was going to start to be a little concerned. And it was also on the part of a hero rifle situation. So we go into a rifle round. Let's check out the ultimates. You do have the running back for Slim Jim that was activated off of that previous kill. Blaze Storm, that's going to be sitting for a while. However, I say that, there's a judge in the hands of Patrick. So they're going to be trying out if they can go close quarters combat. Then you got some good information from Rika and Golden. So right now, this will kind of have a B lean, and the Bladestorm does in fact get popped.
Get is in here wondering exactly how this is going to pan out because it's a hard rush, but as you called, Patrick with those knives about to make some sashimi. It gives them the opportunity, but it's just kebab might be more their style. Slim Jim though says, nah, I liked him fried and battered. Just burns Patrick alone. And unfortunately, that starfish for lunch. Slim Jim catches another as Golden goes down. Looking for a third here inside of the garage. Marika shuts that down still, though the baddies have done their job. It was a hold on B, and now Mailroom is currently populated. Fry knows where they are. And for the side of the Wildcats, you not liking this one. Rock leaning out into the mid, though, and walks right by because there was a smoke in the doorway and might not be aware of the fact that Mailroom is currently being held by 2. Eyes out, though, and that's an unfortunate call, but at least Yo is able to help out. King George now falls. It's one more left, but Rock is able to clean them out. Well called out as the baddies are looking to secure this second round for themselves. Note that by Rika, though, and still cleans out Yo. And all of a sudden, there's a chance Paint Shell flies on out, shells Rika into the open. Boombot to try and flush him out one more time. Well, the spike in hand, you got to get it down in the next 20 seconds. I think the baddies are going to try and play for time, which is the right call. Peak 1, peak 2, no extra access. Rika, though, throwing down the cage, just get a little bit of cover, sets down the trip, hoping to bait a little bit of information. They get the run on the right side, but you're locked. You have to get these kills. Rika gets a third, and you're going to hide behind the box. Oh, Rock steps out, and Rock gets the finish. Playing with time is a dangerous game, but the baddies pick up the 5th round.
I appreciate that Pine Tree played literally next to each other, together, linked at the hips, just a rope tied between them, and they did not go too separate because that did trick Rika just a tiny little bit. They expected kind of a high-low, one up in that rafter position, and then another one dropping from rope to kind of go underneath. But instead, you stay to the same elevation level, and though that does kind of give you like an even layer for spray transfer to happen, they knew that they could just challenge from that same position. You don't go to kind of a dead even from the floor. You play from a position of advantage, and now the advantage, at least eco-wise, sits with the baddies out of Pine Tree and Wesco East. Okay. Slim Jim! Right off the rip! And he's getting an extra life.
Snap a Slim Jim in half and then run it back yet again. Of course, Patrick eats him up for breakfast and lunch as Yo goes down inside of that null command. Nasty work right there on both ends, but it's a one-up versus one-up in both directions. Eyes out of Patrick sees another there in the tower B side. The spike is down. Patrick with a banger 3K, but it's down to 1v2. Can Golden do this? Golden getting ready with the TP. Short range, jumps right in front. No way, right beside Rock. Are you kidding me? Rock stone-faced here. And with the showstopper, a problem now down to a 1v1. Valor, you're wondering exactly where this is going to play. Drops down, thanks to the Rebel. Golden about to make a clutch up of their life. And that is a nasty turn in and of itself. Golden flanking out. Here's the footsteps and gets it. Clutch up from Golden as the Wildcats slam home their 4th.
It's the golden hour for Wesco East, and that is such an unfortunate situation for Valor because they just used their neural thefts at the very end of that round. So that ultimate is now gone, and all the information out. Other side of things, you do have the From the Shadows as well as Nixie's Nightfall. That will give you a lot of pushing space to be able to move on up. So Wesco East stabilized after possibly looking at giving up 3 for 3. It's not exactly the bargain that you want from your discount food place, but you know what? They will get themselves a couple back. So as everything is tried and true again, it feels like we're just hitting B over and over again. They're finding a comfort zone to really kind of rush this site.
I think with that identification, B-side has made it work. Patrick yet again opening up with first blood, looking to clean out everyone else. Cleans out Yo and Slim. Breaking some backs and breaking a little bit of food across the table as you tag up on the right side of the arm. Rock taken low, but still alive, able to get that ghost kill. And the frag out is good, but for the Wildcats, they have a 4-3 advantage. Baddies waiting for a chance of their own. Low weapon output, but they can still do something here. Nice little catch on that ground trap. The Golden and Rika were ready. Valor with a finisher, but you're only really looking for exits. And I don't think you're going to be happy about this outcome. Either way, though, you get one more. Rika falling as the Cypher action leads to Vara's doom. It is going to be the Wildcats to step up with a +3 round advantage in this first half.
That was off of an eco differential as well. I think I saw some ghosts that were happening there. This is going to be a decision situation right now for the baddies out of Pine Tree because, I mean, they're like, all right, we're going to have some rifles. If this one goes sour, we might need a plan for later. And that's what Fried Panda Paws is at least saying, that we got to go kind of middling by. Slim Jim, Rock, and Valor will go into rifles, but the advantage is starting to creep up a little bit higher right now for Weslaco East. They've got nearly every single ultimate. The Blaze Storm just a tick away, and they've got a full kit for every single one of their Wildcats. So they'll test this one. Big 4-1 split. You leave your Vise all the way to the side. I feel like they didn't get the memo.
Well, I think maybe you just know there's going to be a lurk. Baddies have to try something else, especially with guns out, but that's going to be the hard push. Good tap on ramp, which forces that raise all the way back. So A-side tower is going to be the savior as they hope. Ramp populated as Fried says, yeah, mid is as well, knocking down the king, and the crown is on the ground. Rock shelling out a little bit, uses satchel to reposition, and that nade launched right back. But you see a body on the right side, knows one behind box, looking for yet another, but Patrick swings out just wide, and Rock gets caught unawares. Really nicely picked up here, as for the Wildcats, you're able to even things up in because you also have mid cleared. You're gonna look for the rotate all the way over to the B side.
Yeah, that's where you left your Vise into that 4-1 split, and usually that secures a counter kind of rotation, but the read is at least existent right now for this KO. They don't get sighted out from the haunt, so Rick and the gang do get seen here in mailroom. Doesn't really matter. Golden gets rid of maybe the lone threat that was directly on site in the form of Slim Jim. So now a bunch of informational agents will be coming through, but this plant should be at least dropping to the floor, and they're all stuck in same funnel points. Neural Theft will get put online, and they know where literally everyone is.
Yep, for the baddies, you don't really have a choice. Right now, CT spawn intersection is going to be where two are located. One in mid, which might be chased out here. You can see the Omen walking their way around Golden, ready to look for that left, and it's an easy frag out. Great trigger discipline as well. Of course, they might look back, but no, they do not. And you're going to wander your way in with 30 HP. You're going to find one, maybe two. Yes, you do. Golden with a 3K. Might as well be the Triforce. And it's a perfect collapse onto the baddies as one is left alive. Yo has no time, so you're just looking for exits. But for the Wildcats, they're showing why they're undefeated.
And Yo is going to try and chase them away. I think he also might try to keep his weapon from this explosion. Will not happen. Would have been better just to maybe go back to that CT side, but instead, now let's check this one out. I would think that maybe timeouts would get called, but Patrick and Golden are taking care of things. Golden is the king of lurks. Truly has been working some fantastic flanks to ruin these off angles out of the baddies from Pine Tree. Patrick is the complete opposite. They are the king of just getting in your face off rip. Controlling the battlefield from these two separate angles makes every landscape very difficult for Pine Tree to navigate. Now you see sheriffs, you see one lone rifle, a marshal. Gonna aim for precision in this game, see if they can undo Weslaco.
And I feel that's what you want out of a duelist as well. Anytime you have a duelist, you want to see them front and center. I think someone said it best. It was a duelist job is to die and hopefully take one or two with them, right? At the end of the day, that's what a duelist is meant to do. And so far, that might be the chance. However, right now, it is going to be a little bit of a shift. Instead of going directly to B, no real information was handed back. I believe a wall was set up, or at least one of the cages. So you say, no, we don't want to force it. Instead, we're going to rotate back into that mid-A position and look for a challenge. I believe they've only had, for the baddie side, for the Wildcat side, they've only actively had 1 or 2 good rounds on a position. Most of them haven't rotated out there. I believe they've done 3 out of the 8 so far, so they're hoping to try and put a 4th up there. Great frag for the opening first blood, and now they get a chase, as still it's B though, because this high side tower is going to be completely open, but they have to check back corner, and yet again Slim Jim is waiting in that corner piece. Rika this time though, able to break that Phoenix's back, send them back to the rebirth site, and says we'll see you next round. That will be the Wildcats get yet another plan.
There is just no panic right now for Westlaco East. You saw them rotate, but they didn't rotate the spike all the way to A. They kept it to mid, and they waited for information about what was going to be happening at A. You see the tip of the gun, and Fried Panda Paws just throws a heater through the smoke. You're actually getting the defense showing up. 2-2 at this point, and make it just 1. Rock has to find their target. Golden has been so difficult to unwedge from a post plant, and they, alongside Patrick, are your kill leaders for the side of Westlaco East. And that's Patrick cleaning things up. We head to round 10, and the Wildcats are in dominant form.
I mean, that was comfort all day long. Yes, the baddies were able to throw a little bit of a wrench in the plans with a lot of those smokes in B tower, but it was good. At the end of the day, I mean, Patrick was on low ground, ready to converge, and Rika and Golden now matching out at 11. Yes, Golden, I don't think got any kills last time, but they got 2 more assists. They're looking great. And honestly, for the baddies, you're sitting there going, okay, we got to bring out some drastic changes here. Composition-wise, we're solid, but the game plan just isn't working. So looking into this 10th round, maybe that's the next Steel Garden goes out. Great dodge by Patrick to still have the blades available. And now you're going to try and run interference. Tower currently converged on, sees one in the backside. Fried Panda might not be in the best spot. Knives out. No reset, though. That's all the knives missed. Patrick went from a star to a dull copper shine. And that's a rough one. Nin, though, brings some pain back. But Slim was ready to poke out Golden. And Valor sees a body on the right side. King George says, no, this is my kingdom. And you're not going to have that type of freedom. 3v2 now. As the baddies try to make it work, but the treehouse isn't main. So Pine Tree, they got to find something here for themselves. Rock locked into this battle as the Vise Wall is stripped. Shell out. Just try and bump them into view. Shell out to the back corner. Trying to get into that alleyway. Boombot to clear information. Looks like no one's around that corner, but Nin found Yo lurking in the A side tower opening. And this is going to be Rock to fall just as well. Wildcats putting themselves 2 away from double digits.
That puts one of my doubts to rest as well, seeing Nixie be able to get 4 kills when both Golden and Patrick have been so efficient as they have been. 25 kills between them and only 10 deaths with the 12 assists as well. That 12 assists out of the 15 across the team. Patrick and Golden clearly have been leading the squad, but seeing Nixie ramp things up, Rika hold things late term, that gives me a lot more confidence that this is not just a kind of 2-weapon style squad. This is definitely a team that can show up whenever their main aces kind of hit the floor. In opposite, Pine Tree Baddies, they've been kind of staggered out and stuttered, and that's exactly why we're seeing Fried Panda Paws take this time out. They're going to be going into yet another kind of eco conversation. That one wasn't exactly fantastic for them. You have a couple players that could buy for the most part, maybe even 3, but they've had to go with less into what is always more for Westlaco East.
I think that's just going to be the name of the game at the end of this. Once again, you can see with this timeout, maybe they can buy up. I do believe they have enough, and I will always say I like timeouts during full buy rounds, so maybe this is what they want. They have the run it back hit again. Slim Jim doing some work for themselves. It's been the run it backs in this back corner of B have been awesome at points, being able to hold down Garage, and you know that's why we see the tower be claimed by Wildcats. Some around, though, it's going to be a bargain bin purchase. Guardian in hand, Vandals in 2. And then, of course, a few others on the ends. Just a couple SMGs and some. But out comes the wand, Rika, saying, hey, I feel like a pretty princess. Princess needs their home, and that's what it's going to be right now for the side of the Wildcats. They're looking right side, currently populated. Patrick dashes in, gets hot-handed out in that wall and said, okay, maybe I don't want to charge. That wall is going to force you right back. And Slim Jim gets a spray through that smoke and says it's all on me, running back. Perfect usage. And Rika, though, says no thank you to the finish. That's going to be a total of 1 for 1 as the Wildcats back away.
Slim Jim has played now their run it back twice from Billboard. A defensive use, not to overextend and kind of run it up into Garage where they would get a face full of lead, but instead welcoming anyone that walks in. That's a very kind of, not timid, that's a very methodical kind of play because you know you're going to be trapped in that corner. Fried Panda Paw is waiting for anyone to peek just into his dark cover. Now this could be a timing issue. You do have a tripwire that's set up, and they have the neural theft. All right, the entire gang identified. Save one. They also know that someone is going to be towards mid, so you cannot forget about that. But this spike is aiming to go A.
I don't think they have much of a choice. It's going to be a great blind out as Nin runs straight into that one. Golden answers back, though, on the high ground. And you spray and use all your bullets. So Fried Panda needs to go ahead and get that reload down. But Valor currently loaded out here. But timer ticking down. Keep in mind, for the Wildcats, you have to drop on down, which is going to give ample opportunity. Fried Panda is able to get a falling kill on Rico, who tried to jump on down. And now that's 3K looking for the finish. And that's Fried Panda to pick up a fourth. A little bit of assistance by the enemy side, but Baddies comfortably take a third.
Actually tripping them at the door of B. Getting rid of Patrick early, just literally kind of just boop. It was a great follow through by Slim Jim. They used that firewall to initially just kind of delay everything. They didn't want to get any kind of that extra damage, and then you had Yo who used their fragment to make that even more difficult. There was no supporting push even when they were separated via the firewall from their Phoenix, and that stuttered everything. Dark cover, playing disciplined, not having to over rotate. Nightfall will come through. They don't get any. They get one tag off of it, so that could, at least give them some minimal info. But they immediately kind of flex away. They don't want to run into numbers. Oh, and the showstopper doesn't quite claim a kill.
I think it's because they know Slim Jim's always been in this back corner of B every single time. So the fact that there's at least two is the problem. That's, yeah, you run straight into Slim Jim, who tags out two. Fried is like, yo, great job, Slim Jim. Can you do it again? Can you take out two more? Can we go ahead and eliminate Wildcats here and put ourselves on 4? We talked about this whole difference when it comes to a 4-8 versus a 3-9. You want to have that extra round for yourself. King George, though, maybe not ready for Fried, as Fried is open to wait and then is able to see a foot of Fried Panda. Really nice catch here, but Yo now knows multiple are in there. Out goes the KO flash. Do you spot anyone? Yes, you do, but immediate spray of two more in your face. Mail room is going to be converged away from, and the rest of Wildcats now taking things a little bit slower. You got 40 seconds.
It's the same 3-piece omelet that you got out of Westico East last time that they were trying to kind of make their way to breakfast over towards A, but they've cut this rotation short. They're bringing it out mid. Yo is going to back up, waiting for this haunt. They're going to play much more towards site. I think that's a smarter idea. They do have, I think, Slim Jim. They're still chilling into that corner, but instead of showing their hand from that billboard, they go to corner. They're able to get a kill. Slim Jim with 3, make it 4. They won't have a chance for the ace. Don't need it. Rock. They like pho, and they're able to get King George out of there. So 4-8, a lot more reasonable, especially going to this attacking half. And now this is where we start measuring, is the defense of Westco East with this double sentinel going to shut them down.
I mean, there's so much food on that side. Baddies ate well at the very end, and they're sitting pretty dang pretty as well on some nice chairs and a little bit of equipment on the stage for those, though, that are hoping to equip their own areas for their teams, for their students. Palmer Hamilton has you covered. For those teachers, principals, administrators, and educators, if you're looking to equip your esports lab spaces, clubs, and team rooms with some of the best furniture for gaming, look no further than Palmer Hamilton. They also do full customized build-outs with interior design and are ready to help take your esports lab to the next level. Once again, go ahead and check out the Palmer Hamilton booth over there in the Arlington, Texas Esports Arena.
Have an amazing shot from our observer as well for Crown Coffee. I did not realize that there was a balcony up there and you could just watch the fight go down. Can you imagine have your like caramel macchiato and you're like, oh, that guy is about to shoot that guy. So as we see into this next fight, Pine Tree Baddies, a lot of work to be done. Early pick, that one by Nixie in combination with Patrick, held high ground, and then Fried Panda Paws. I mean, they're just clearing the way.
I mean, it's a great garage hold yet again, and for the Baddies, it's their turn to feel the weight of what Slim Jim threw down last time against that B side hold. And keep in mind, for the Baddies, last time they were on defense, they actually populated the mid here on the pistol and really hard pushed. So instead, it's a little bit more conservative. You take a look at how deep their defensive line is. They're making sure that the Baddies have to be pushed in to Wildcats. The Baddies have to walk in to these lines of fire. Now trying to cross over this mid-section. They're not too excited, and again, 40 seconds left, they say, okay, we don't actually need to. We're just going to bait that and look to rotate back into B. Hope that at least one of the defenders left, and then get a piece of their own.
Sneaky, sneaky. Throwing a Cam. Cam spotted Cam. Okay, so they will at least tag Rika. They don't tag the most, or don't find the most deadly of them all, which is Patrick. All right, we've gotten to 15 seconds. The spike has not moved. Yeah, I don't think this is going to get planted. I feel like this won't even be the Pine Tree Baddies that will die. Everyone just kind of waiting a little bit too long to accomplish anything. Fragment's going to go out. It's going to keep Patrick at bay. In fact, you can't even walk through that yourself. Nixie, as well as Patrick, a few extra trades at the end of the round. Nixie comes up with a couple. That ends up being one of those where you couldn't confidently commit. And so we're left to timer.
Anyone feeling generous? Teşekkürler.
I don't. I don't know what happened.
Nothing happened.
I'm really confused because it's like, you should know how long it takes to get to each site. So baddies just kind of get tripped up on themselves, and like you called, it's just like, hey, you weren't comfortable with it, but it doesn't matter, especially on pistol. So now you're gonna try this yet again, and this time corralled around this midsection. Garage currently populated by Patrick, who actually pushed up a little bit further, which I respect, with a Marshall of all things, or actually the Outlaw, just like, yo, who wants some? And I'm really worried because I don't want the baddies to be locked down once again, but they are floating over to this A side instead, so maybe they're going to be more willing to commit.
This playbook looks a lot less defined. It's like someone kind of drew it up with a crayon in lieu of the fine pen that was across the paper with Let's Go East. They're just reacting, trying to go off of instinct to see if any of this fight will work. Rock waiting for the smoke to clear. Nixie does as well, but they got the bigger, badder weapons right now here against the baddies. Let's Go East on the precipice of getting to a double-digit situation for themselves. Golden, Holden, Marshall here in top heaven. They use that TP. I think he heard that too, but he's got extra targets to land on.
Oh! Golden peek, and Nixie runs aside. Golden helps out on the back end, and it's a flawless round for the Wildcats. Straight up into 2, and for the baddies, here's the worst part. You want to buy out as much as possible, but I'm pretty sure you're short on util because 3 of your members stayed alive in the last in the opening round, meaning it's going to be a little tough. Yeah, zeroed out on a few ends. So honestly, for the Wildcats, I could see them winning this one out yet again if the baddies are a little bit hesitant to enter into sites.
It'll be a very generous kind of situation that happens. You have an Outlaw and Marshall that have been hitting pretty well between both Golden and Patrick. They do have a nice bonus. And remember, they completed their first bonus. They could go bonus into this if they end up winning against the majority rifles. You got a Bulldog, at least hitting with Slim Jim. Did Fried Panda Paws just smoke themselves? No, okay, never mind. Okay, I see the other smoke. I was like, wait, don't do that. But anyway, it has become more difficult. We'll go into the thorns. There is no healer, and Rock is all thrashed up.
They wanted to make it extra hard. That's all they wanted to do. No. Fried Panda's like, all right. I see the extra smokes. You're annoying. I get it. It's an eyes out moment, though, because the baddies tried to enter and then immediately got chunked out by 95. I believe the Raze is looking a little bit rough for wear. So, yeah, you don't want to enter in, and now your duelist kind of locked out of this battle. Fried Panda, though, making a short-range TP, doubling up, trying to get up to the top side, and they are. But Patrick was ready with a quick Outlaw. Nixie goes down as Yo is able to open up a little bit more space. Flash goes out as Patrick is still ready on this top side hold, but look at that high ground. Fried Panda makes it work with 35 seconds left. This is much more doable for the baddies. Shotty ready to go with Shorty, but a nice little tap into the leg. Eyes out though as Rico with the hard straight gets Rock inside. Golden able to swing, but Fried Panda with the answer. Valor brings out the Vandal, and it's down to 1v2. Patrick with an Outlaw in hand. Here's a little bit of footsteps and needs a little bit better gun. Is able to grab that Vandal in turn, but now it's a hard rotate coming out for the baddies, and this time they got plenty of time.
I was so concerned. I thought Fried Panda Paws was about to jump. If you jump from that height, you die because he has 10 HP, and I thought he was about to lose 15.
Last time, so.
It did. So okay, that puts at least one away. Patrick, though, he has a very hurt Omen to have to get through, but he does also have to find the Cypher. Patrick has been pretty snapshot with this Outlaw. They definitely, at least they have separated their forces. They got a kind of a minor cross between backside and on box. Patrick is going to go hunting there. No longer with the Outlaw, though. That is a Vandal, but they got a timer against them.
Work, eyes open, but Valor was ready to devour Patrick here. It was a delicate situation, but honestly, good fight back. Baddies with a weird entry into that into the ace side actually were able to really turn around. I'm very, very impressed. Actually, the call out, hey, let's go ahead and get that massive the top tower fight. And they ended up taking a lot of wins up there. I was very, very impressed with them putting the Wildcats down a little bit further. And for Wesselco, you're maybe a little bit worried. Granted, this is the opening 3, so you're not too worried about the Salvo. Now you get guns in hand. Now you're ready to battle it out yourself. And for the baddies, got to be a bit more aware. This garage is not really going to be your friend. Last few times it's been rough. So maybe you cheat into the mid and see if it works. But either way, it's just going to be that challenge, as Rock is going to be the front runner here.
I also just don't want them to have to play with his timer for as long as they have been. There's been a timidity that didn't exist too much defensively. They didn't press up their defense. They didn't try to squeeze this map to be smaller when they were defensive. But when they're offensive, they are finding this to be a haunted house, and apparently it is like ultra difficulty level insanity. Like not happening about it, and can't be scaredy cats. Gotta be able to kind of take your job. You've got that double duelist. Run in with your flash. Get that curveball. Move in. They do get the curveball to be able to at least get Ningxi kind of off secured from this position. You have one teammate they got to defend with. They're trying to be able to at least get that spray in support. Ningxi goes down though against Slim Jim. Rika, they are sick as they find another, and this has become so difficult for the baddies to be able to get this plant. They are stuck behind column.
It's going to be a difficult point because Golden has now made that rotate well in with the rest of the team. Golden ready to go with the squad, but Fried Panda mows down 2 more. And at least makes it difficult, as it will be Wildcats to claim that last round, but the firefight was dangerous, and the baddies say, hey, we're so close. Honestly, exceptional entry into B, using that Phoenix wall to get coverage for everyone. And you were able to duke it out. Rock and Fried really putting on some pain, as Fried is currently 1 kill behind kill leader Golden. This is doable. Even though it's a 5-11 point, the baddies are starting to come awake. They had a little bit weaker start to this match, but I think they have opportunities. I think they have the ability to rock it right back, and you have to run it back this time for Slim Jim if you wish to kind of sprint on the side and see if you can take 1 or 2 kills.
Phoenix firewall for that it's basically the Temu Sage wall. So you don't give yourself full protection, but you give yourself at least the ability to separate. They got to be timely about it. They may actually do the same thing if they want to move into A, but they have a dark cover, another TP, and they, again, it's a lot of util kind of usage just to move about 5 feet. They have this upper angle here by Golden, and he's taking over for Heaven. Has been there the entire time. Fried Panda pause. He rotates to the other side of the map. That spike is now separate, but they do have Slim Jim, who's going to go and recover this bomb. This is actually a very, well, it was going to be a good use to go and recover it. It was going to be. Remember the cutscene for Phoenix where he used his running back in front of his opponent was on this site in particular. So lessons learned.
And right now, that nightmare is just too easy. Ningxi has information galore. And Wildcats 1 round away from taking a map number 1. They were stalwart on their attacking half, and this time around, they're looking to do the same. 4-1 in round score, moving into the 6th. And Golden looking to bring the pain. This is outstanding stuff from the undefeated squad, the #1 team here in the playoffs. And they want to close it out cleanly. They want to make their way into the grand finals in comfortable fashion.
Can the Pine Tree baddies formulaically come back into this game, or is this just Wesco East that has sewed this one up? Just got to put a stamp on the old package and throw it to the USPS. Pine Tree baddies kind of left at a deficit arsenal-wise. Sheriffs, maybe a Spectre. It's got to be CQC. You at least got Slim Jim that does have their Vandy. Golden's actually chilling with a shorty, so some good information, especially as they try to press up. The cyber cage will be popped. Everyone kind of leans away. The one thing we haven't really seen out of Pine Tree High School is their ability to separate confidently. Everyone runs as a gaggle together. That spike just dropped. All 4 are stuck in Marketplace.
One of the worst things to ever have happen. Your spike carrier gets dropped, and that allows the rest of the Wildcats to just come on through and rip everyone up. Rip and tear to your heart's content. Golden with a quick TP, sees an eyes out, still gets the lay down, and that's a triple for Golden. As their Triforce of Courage brings about the pain. Wildcats, Wesco High School, go ahead and Wesco East High School, go ahead and take game number 1.
Wildcats running wild with it here into this first matchup, and there was a good measurement, I'd say, within our first, what was it, like 6 or so rounds about the heat check that was happening. They took 3, and then a couple went back over to the baddies of Pine Tree High, and then from there, we got to see a very dominant streak from Weslaco. But you know, there was that little bite back at the very end of the first half. I was starting to feel like, okay, maybe they found their footing. But ultimately, Wesco East High, man, they looked very clinical. They knew the attack was going to be their biggest testing point for running that double sentinel. But defense-wise, it was a very solid clinic against the side of the baddies.
And I think that also came about with some maybe a little bit more shaky playbook style from the baddies. They, even though they were able to shore up, that timer run out on the first round of the second half was a little bit rough to watch. But we'll see if they shore it up. We are going to ascent next, but before we do, we're going to take a little bit of break. Make sure the players are ready and set to go, and make sure your viewing pleasure is all at the peak, because this is going to be an immaculate semifinals, I am sure. Please don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Right back into the action as game 2 is headed towards us at a pretty nice pacing. But what was that light speed pacing is our other semifinals matchup, as we already know who is going to be in that grand finalist position. Over on the other side of the bracket, a Battle of the North occurred, and it was Rock Hill High School versus Prosper. And with the Hawks versus the Eagles, it came out that the Hawks took down the Eagles 2-0. In a very fast fashion. Rock Hill High School are going to be our first finalists here in the high school Valorant side for Vanta Esports.
Which means that we know who is going to be the opponent, but we don't know who's coming out of this just yet. Weslaco East High, they are 1 up in this series, but we will be working our way over towards Ascent. So let's talk about Orbital. I had mentioned a little bit before, with that double Senti concept working very well on Split and pretty much locking it down, and it's another attacking half startup by the Wildcats out of Weslaco East, I expect that they could do something similar. However, they are floating a different concept, and I was wondering if they were going to go with Rika back to the Cypher, so they could go single Senti, but hey, I'd be up for anything at this point.
Just want them to have comfort at the end of the day, because sometimes you got to find your advantage when it comes to a lot of these matches, right? You got to make sure that you know exactly what you're going to do. There you go. Patrick Starr once again on the front lines, making sure that they show their stuff, and they are going to go ahead and lock in that Reyna this time around. A little bit of a different look and vibe, I guess is the best way to put it. So I'm very, very excited to see what they can throw down. Eyes out, though, on the flip. Slim Jim back on that Phoenix, which, again, had its moments, by the way. Slim Jim was fragging out, but wasn't enough. I'm not too sure. And, oh, Monkey Man, we might be getting one of your favorites.
Okay, all right. So it had been done a lot when you had Deadlock and Cypher for area control, but this works just as well. Now they're starting with it from the defensive half, so they're really fully committing into a defensive playbook, starting things off. Fried Panda Paws, what are you gonna pick? You're gonna go into the Reyna, so we will have a Reyna duel. Slim Jim sticking with that Phoenix, like you mentioned. I think he's kind of universally stronger on Ascent than Split. Split definitely can be comfort zone, and I think it was used in a much more, maybe not meticulous, but like a quirky way, especially using the running back every single time from that back billboard section for B. So I want to know where they end up getting assigned, if that's going to be a lot more towards this B side as well, which is probably going to be along with the Killjoy. There's so many ways that you can play double Senti to Ascent, which is exactly why it became strong and much more readily used, because you can double stack them, make one site entirely almost impossible to get through, and then you put all your other rushers to the other side, or you can evenly split it and make it a lot of gadgets they have to walk over.
Yeah, you got to go ahead and make it very, very difficult for the opponent. You just go ahead and lay down all the trips and say, nope, 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 we don't want to deal with it. So it's one of the worst feelings, by the way, back in the day. When you were first playing, it's like the nanoswarms used to be the most annoying piece of everything that ever went down. And the fact that we're seeing it obviously come back out here will be fun, I'm sure. For the side of the Wildcats, though, they want an exceptional start yet again to this game. Ascent on attack, gonna be thrown down with the best of them, and we'll see if they can pull it off for this start. Weslaco East setting up with a little bit difference. Normally we see an A or B side main hit. Instead, it's going to be a mid to catwalk action here. A little bit more tight corridor. We're making use of those pistols, but the entirety of the baddies don't want to play at that mid-range field. Fried Panda making sure to close that door, slow them down a little bit longer. And with that door shut, I wonder if you're going to continue to push. So now a 4-1 split, you go ahead and send that breach all the way back. But Patrick opens up on Fried. Really quick pick, but Nixie finds Vary yet at well. And it looks like Catwalk will be populated yet again. Patrick with a quick tap to the dome. Swings out as Slim Jim takes the frag, but it's down to 1v4. And it's a really nice cleanup as for the Wildcats. It was just comfort all the way around. Pop Flash, not going to be of use as much, but you still find one on your way out. Wildcats go ahead and claim control over A and take round one.
I was so focused on what team might walk in with a double Senti. Ends up being the team that, in opposite of that, used it on Split. I didn't even realize we have 2 initiators on this map. Yep. Both are on Weslaco East. Both. There is not active information that you can gather from Pine Tree baddies, at least when they eventually flip to their attacking half, unless you count the cam. And that might be very difficult to do. So their push, I fear the second half. This first, must be where they get a lot of value. And I respect the heck out of the fact that the Wildcats for Westlaco East also decided that mid is where they want to find success, because that is where some strong Valorant is played, especially on Ascent.
And they're making really, really quick work. Keep in mind how kind of slow the baddies played. I mean, in contrast, the Wildcats are bounding through the jungle. They are consistently moving at an exceptional pace, and they are not allowing the baddies to really do anything. This convergence here on the backside of CT into the Raptors is going to be painful here, as Valor is still able to find Rika. Turn for King George as Fried goes down. And they clear out every single angle, allowing the rest of the Wildcats to get into sight comfortably. 3 from baddies, walking up into the rafters, and I don't know if they're going to enjoy this one. Patrick realizing they're around the corner. You're going to shift. You hear some footsteps, so you know there's 2. And Yo was ready, though. Patrick tried to swing, but the door was slammed in the face. And now it's down to a 2v3. The baddies have given themselves a great opportunity. Golden out with a little bit of that paranoia, trying to get that blind, is able to grab 1. But are you going to get more out of it? Golden sees the eyes, and Ninsky might need another tap, and they do. 3K from below the rafter side. Make sure that the Wildcats don't lose out on their second, but my gosh. Yeah, might have scrambled a couple eggs, as 4 players died on the side of the Wildcats.
That at least weakens the would-be bonus that is necessary for Westlaco East. But I mean, we have seen Nixie. I speak, odes to Patrick and songs of glory for Golden. But Nixie has very quietly and very consistently clutched up when everyone else has kind of dropped away. Very good as a finisher for this team out of the Wildcats. Love that they're kind of expanding upon that success rate. 4-0 right now through the first couple of rounds. Now this is going to be the Pine Tree Baddies for their defensive side that do have at least their bye. That turret gave its life just to be shot very quickly. Swarm grenades stunned out, and Golden nearly dropping. Patrick knows that someone's behind Ginny, but Nixie's going to be the one that clears Vower. So A sights more success, and that's for some free upgrades for the teammates.
Now for the baddies. Where do you try to enter in from? You got 2 rafter side, you got 2 inside a garden. And this split is always a little difficult because you gotta break through the door one way or another. You've done it, but Nixie finds Yo. And Yo doesn't like that play. Fried and Rock, though, able to lay down the pain with a little bit of heat for Gold, and rips it right back. And it looks like Fried is the last one to stay in 1v2 position here. It is doable, but Rika says no. Great deke out, and it is done. Beautiful wand to play for. And it's going to be the Wildcats on 3 yet again.
Got the running back online, you got the Nightfall online, and that is the second time in the first half that a bonus was completed for Westlaco East. And I say this endearingly, and I say this was actually a point. They have made this into boring Valorant. And I mean that by, it's exactly what I meant when I said, when I was talking about middle school Apex yesterday. When you fundamentally narrow the map to 2 entry points, you win the site that you are consistently going to. You have made this fundamentally just an easy equation to solve. You're going to see the running back by Slim Jim. He's going to kind of run out and see if he can get any level of contact and damage, which would be nice. They do get rid of him. He was protected behind a tripwire in this wall. Use a firewall also to delay them, and they recognize that at least they have to take this away. But look at this 4-1 split. This King George is out in mid. I want to catch him walking.
Well, this time you don't catch anyone, as you tried to realize and kind of faltered at the end. The King George was going to try and use that util. I believe that's a catch on the top side, so at least 2 of those tethers. And Slim Jim, you're not going to like this one, but Rock was ready to help out. Ningxi, though, fires away Slim Jim. Still trying to pick him off, and just hard sprays. Rika comes around the corner, but it's a 1v3. Rika going to try and pop off, and does with the 3K, but Vower finishes it off very closely. The baddies came and were able to slaughter. 1 left alive, as Pine Tree baddies are able to gather their first round of this game.
It's the same math and same, I guess, overall round start from what they did with Split. Rika made that a heart palpitation for me and several other people, because they were just a Cadillac swinging with some of those movements. The entire coat for Cypher's spy gear was swaying in the wind and looking almost heroic for the Wildcats, and Pine Tree Baddies seeing it just villainous as one Moroccan man stands between them and what could have been a lack of a round. So Yo will defend here in mid, and the rest of the game coming up here for the Wildcats.
They're going back to what's tried and true. Yo, though, recognizing that this could be that big play. Vower ready to help out the team inside of that market. Shots ring out. Yo sends out a little bit of smoke and now is going to try and bait everyone else out into a dangerous spot. But Nixie was ready with a great dome. And Valor can't do much but fall. Third fighter ready. And Fried this time wins a battle for their team. The damage has already been done. King George finds Fried, and it's down to just 2 left. 2v3, though, as B-side is currently being held. And this is actually the first B-side hit coming out of the Wildcats this map. Taking a little bit of time, but they're going to try and flank in. Slim Jim wondering. Broken right inside as Rock sends out the neural theft, just trying to find extra information. Scans out one, twice scan brings him a little bit closer, and now Golden is going to reposition. It's going to look a little bit rough. Rock, what can you do? Boathouse currently populated. Golden, though, standing in the front gates closer to that B main side. For Rock, there's only so much you can do. Cage goes out to stifle that left side, but you are spotted in Ningxi with 3K. Wildcats take a fourth.
Ningxi again, good finish. They had Golden and support alongside them. That Fade is a very strong agent, and they are showing it to full force at a 5.0 KD at this point. 10-2 is a great way to go for your first 5 rounds. Good for 2 every single time at minimum. And at this point, Pine Tree Baddies, the concept is to be defensively leaning. You have that Cypher, you have the Killjoy, but I feel like they need to go for some non-standard entry point use of their utility. The turret is dying every single time early. The alarm bot doesn't feel like it's hitting the same way for at least the kind of the Killjoy setup. You don't want to always just kind of feed it. And even though, yes, that gives you early intel, they're coming, I feel like that's given away through some of these gun battles. Lear gets pushed out. Patrick knows a swarm grenade is popping up. It's a little bit delayed as... No, the rotation? No, they have been conditioned. They have to stay here from mid. Love the shorty. They're going to use it to walk away. They can't quite reload. Fried Panda Paws gets one, but the rest now fill up the KD screen.
I love that fact. You know what? You had to do something. You had to get a little bit crazy, and the baddies tried it. You go ahead, shorty it out, especially in this bargain bin buy. And now for the Wildcats, you're actually left in a little bit of a wondering position. Where are they going to come from? Right now, doorway shattered in that garden, but Yo able to get that revive after falling, and now the sprint in as that's Power and Rock to eliminate. Down to a 2v2 positioning is a little bit out there as Rock is able to grab a 3K down, and done is this round as the baddies wipe out Wildcats and go ahead and converge on their second.
What do you think about that switch up of role? We didn't really kind of highlight that too heavily, but Rock moving from Raze to Cypher. You and I made note of 2Cord doing that yesterday from a Jet to Cypher. Do you feel like duelists kind of go into this role set, like being able to have control and a lot of information to kind of really weaponize what is that mentality of getting big picks? How does that kind of flare with you?
I think, it comes down to comfort level at the end of the day. I'm not a big proponent, unless we're talking about the highest standard, the professional standard. I always talk about how it might just be how it plays out at the end of the day, who's most comfortable on which site, and maybe on this ascent, maybe you feel just a little bit more comfortable on the Cypher than something like a Jet, something like a little bit more excess heavy like a Raze, so... I like it. Whenever I see Cyphers as well, information wins games. At the end of the day, I talk about in League of Legends where CC wins games. No. Information when it comes to FPS is big. As Slim Jim had 0 info and yet still napped up first blood with the dome shot.
They have a chance to get their health back as well if they use that running back. So great use to get rid of Golden. And there goes your smokes. So now you're purely reliant on info and flashes. You got the Lear, you got the flashpoint on your breach. Slim Jim is going to reconvene and come on back. Basically try to divide and conquer as they force everyone to stay back, but they still have 2 that want to go out to mid. Slim Jim about to be just found. Oh my goodness, the quick walk away. I don't know how he's alive. I thought they would get caught.
There we go.
Eventually that one falls out.
It took a little bit more time, but the fear comes out on that A side of main. They're going to roll on through. I think they tagged down 1 or 2. The areas with the hard spray. Fried actually shelled out here and denied a little bit extra turn, so really comfortable play here from the side of the Wildcats. But they don't rush. They actually invest twice, but Yo is still in the corner and is allowed to pick up 2. What a hold! Yo says, yo, what's up? Brings it down in favor of the baddies. And that corner pocket is rough if you don't check it.
4-3. Much better position right now for the Pine Tree Baddies. All the way out in Longview, Texas. This is a South v East battle between both these squads, centralizing themselves in North Texas at this Esports Stadium in Arlington. So, love that you do at least get the baddies taking advantage of a round that I feel like it was an eco kind of differential, and yet they still had to kind of keep themselves kosher. Big rifle round coming around the corner, and Odin in the hands of Fried Panda Paws. I would like them to get maybe aggressive, maybe not overall in positioning, but from using kind of their Empress early. You're going to get it back as long as you're proactive, and they've been at the top of the stack for their team, so why not use it now, especially when that Odin's in hand?
It's been so long since I've seen an Odin as well. I think Fried Panda is just like, yeah, maybe I might, but not until you get more information. You want to get the most out of the Empress. You want to make sure that you're going to be rushing into battle. Might be holding it for that retake instead, which I could also agree with. For the side of the Wildcats, though, they're losing control or definitive control over this map so far, and for them, it'd probably be a high time for Patrick to go ahead and pop that Empress like you were talking about. Eyes out, though, because again, with just a Vandal, you got to start things off strong. There's now going to be another orb going down here. You know, once inside a market, you're going to flush them out, but it's a trade of 1-for-1. Is it going to be enough? Patrick just rushing on through. No Empress pop, but you're going to fall down into this corner pocket. And again, on site, it's a whole difference. Nice stick by that Voltson. It's a problem to be had. King George, though, finds Slim Jim, and you now know 2 are on back. A CT, actually 3 are there. Rock still firing away. Golden forcing him out into that one little div. But Rock makes it easy. Stands tall, unwavering. This is time winding down for the side of the Wildcats. They need to grab the spike. They need to go ahead and push. Patrick gets a very nice dismiss, and now wandering around the side. Right side look, though, as it's the left side corner. Fried with the Odin win.
Oh,
and now you're going to try and bait it out. Big plan. I just see eyes, and you got spray #1, but Valor was right there with the extra peek. And it is the baddies to now tie things up.
And in the middle of all that, Valor ended up using their lockdown at the very end. It would have been maybe not a necessary play, but a way to be like, all right, you are now the mouse trapped in the cage. But that completely takes away that weapon, that extra kind of little util that was of concern by the Wildcats. Still, though, love the extra aggression that we got out of Patrick, knowing that they don't have to completely plant and that they were kind of gonna be stuck under that ultimate if it ended up coming about. But still, Wildcats are gonna be in another eco disadvantage. Slim Jim staring into the void with an outlaw. Don't know if this is gonna just turn into a long rifle turned shotgun situation, but we're traversing from Cubby. So as they shut everything down, I mean, ooh, wow. Yo, staring at the wall. They've been caught there before, so we go trade 1-for-1.
Yeah, and that's all you could really like. But remember, this is a save round coming out of the Wildcats, so any upgrades are good upgrades, and you'll take that 1-for-1 all day long. Yet another quick scan with that neural threat pinged out on 2. There's going to be enough, though. Golden with the short-range TP getting up to that side, but Slim Jim this time finds Golden instead. A bait for a bait, or whatever you want to call it. Slim Jim ready to go to cover on that outside piece. The catwalk will be populated. Baddies, though, now wandering in 2 different directions with their location revealed, though. Rafters is kind of out there. And underneath Rafters where 2 is Patrick, very, very low, pretty much on 1 HP, and not going to be able to play too much here. Eyes are wondering, is that a snap? Fried easily takes out King, gets a second before being blinded out. That means the baddies pretty much have good control. 3v1 leads it to a 2v0 as baddies complete the defuse.
What is it about Rika having their last stand versus everyone, finding multiple kills, and Valor having to be the person that puts them down? Something about that. It's happened twice. I'd have 2 nickels if I'd put anything about that in. But this is also the first time. Let's make note of it. That Pine Tree High will have the lead over Weslaco East. Another rifle round. The cycle of suffering has been happening for Weslaco East a little bit too long, where they buy, they lose, they go into an eco, they buy, they lose, they go into an eco, and that's been 4 rounds in a row. Pine Tree's got to be feeling like this round could force Weslaco into even worse straits.
Weslaco, it's all about trying to break even here for the first time. As you mentioned, they are down in the ruts, and they don't want to give over a larger advantage. They had map #1, and they want this map #2 to go ahead and move into the grand finals and easily make their way forward. This time it's all 5 alive. They clear out lower side. Raptors populated by 2. Questions abound. Baddies waiting for the entry back in. They have the Empress, but not much more. Gun barrel sticking out. Patrick sees. Hard sprays, barely gets one quick little heal up. And is now going to swing on the outside. Gets 2. Rock there on the top side. Able to find King George's life, but Ningxi able to help out. And it's a 2 pair of frags looking for the final on top. It's all left to Fried Panda, who doesn't want to be that ace, but Rika was ready. Fried Panda with a swing and a deke. Poor Rika. Completely discombobulated by that one. But the round's still very much in the hands of the Wildcats. Firing out, corner shot, Ningxi falls. But time is not your friend. Fried jumping down here, and Golden finishes it out. You are tied at 5-5. The first half has 2 more rounds.
5-5, and making the best of what was a losing situation was Fried Panda Paws. Definitely looks like they're a lot more comfortable here. 11-9 of Pine Tree Baddies with Weslaco East right up against it. Felt like they might have been able to finally take advantage of the situation. Then they end up falling, just kind of a stock standard straight run and rush up into A. But look how balanced this has been. Ascent is the granddaddy of all of the oldest maps. It went away for a reason, and that was just to reinforce one wall of B. That gives people more confidence to not just have to roll A every single time. One thing that we haven't seen is characters stay into A. Any agents sticking to their guns, or rather for B. And they may actually see this as first contact. They get deep in the boathouse. Fried Panda Paws, they've got a judge and a gavel, but it's Rock that will take first blood against them.
I mean, that's a great way to do it. You go ahead and start things off for Rock. Patrick, though, getting a great little lean back and gonna get that quick plant. 5v4 position. Golden with the TP behind, though, looking into the mid, doesn't see any bodies and is gonna complete, but sees Slim and easily picks them up. Really well called out. Eyes out, though, as Patrick and the Empress now says, hello, I found another. And Lauer is devoured yet again. Patrick is eating good here tonight. That Starfish is happy to spread their wings and fly as Golden cleans out Vo. And that is the Wildcats to punch in their sticks in flawless fashion.
Is a flying starfish just like a kunai? Actually, no, is that the knife? Oh my gosh. You would think I'd know better. I watched a lot of Naruto. Either way.
You're thinking shuriken, I'm pretty sure.
Ah, there we go. Words. Yeah, they're shoved into one part of my brain. The unfortunate part for this, the last round of the first half, look where the Pine Tree Baddies stand in terms of their eco. It ain't great. Have we seen it work? Well, my producer just dropped a Naruto gif, so there's plenty of work. Date Bayo, the power of friendship.
Oh
a
my
lot of people
God.
getting flashed, and no one died. No.
Slim had one of the best flashes and worst swings that I've seen, and I feel so bad. Because it's a 4. You got 4 on the blind. Oh, that hurts. There were too many targets, and an eagle that looks 4 different ways is easily going to lose all 5 prey. The Baddies lose their opener, and now with the quick plant for the side of the Wildcats, they say we have 4 prey and 5 hunters, and we'll take every single one. Yo with the revive, and Ningxi with great shots. King George falling to Rock, and that's going to be a spray with the Spectre. Easy pickups here. Senior Spectre doing work, but Rika says, I got the bigger gun, and Golden on the top ground brings it to a close 7-5 for the Wildcats going into the second half.
Remember, this is battle for survival. We may have a best of, when it comes to series play, a best of 3. But it is a single elimination series. I do appreciate that it's not BO1. That would be so punishing for some of these teams. However, one of these teams, whoever survives out from this, if we get Weslaco East and they take this ascent map, they'll be moving over to fight into Rock Hill High Hawks out of Frisco, Texas, a battle of the South versus the North. If it's the Pine Tree Baddies that win out this defensive battle, well, they'll be moving into a game number 3 over into Lotus. However, remember, there's no active intel except for a camera. There's no initiators for the Baddies. They've got double Senti. Post-plant is going to be premium, and I hope they have enough to be able to pay for it.
Right now, Patrick said, I got plenty enough here in the B main. Easy pickings for frag number 1, backing away with your teammates and with multiple trips with multiple utility pieces to deny entry. I'm pretty sure the Baddies are like, yeah, we don't want to deal with this one. Clear line of sights in mid and A. So you're going to call for a rotate here. But Ningxi, once again, easy on the eyes in terms of You know, this weight position, the 1v1 swing means it's
Oh.
DC to deke him out. Once again, the Wildcats showing their absolute prowess when it comes to gun duels.
Rotating away, you have universal, you have global use of your utility if you're a Cypher on Ascent, so you can actually rotate with pretty much everyone. Tripwires have been re-navigated for deeper into that B main, but it looks like they're just going to commit to this duel. Oh, that is a deadly place. Aftershock, no matter what Slim Jim was going to do, he was going to die. He was stuck in a corner, and between that and the gun place, Rika and the rest of the gang are coming at him. Maybe they don't get him on the swing. Yo does get rid of Rika. They've got to run away, but they have two different fronts that they got to fight on. They're going back to attacker side spawn, and they've got to sprint 25 seconds.
And I wonder if Wildcats are actually going to try and cut him off in mid. It looks like they are, and yet they only send one all the way across. Now that's the crossing, and Deke one, looking for the second, and you find a King George and Golden. Say you ain't even going to reach the site. I mean, the Wildcats play that so well, though. Let's give them credit. Weslaco East, cleanest rotations and insurance. I mean, that was like a net slowly being closed around the fish in the sea.
Yeah, this is compositionally a very strong, like, overall design. You have the Cypher that's going to basically hold B, Patrick that's going to be able to be very versatile of using those tripwires, and as well as going out for early pressure into B main. And then you have tons of information and pressure that can be gained from both your initiators being on A, and then the free flow of whatever Golden wants to do of their Omen. They're going to gain together, and then it's a collide. You get Patrick. It's 1 for 3. 2 bullets, 3 dead. There go the baddies. Oh, make it 4. Ace him up. Patrick looking for a full set of cards, and the deck is in his hand.
Oh my god, Patrick, I didn't think you could one-up yourself, but you just did it again.
Oh.
0 missed shots right there. Please give a round of applause. Flex, do whatever. That was disgusting. Patrick quite literally just decimated the entire team of the baddies. And that was ridiculous. At this point, that is all the momentum that you could possibly want. Granted, it was a save, so baddies are going to try and regroup over there on the A side. But Golden is ready and going to try and pull a Patrick Star. What a ridiculous moment.
Dude yelled, "This is Patrick," and hung up that phone just so fast. Absolutely. Look, that's exactly why the Outlaw is the save round slayer. It does exactly like that. If you ain't got more than a light shield, you are just a fly on an 18-wheeler. Yet to be forgotten. 9 right now for the Wildcats. Looking for double digits. Can't check that corner. Nixie is just a phantom anywhere and everywhere. Slim Jim will trade them out eventually, but this has become very desperate for the baddies. They've got one flash to lead these two Sentis, and that's where this attack becomes a problem.
Yeah, we're gonna see this little rotate out. The baddies lost 2. It's 2 for 1 position. So now you're gonna try and populate mid. I believe this is also the first time that we're seeing the baddies actively chase in and look for a catwalk position here in the early start. Granted, it is only round 3 of the second half, but it's a tough spot to be in. Spike also spotted, I believe, so that's why they're calling for a little bit more. Out goes another smoke just to deny extra information. Quick little shock, trying to catch him out. But King George doesn't see anyone, so it is going to end up on a B side hold. You see the Cypher waiting in the backside, but Rock not really hearing any footsteps. Slim Jim ready with the flash into sight. Wondering exactly where it's going to play, though. And again, timer running out. Baddies, they need to get into sight. They need to break in either way. But at this point, it's done. It's over for the side of Wildcats. Time runs in their favor, and they clean it out with the team ace at the end. Baddies once again in a very rough spot. Time just not on their side.
They've not been able to pick apart these defensive positions from any of the Wildcats. We saw this be the difficulty when it came to split. Split's already, a rough map to kind of open up lanes. You go to Ascent, and then you have double Sentinel. You lose basically your entryway to move with anything and no information that could be gleaned, and you basically have to face check it and win a gun battle. That's exactly what things ended up being. You do have the running back out of Slim Jim. That's a great, at least, utility point. However, you also have the worst off of this buy. Fault line will stun him out, slow him down, and it looks like Slim Jim, I mean, he's got the running back online. He's got to get as much as he can. He saw what he could.
And then Ningxi said, nah, you saw nothing yet. Shutdown of 2.5, looking for that third full. whenever they find Slim Jim again, and they find it. Ningxi pulling off of Patrick at this point. 3 courses, get that fourth. Spike is down. Patrick comes around the corner, immediately gets eaten up by Fried. Patrick, no 5 this time. Ningxi are ready to hold him down, and with a minute left, the baddies ain't got much to say. Except please don't finish this off. Rika with the far range shot on Valor. And it's the wine corner. That is not the right spot to be in. Shelled out and stunned. It is going to be the completion, as right now the Wildcats on 11. 2 more rounds to go to the finals.
I felt that one, Valor. Sad robot noises. They put the turret down just to see if they can get some intel, and then it just, all after they die, it just whoop, 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 just goes down. 5-11, Wildcats. Obviously, for the baddies, they have had to kind of force buy up into this position. Ningxi has been a demon. It was Patrick that opened up the 20 bomb first at 20 and 11, but Ningxi has now been able to eclipse them, 21 and 9. Anyone that goes to A answers Ningxi for the call. Poor dog. You can't shoot through the dog anymore. What's the point of visiting the dog?
Nostalgia's sake. That's what it is.
Yes. Yeah.
Just nostalgia. As right now it's mid currently being a little bit covered as the baddies are looking for something, but there is going to be that rolling thunder. You catch everyone out. King George able to find free fire. Great catch and a half. Yo was able to start and stop some of that aggression, but Patrick came around and said, nah, let's keep going. And Slim Jim is like, yo, guys, A's open. I don't know what happened, but A's open. Guys. That shot ringing out here as Ningxi finishes it off, and it will be match point for the Wildcats. Wesco East High School ready for their march to the grand stage.
1 round left to go have a date with the Hawks out of Rock Hill High. Frisco, Texas, ready to defend the North. As Wesco East coming from way down south of the southern tip of Texas, right near one of my favorite places to go and have my childhood vacations in South Padre. Can Wesco close things out? There's a lot of ESPN meters that are pointing towards yes. They're going to bring the fight. Patrick with one, making another. They're turning this into a collection as they're already having another.
Oh my
3,
gosh.
4.
Oh no!
Give him another ace for the medal, for the win. They're chasing them, but they will be laid low with the Marshall. There's a lot to work with, but can they get it done? Nah! Rika and the Wildcats, they're moving on to the Grands.
Oh my gosh, Patrick. Patrick, for almost the 4th time in the series, was like, yo, let me show you what I can do. Amazing stuff from the entirety of the Wildcats. And the baddies fought hard. Do not get me wrong. Pine Tree saw on map 1. They battled extremely hard, and it was close in some of them. But the Wildcats, every time on their defense, looked like the better team by far. And again, they're undefeated for a reason. Let's keep that straight. Wildcats are undefeated now, moving into these grand finals. And I can only imagine they're going to try and keep that record alive.
I think they're definitely undefeated for a reason, and I think it has 3 words: Golden, Patrick, Ningxi. Those 3 have been so unequivocally just consistent. Not to say that Rika and King George weren't, because obviously we got some great plays out of them, especially to their attacking half, but there's just something about Patrick. There's a swagger about Patrick. He was literally turning around and showing us the jersey with the name on the back. That might be happening again when we go into this next one. So I hope Rock Hill's ready. They got to go against a team that is feeling like perfection is just an inevitability in this grand final.
Keep in mind, though, Rock Hill finished faster, so maybe Rock Hill is like, yeah, we'll bring that pain right back. So everyone stay in your seats or get up, stretch a little bit, because we know the next series has got to be a banger. Here with the Vanta Texas Esports League Spring Finals, we're ready to look at crowning our Valorant Grand Finalists. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Able to lay down the pain with a little bit of heat, but Golden rips it right back. Those tethers And Slim Jim, you're not going to like this one, but Rock was ready to help out. Ningxi, though, fires away Slim Jim. Still trying to pick him off and just hard sprays. Rika comes around the corner, but it's a 1v3. Rika going to try and pop off and does, but it's a battle for their team. Damage has already been done. King George finds Pride, and it's down to just shows out to Stifle that left side. But you are spotted. CC wins games. No. Information when it comes to FPS is big. They don't rush. They actually invest twice, but Yo is still in the corner and is allowed to pick up 2. What a time winding down for the side of the Wildcats. They need to grab the spike. They need to go ahead and put it out. They're going to try and bait it out. Big plan. I just see eyes, and you guys. It's going to be enough, though. Golden with short range TP getting up to that side before being blinded out. That means the baddies pretty much have good control. 3v4. Gun barrel seeking out. Patrick sees. Hard sprays barely gets one quick little heal up. And is not going to swing on the out to find King George's life. But Ningxi doesn't see any bodies. He's going to complete, but sees Slim and easily picks them up. Really well called out. Eyes out, though, as Patrick and the Empress now says, hello, I found another. And good here tonight. That Starfish is happy to spread their wings and fly as Golden. We have 4 Prey and 5 Hunters. And we'll take every single one. Yo with the revive. That's going to be a spray with the Spectre. Easy pickups here. Searing Spectre doing work. But Rika says, I got the bigger gun.
And I hope they have enough to be able to pay for it.
Right now,
But it looks like they're just going to commit to this duel. Oh, that is a
They only send one all the way across. Now that's a crossing, and Deke 1 looking for the second.
Whatever Golden wants to do, all of their omen. They're going to gain together. There's a colliding at Patrick. It's 1 for 3. 2 bullets, 3 dead. There go the baddies. Oh, make it 4. Ace them up. Patrick looking for a full set. Okay, that's exactly why the Outlaw is the save round slayer. 9 right now for the Wildcats. Looking for double as much as he can. He saw what he could.
And then Ningxi, whenever they find Slim Jim again, and they find it, Ning corner. That is not the right spot to be in.
There's a lot of ESPN meters that are pointing towards yes. They're going to bring the fight. Patrick with 1, make it another. They're turning this into a collection as they're already having another.
Oh my
3,
gosh.
4.
Oh no.
Give them another ace for the medal, for the win. They're chasing them, but they will be laid low with the Marshall. There's a lot to work with.
That breach all the way back, but Patrick opens up on well. And it looks like Catwalk will be populated yet again. But Patrick with a quick tap to the dome. Swings out and comfort all the way around. Pop flash, not going to be of use as much, but you still find 1. But are you going to get more out of it? Golden sees the eyes. And Ningxi might need another tap, and they do. Play Pride and Rock, though, able to lay down the pain with a little bit of heat. Golden rips it right back. Tethers. And Slim Jim, you're not going to like this one, but Rock was ready to help out. Ningxi, though, fires away Slim Jim. Still trying to pick him off and just hard sprays. Rika comes around the corner, but it's a 1v3. Rika going to try and pop off and does, but it's a battle for their team. Damage has already been done. King George finds Pride, and it's down to just shows out to Stifle that left side. But you are spotted. CC wins games. No. Information when it comes to FPS is big. They don't rush. They actually invest twice, but Yo is still in the corner and is allowed to pick up 2. What a time winding down for the side of the Wildcats. They need to grab the spike. They need to go ahead and put it out. They're going to try and bait it out. Big plan. I just see eyes, and you guys. It's going to be enough, though. Golden with the short range TP getting up to that side before being blinded out. That means the baddies pretty much have good control. 3v4. Gun barrel seeking out. Patrick sees. Hard sprays barely gets 1 quick little heal up. And is not going to swing on the out to find King George's life. But Ningxi doesn't see any bodies and is going to complete, but sees Slim and easily picks them up. Really well called out. Eyes out, though, as Patrick and the Empress now says, hello, I found another. And good here tonight. That Starfish is happy to spread their wings and fly as Golden. We have 4 Prey and 5 Hunters, and we'll take every single one. Yo with the revive. That's going to be a spray with the Spectre. Easy pickups here. Searing Spectre doing work, but Rika says, I got the bigger gun.
And I hope they have enough to be able to pay for it.
Right now,
but it looks like they're just going to commit to this duel. Oh, that is a
They only send 1 all the way across. Now that's a crossing, and Deke 1 looking for the second.
Well, whatever Golden wants to do, all of their omen. They're going to gain together. There's a colliding at Patrick. It's 1 for 3. 2 bullets, 3 dead. There go the baddies. Oh, make it 4. Ace them up. Patrick looking for a full set. Okay, that's exactly why the Outlaw is the save round slayer. 9 right now for the Wildcats. Looking for double as much as he can. He saw what he could.
And then Ningxi, whenever they find Slim Jim again, and they find it, Ning corner. That is not the right spot to be in.
There's a lot of ESPN meters that are pointing towards yes. They're going to bring the fight. Patrick with 1, make it another. They're turning this into a collection as they're already having another.
Oh my
3,
gosh.
4.
Oh no.
Give them another ace for the medal, for the win. They're chasing them, but they will be laid low with the Marshall. There's a lot to work with.
That breach all the way back, but Patrick opens up on well. And it looks like Catwalk will be populated yet again. But Patrick with a quick tap to the dome. Swings out and comfort all the way around. Pop Flash, not going to be of use as much, but you still find one. But are you going to get more out of it? Golden sees the eyes. And Ninsky might need another tap, but they do play Fried and Rock, though, able to lay down the pain with a little bit of heat for Golden. Rips it right back. Those tethers. And Slim Jim, you're not going to like this one, but Rock was ready to help out. Ningsi, though, fires away Slim Jim. Still trying to pick him off and just hard sprays. Rika comes around the corner, but it's a 1v3. Rika going to try and pop off and does, but it's a battle for their team. Damage has already been done. King George finds Fried, and it's down to just shows out to stifle that left side. But you are spotted. DC wins games. No. Information when it comes to FPS is big, but they don't rush. They actually invest twice, but Yo is still in the corner and is allowed to pick up two. What a home winding down for the side of the Wildcats. They need to grab the spike. They need to go ahead and put it now. They're going to try and bait it out. Big plan. I just see eyes. You got it's going to be enough, though. Golden with short range TP getting up to that side before being blinded out. That means the baddies pretty much have good control. 3v more. Gun barrel sticking out. Patrick sees. Hard sprays, barely gets one quick little heal up. And is not going to swing on the outside to find King George's life. But Ningsi doesn't see any bodies and is going to complete, but sees Slim and easily picks them up. Really well called out. Eyes out though as Patrick and the Empress now says, hello, I found another. And good here tonight. That Starfish is happy to spread their wings and fly as Golden. We have 4 Prey and 5 Hunters, and we'll take every single one. Yo with the revive. That's going to be a spray with the Spectre. Easy pickups here. Senior Spectre doing work, but Rika says, I got the bigger gun.
And I hope they have enough to be able to pay for it.
Right now,
but it looks like they're just going to commit to this duel. Oh, that is a
they only send one all the way across. Now that's a crossing, and Deke one looking for the second.
Well, whatever Golden wants to do, all of their omen. They're going to gain together. There's a collide. You get Patrick. It's 1 for 3. 2 bullets, 3 dead. There go the baddies. Oh, make it 4. Ace them up. Patrick looking for a full set. Look, that's exactly why the Outlaw is the save round slayer. 9 right now for the Wildcats. Looking for double as much as he can. He saw what he could.
And then Ningsi, whenever they find Slim Jim again, and they find it, Ning corner. That is not the right spot to be in.
There's a lot of ESPN meters that are pointing towards yes. They're going to bring the fight. Patrick with one, make it another. They're turning this into a collection as they're already having another.
Oh my
3,
gosh.
4.
Oh no.
Give them another ace for the medal, for the win. They're chasing them, but they will be laid low with the Marshall. There's a lot to work with.
That breach all the way back, but Patrick opens up on well. And it looks like Catwalk will be populated yet again. But Patrick with a quick tap to the dome. Swings out and comfort all the way around. Pop Flash, not going to be of use as much, but you still find one. But are you going to get more out of it? Golden sees the eyes. And Ninsky might need another tap, but they do play Fried and Rock, though, able to lay down the pain with a little bit of heat for Golden. Rips it right back. Tethers. And Slim Jim, you're not going to like this one, but Rock was ready to help out. Ningsi, though, fires away Slim Jim. Still trying to pick him off and just hard sprays. Rika comes around the corner, but it's a 1v3. Rika going to try and pop off and does, but it's a battle for their team. Damage has already been done. King George finds Fried, and it's down to just shows out to stifle that left side. But you are spotted. DC wins games. No. Information when it comes to FPS is big. They don't rush. They actually invest twice, but Yo is still in the corner and is allowed to pick up 2. What a home running down for the side of the Wildcats. They need to grab the spike. They need to go ahead and put it now. They're going to try and bait it out. Big plan. I just see eyes. You got it's going to be enough, though. Golden with the short range TP getting up to that side before being blinded out. That means the baddies pretty much have good control. 3v more. Gun barrel sticking out. Patrick sees. Hard sprays, barely gets one quick little heal up. And is not going to swing on the outside to find King George's life. But Ningsi doesn't see any bodies and is going to complete, but sees Slim and easily picks them up. Really well called out. Eyes out though as Patrick and the Empress now says, hello, I found another. And good here tonight. That Starfish is happy to spread their wings and fly as Golden. We have 4 Prey and 5 Hunters, and we'll take every single one. Yo with the revive. That's going to be a spray with the Spectre. Easy pickups here. Senior Spectre doing work, but Rika says, I got the bigger gun.
And I hope they have enough to be able to pay for it.
Right now,
but it looks like they're just going to commit to this duel. Oh, that is a
they only send one all the way across. Now that's a crossing, and Deke one looking for the second.
Well, whatever Golden wants to do, all of their omen. They're going to gain together. There's a collide. You get Patrick. It's 1 for 3. 2 bullets, 3 dead. There go the baddies. Oh, make it 4. Ace them up. Patrick looking for a full set. Look, that's exactly why the Outlaw is the save round slayer. 9 right now for the Wildcats. Looking for double as much as he can. He saw what he could.
And then Ningsi, Whenever they find Slim Jim again, and they find it in corner. That is not the right spot to be in.
There's a lot of ESPN meters that are pointing towards yes. They're going to bring the fight. Patrick with one, making another. They're turning this into a collection as they're already having another.
Oh my
3,
gosh.
4.
Oh no.
Give them another ace for the medal, for the win. They're chasing them, but they will be laid low with the Marshall. There's a lot to work with.
That breach all the way back. Patrick opens up on well. And it looks like Catwalk will be populated yet again. Patrick with a quick tap to the dome. Swings out and comfort all the way around. Pop flash. Not going to be of use as much, but you still find one. But are you going to get more out of it? Golden sees the eyes. And Ninsky might need another tap, but they do play Fried and Rock, though, able to lay down the pain with a little bit of heat for Golden. Rips it right back. Heathers. And Slim Jim, you're not going to like this one, but Rock was ready to help out. Ninsky, though, fires away Slim Jim. Still trying to pick him off. It just hard sprays. Rika comes around the corner, but it's a 1v3. Rika going to try and pop up. It does, but it's a battle for their team. Damage has already been done. King George finds Pride, and it's down to just shows out to stifle that left side. But you were spot. DC wins games. No. Information when it comes to FPS is big, but they don't rush. They actually invest twice, but Yo is still in the corner and is allowed to pick up 2. What a whole money down for the side of the Wildcats. They need to grab the flag. They need to go ahead and put it out. They're going to try and bait it out. Big win. I just see eyes. You guys are going to be enough, though. Golden with short range TV getting up to that side before being blinded out. That means the baddies pretty much have good control. 3 more. Gun barrel sticking out. Patrick sees. Hard sprays barely gets one quick little heal up. He's not going to swing on the out to find King George's glide, but Ningsy doesn't see any bodies. And he's going to go 3, but sees Slim and he easily picks them up. Really well called out. Eyes out though as Patrick in the Empress now says, hello, I found another. And good here tonight. That Starfish is happy to spread their wings and fly as Golden. We have 4 Prey and 5 Hunters, and we'll take every single one. Yo with Revive, that's going to be a spray with the Spectre. Easy pickups here, steering Spectre doing work, but Rika says, I got the bigger gun.
And I hope they have enough to be able to pay for it.
Right now,
but it looks like they're just going to commit to this duel. Oh, that is a
they only send one all the way across. Now that's a crossing, and Deke 1 looking for the second.
Well, whatever Golden wants to do, all of their omen. They're going to gain together. That is a colliding at Patrick. It's 1 for 3. 2 bullets, 3 dead. There go the baddies. Oh, make it 4. Ace them up. Patrick looking for a full set. Okay, that's exactly why the Outlaw is the save round slayer. 9 right now for the Wildcats. Looking for double as much as he can. He saw what he could.
And then Ningsy, whenever they find Slim Jim again, and they find it in corner. That is not the right spot to be in.
There's a lot of ESPN meters that are pointing towards yes. They're going to bring the fight. Patrick with one, making another. They're turning this into a collection as they're already having another.
Oh my
3,
gosh.
4.
Oh no.
Give them another ace for the medal, for the win. They're chasing them, but they will be laid low with the Marshall. There's a lot to work with.
That breach all the way back, but Patrick opens up on well. And it looks like Catwalk will be populated yet again. Patrick with a quick tap to the dome. Swings out and comfort all the way around. Pop flash. Not going to be of use as much, but you still find one. But are you going to get more out of it? Golden sees the eyes. And Ninsky might need another tap, and they do play Fried and Rock, though, able to lay down the pain with a little bit of heat for Golden. Rips it right back. Heathers. And Slim Jim, you're not going to like this one, but Rock was ready to help out. Ninsky, though, fires away Slim Jim.
So having a coach is really important because it's the difference between sitting with your buddies at home playing and actually getting something out. It's really the direction that a coach can take. Push up. There we go.
I like to be competitive at everything I do, whether that's in school or in game.
Coaches, they help us a lot with it. Almost like regular sports, they just are always there for us.
Having a coach is really important because it's the difference between sitting with your buddies at home playing and actually getting something out of it. It's really the direction that a coach can take you.
I like to be competitive at everything I do, whether that in school or in game.
Coaches, like, they help us a lot with it. Almost like regular sports, they're just always there for us.
Having a coach is really important because it's the difference between sitting with your buddies at home playing and actually getting something out of it. It's really the direction that a coach can take you.
I like to be competitive at everything I do, whether that in school
Grand finals time, ready to crown a victor, and of course, we have to see the Wildcats right back in action. They are going up against the Rock Hill High School Elites, and I love the name. They've been waiting so patiently, and of course, you have as well with the Vanta Esports Texas side of the league. The spring finals are upon us once again, and keep in mind, this is not the only grand finals that you will see here today. We got Apex Legends, we got Rocket League, as well as Overwatch 2. Monkey Man, this matchup is going to be explosive. If we saw Patrick, if we saw Golden, if we saw everyone, Ninxie as well, I'm excited for what's coming in the finals.
It's the Battle of the North Texas versus the Battle of South Texas. You've got Weslaco East High from Weslaco Texas just basically down at the border against Frisco with Rock Hill High School Elite. Blue Hawks flying high. They both went 2-0 through their semifinals. And we know where we're going to be going into our final BO3, at least on the Valorant side of things. Make sure if you are in the venue, you're getting loud for both of these squads. A lot for them to have to focus into. We've got a three-headed Hydra of Haven, Ascent, and Split. Ascent seems to be that major kind of turning point for all teams to basically see where they got to go. But we're going to see who has the advantage here with this Vanta Spring Final on Haven to kick things off. And all of, what is it? Yes, Rock Hill. They've already locked in onto this attack. They knew exactly where they wanted to go, and they've brought a wrinkle with, I think it's crits onto that Neon.
Yeah, so a little bit of a shift here, and for the setup, I'm always interested because the Neon is one that we normally see on things like Lotus, like a little bit more expansive. I think Haven has some good corridors that you can do some work on, so I kind of like it. At the same time, though, I haven't seen, is that a Sky that we're watching here? Lizzie Grant running a Sky, which I haven't seen in ages. This is quite a bit of old school with a lot of new in there as well. We almost saw Tejo coming out of King George, which would have been kind of awesome to watch, but not going to happen this time. Eyes out, though. A Sky with the blinds, with that Trailblazer, like, this has been a moment and a half.
It really has been, and you get Toestar that also might be playing somewhat into that, all right, long distance, let's molly up and throw some fire at him, get some orbital strike. The Risky v Patrick duel, that will be, in my eyes, just wondering how that is going to be at least deciphered for us, especially because you have a double initiator in support, no double duelists, at least on the half for Weslaco East. They will be bringing in, I think, a Fade and a KO. So a lot of extra info, a lot of shutdown of abilities, which might be ultra necessary considering that a Neon is aiming to get CQC, that is close quarters combat, into basically your shins as they go sliding at you. I need everyone to be loud. Map number 1, round 1, right around the corner. As we'll be punching our way into Haven. A lot of these youngsters in this high school matchup, they're looking to go to that collegiate level. And Haven's part of the collegiate classic of all of these different maps for Valorant. Can't wait for this one to really start up.
And it's interesting because we talk about Haven as that 3 site. That's standard. One of those that has been coming up is, of course, Lotus. The fact that it was panned out second is kind of surprising. You know, you're just like, hey, we don't want to deal with that one. But, of course, Fracture was first, man. So, you know, take that for what you will. Taking a look here, we are moving into this matchup, but we can already see some of that positioning. A little bit of a push up by the side of Weslaco. They are looking to maybe get a chance over here on the A main position. And eyes out by Rock Hill. Exactly how do you want to play this? Gentle default start, nothing too crazy, as again a little bit of a recon. Eyes out, Patrick sending a few shots out, nothing really sticking though.
Remember, Patrick was one of those amazing aces on their squad to really kind of start things. Yeah, not just an ace. Got plenty of aces, a whole collection of them, to be honest. But they were one of those players that really set the tone. And now if you get Rock Hill High, this elite team is rushing it down from garage into C. They went through that as quick as anything. And now they're just turning this into a fish in a barrel situation. Toestar finds a couple. Crits gets knocked down. Risky will just add to the collection. It's a 4v2 in a hurry.
I mean, that is as comfortable as you can be, left up to Weslaco. And I don't think they're going to like that one. Ninxie able to find one more, but Risky makes it a closer. Round number 1 goes away of the elites, and you know, it's a comfortable pistol, 2-2 for Toestar and a Risky both.
I think the biggest difference that we're going to see into this matchup, Orbital, there's not going to be the same amount of, at least this is what my tendency is looking at, same amount of tendency for anxiety of picking a spot where to go. That definitely was one of the biggest kind of cruxes of the previous matchup, and that semifinal is about where that attack is ultimately going to hit. Rock Hill, they take all of a moment. They kind of pressure gauge check that mid, and then they're like, you know what? It's time to go for one of our options, and they landed it right on C. So the buy-up comes through right now for the Blue Hawks at a Rock Hill, and an elite group looking to maybe do it again.
And I'm sure that they can, this time with a little bit better guns. No one really checking that garage, or no one holding it on the side of these Wildcats. It means that they're going to be jumped on a little bit straight through garage doorway, but Vincent the bot realizes that the bot's not really there. And that's going to be a very alive and well Rika. Rika not really having that value though, because Risky and the rest of the squad just rush on through with guns in hand. It kind of hurts, but of course this is how the game shapes out. What more can you find though as Ningxi makes it work. Classic in hand, able to rip apart Lizzie. It's a comfortable one, so let's see if they can do a little bit more 2v3. At least you can get some exits. I don't know about fully clearing out, but you are going to take that chance and a half. Nice little tether. Risky is spotted. Eyes out with a nightmare piece. Risky takes out Ningxi. Very comfortable shot as Toestar listens to some footsteps. Heard him in garage, and looks like King George is going to try their best to stay alive. Shot's not going to land, though, as Toestar grabs another. And it will be Rock Hill to go ahead and claim the first two.
They knew the singular threat to have to recognize was a big boomstick in the form of a Bucky, so they swing up into garage, and it took a little bit too long for Westlaco East to get themselves back to sight. And then, you know, this is one of those difficult parts that we talk about for 3-site maps. We only have 2 of them in the entire game of Valorant, one Lotus, one in Haven, but it splits your defense up. If Rock Hill stays together as they have been, they should be able to kind of out pressure and push through and get to site almost kind of scot-free. They do put up a tripwire, and Patrick over into that garage side with everyone peeking from around the corner from mid-window. They actually change up the pace. What a turnaround. Vincent claims Patrick's skull early.
Oh! Look at that. Risky does it again. This time it almost feels like Patrick is on the rougher side. Risky saying, I'm the better jet here, and I'm going to show it with a heavy gun purchase. By the way, this is round 3. Crit's able to help out, lands a crit on Ningxi's head, and it's open season for Rock Hill. They go ahead and claim their factor on the A site. Comfortable fashion, very speedy option. I think they still had a minute left on the timer. Very, very well done. And now it's the side of the Wildcats going, how do we deal with this? How do we work our way in? And you're the ones with the guns. Keep that in mind. 2v4 position. Eyes out. Toestar hears a little bit of the footsteps and the bullets ringing out. Vincent able to find Rika through that smoke. And the last one alive allows the slide. Toestar taking the time to bait on out. And it's a 3-0 start for the side of the elites.
This is a team that knows how to run with a flow, with pace. And we're getting that really kind of defined for us in real time. That the way that they make very quick decisions, the IGLs and the comms must be at an all-time high. Whenever you want Crits wants to move into a space, they say, hey, come support me, I'll bait, you switch. Then when it has to be done the same, whenever Lizzie Grant gets them the Pathfinder to clear out some tripwires, they run right behind that, and they're able to clear utility. This is a hyper-vigilant attack right now out of Rock Hill, and they get that bonus complete. That means Westlaco East, they're trying to take some chances, and they move all the way up into mid.
And I like this call. Again, you don't really have the weaponry, so you might as well bring it to a close range combat, and you might be able to find Risky as well. Risky getting deked out because you're going to poke through the smoke, and Golden gets an upgrade. And with that, you flush out a lot of what Rock Hill will want to do. Granted, the site is still converged on, so it will be a comfortable plan. But overall, we got to sit there and go, dang, things went a little bit southways. Now Garage populated by 4 alongside flank and CT. But Patrick doesn't want to wait. Great shot on the crits, straight through the fire and the flames. And now a dash in, sees eyes, and Patrick is well and alive. Rika follows through as it's a flawless round for the side of the Wildcats as they bounce back with a vengeance.
Fantastic work to turn that into a flawless, and a thrifty at that, and weapons for everyone. That's one of the best ways to do it. If you're running a thrifty, you don't have to waste anything. Everyone lives, and you had guns immediately from all of Rock Hill. So they're going to thank them for their investment that they get to then take those stocks and turn them into their bank accounts. So we go into one of our, I think this is one of our first big rifle rounds, considering that we had rocked in with a bonus. So now the big buys occur for the elite. And Rock Hill finally, it was a moment of separation, finally pushing up, making this a much more trite and concise map. When you narrow those spaces, it's definitely a defense that will have that advantage.
He's going to do a little bit more, as right now knives are out, ready to play Risky, trying to get that reset, misses 2. Reset on options, but crits with the KO and a half. Sends KO +1 down to the grave. And that is a wild snap. Risky does the exact same to Patrick, though, as Patrick was slowed down. And it's just like that. All of a sudden, the Hawks strike very cleanly. The Elites say no worries. And around the corner, Crits is ready to chase. The Neon is on a bank and sprays down Golden. No chance whatsoever. Nixie able to find one at least in turn, but it's a 1v4 and you don't like these options. Chase around and there's the now bouncing Neon. We know it, we love it. Lizzie gets it.
Crits just slapping side to side, sprinting everywhere. You're like, hey, look at me, look at me. That's wonderful. All right, so Overdrive and Orbital Strike already online. You're gonna have the Nightfall and the Blade Storm if they, well, Patrick's not gonna use that for a little bit. Nixie for retake purposes. It feels like this particular comp coming out of Wildcats, it's boring into an execution state. You don't have the kind of flair that comes out of a Neon, that comes out of a playmaking capability that is with your Sky. And it feels like some of the attitude is lost unless you're able to execute much the way that we know that Patrick in the game can. So, gotta wonder how much of this is just, you know, measurement time of what Rock Hill brings to the table.
Let's see if they do. Kind of break out in a song and dance and rush it on down. As I said, the measures are there, but Vincent still popping off first blood for themselves. Mid-side push, a little bit of a lurk in from the side of the Wildcats as well on this A side, but it's B that's going to be hit. A bold proactive call now going to force Wildcats to pinch on 2. It's a 3-side entry here. Patrick is going to wait, pushing into that smoke and sees eyes in the back corner. Doesn't want to push any further. Rest of the team waiting around the edge. Golden taking a look from the front side. Doesn't really see anyone short range TP to get into position. Goes a little bit of that nightmare and wondering exactly who sees what. Jump around as the Neon swings and Risky and Crits. Double duelist, triple the kills. Takes 3. Golden trying to spray down but not really finding anything, and you're the last one alive. You can only knock one down for yourself. It's 3 alive for the Elites as they are now 4 rounds ahead.
This is looking so systematic. There is a spreadsheet, there are macros already put into the cells, and the numbers are just being accumulated right now by Rock Hill. This team very methodical about how they approach a lot of this, and the one time that they've been caught off guard is when it was the Wildcats of Westaco East that they put a little wrinkle in the papers, and they, you know, made askew a few of the numbers, and since then it's been pretty well defined and designed what Rock Hill wants to accomplish. This elite team looking really darn elite. They're going to have an early peek by Golden. He's going to be brushed back and on away. Now, they do have some ultimates for some good retake. They can make it happen, and some information much the same. But ultimates ends up not being really the way that it has to be. Risky finds a first pick. Nixie hits the floor.
Risky is risking it all for the biscuit, but Golden still sends 2 down. And a great convergence here, but Vincent finds the lurk. And just like that, it's right back in the hands. The Elites care little for any of their losses. They say, we are elite because we know how to take advantage. They will do so here. Knives are out, though, on the other side, and Patrick wants to make something happen, but massive shots on the top as Patrick gets a reset. Number 1. For another good neural. Go ahead and get extra information, but you're double blinded out, and Lizzie helps out with a shell-shocking double.
That's exactly what that guiding light being used late round will get you. Because remember, we used to have 2 guiding lights on Sky whenever they were untouched and still beautiful, still good. But when you save that for later, it gets you some information because it will squawk whenever it you know, finds and blinds someone. But it's also often used for entry because they preserve that for late round. It gives you a fantastic option that not a lot of players are actually ready for. So we're getting a great just kind of showcase of the way some of these agents really are being differently used. Teleporting across from the other side of double box on banana. So if they want to even bring that spike away, they're playing this much more to default and seeing if they can get an early pick. Pathfinder, giving some info just as they come up from that sewer side.
With no major information given, you are able to sneak Risky into this A-side pocket. Golden was ready on the edge. Guardian only able to grab 1, so Crits gets the revenge. And Crits now able to lay out Nixie. Risky gonna put their head out and find King George lurking. And that's gonna be the full house of frags. The Elites are showing up here 6 rounds over the side of the Wildcats.
3.0 KD right now for Risky. 12 and 4. Rest of the team also positive, and that is one of my favorite non-dagger weapons in the game. Yes, observe Tactibear. We go into a 7-1. How do you think this is kind of mentally being held right now by the Wildcats? 7-1 on the first map here of this grand final, and Rock Hill is putting just a death strangle on them.
Honestly, I'd sit there maybe looking at game 2. Maybe you say, hey, we haven't practiced Haven as much. Maybe we don't do well on these sites. And I'd sit there and kind of say, that's okay to think about. Again, this is a best of 3. You want to take all your opportunities. King George, though, saying, I still want a victory. Dash in, and you can only look so many ways, especially with a shot in hand. Really nice clean out. Risky takes that one. Patrick, though, with a great dome onto Risky's head. The mirror matchup of the Jets goes the way of Patrick's side. Of course, in the 4v4, though, this is going to be another side. Wildcats getting a chance here as the plant goes down. The Elite's wondering exactly where the pain's going to come through. Out comes that Nightmare, and Patrick waiting on the edge, saying, hey, let's fight. But the orbital strike delays the inevitable, and that allows Crits and Toastars to find the extra. Rika with a great shot with the share 2-piece. And Rika with the third, looking for one more. Can Rika fold off? He gets done it before. And Cypher v Cypher. No extra util gonna come down to the guns, and Vincent with a tap on the shoulder. Well shot, well played.
They knew that they had the HP advantage. The calls came through from the rest of the team that fell. That was a very, very hurt Rika. And they just had to hold an angle. They went for one they knew that they had been pressing in from. A nice clutch up from Vincent. I don't think they're a bot. And if they're a bot, they definitely got auto aim just stored in their bones. So 8-1. Let's go to round number 10. Rock Hill High has turned my expectations into a complete deluge of further questions. Because right now the Wildcats have been looking so prominent and poised, but an undefeated season is now looking like it could be turned upside down.
I think it's already been turned upside down. You're getting shaken down for one of your rounds, and Crits, though, with the fast bounce, found Patrick lurking. Ninxie able to fire back, but Lizzie with a great dome. Vincent with the help. There's nothing else to be said, as a side of the Elites are rushing their way to a Game 1 victory, or as close as they can possibly get. King George up, answering from doorway. Toastar ready with the revenge. And these are refrag for refrag as Crits finishes it off. 9-1 right now. I believe that is also 7 in a row for the side of the Rock Hill High School Elites.
That is a wild number, and wow, okay. Wildcats being put on notice. Also, love the snowflake. Timeout coming through. Okay, wait, from the attacker side? Cool. They want to be able to really lay this one on. Completely respect that. Rock Hill is bringing so much. Maybe I won't even call it disrespect, because usually you say, all right, that in competitive form that you're gonna kind of push through so much of your opponent. Don't care about what they have pre-set up, but the communication has been clinical. It has been, and it has not been untimely. One time they were called out. That was in round number 4. From then on, they're like, all right, you're gonna run with me. I'm gonna open this. And everyone is answering that call in such a snap quick way. This team is locked in.
Every single moment has just been all-encompassing pain, and I mean, they bring the boom every single time. We talk about the aggression. I want to point out, all of the rounds that they've played so far, every single one has been at least a plant or site entry within 20 to 30 seconds of the round starting. They have not wasted a single moment. This is why it calls back to what you said, which is the playbooks have been very defined for these two squads. This is as fast as you can basically play the game without rushing, without letting yourself get kind of left out in the open. So for the side of Rock Hill, rightly called, Monkey Man, this is a squad that knows what they want to do. They know how to play the game, and they're going to continue to do so. And it's up to the Wildcats to step up to that same pacing. Wildcats were the ones in control last time. Now you got to kind of wrest control of that steering wheel back if you want a chance in this map, or nay, this entire series. Vincent, though, not ready to relinquish that control of the car, as it's a mid push and kill for first blood.
They also immediately decide to flex away from B main. Now, here's the problem, is that they could be, if they end up walking through this garage, if they go through window, they'll be caught unawares from a separate angle by Golden, but it has been C main all the time. Chris is just running forward. If you try to keep track of that, I hope that you brought your motion sickness pills, because that's exactly what I need. Maybe that and a whiplash angle. Oh my gosh, they just run them down. Patrick trying to stand tall. Chris lays them low. One man drops out of Rock Hill. They're 3 out from finishing this map. Luckily for the side of the Wildcats, it's just about to end the half.
Are you sure Rock Hill High School was the one coming in as number 2? It feels like they're the number 1 seed with how they're currently playing. And granted, it might have been a slip-up back in the opening regular season. Maybe it was that, hey, we want revenge. We want to know how to play this one out. And Crits is showing it. I don't know how many hours you spent in the lab, spent in the shooting range to practice your movements, but this Neon is being the absolute beacon, that strength, whether it be on the knocks or in just that bait situation. The Neon is so hard to track.
You know what? I would not be surprised if Chris plays a lot of Apex. If it just feels like their movement tech is in the same line with that, and they are just being relentless, undaunting. Is this team. Patrick get out, gets on with their life as Chris doesn't have any more to spare. Risky's gonna be from the top row. Orbital Strike will be burning through them just a tiny bit, but that's from a teammate, so it doesn't hurt too much. Neural Theft will get used. They have so many people to have to deal with and not enough bullets. Good Kitty putting the next magazine in the old gun. They have to fight on 2 separate fronts. 2v2 playing from back sight. Now becomes 1v none. Goodness gracious, they at least get one. B is a tough mistress to have to handle. Wildcats, they'll at least get a couple tries in this next half.
I just like to point out that
Switching sides.
that was a 50-50 percentage now. Wildcats had fought on the B side before and actually lost out, so it's a difficult one to swallow, but in a 2-10 position, you got to go ahead and have an extra life, have an extra chance, and this might be what the Wildcats are looking for. And of course, we also want to give a big shout out to Respawn, giving options for those right now in the Texas Esports League main stage. Anyone there, we want to give a big shout out over to the Respawn team because of their fantastic chairs. Go by the Palmer Hamilton / Respawn booth to try out their chairs for yourself. And of course, if you want a chance to win one of the chairs for yourself, the ones that you see on the main stage, make sure you're here Sunday night tonight when we'll be giving away all 10 of these chairs here from the main stage again in that giveaway. Get signed up, get ready, because the action is abound as Chris with the most offensive defense that we have ever seen. Vincent ready to round it out with the 2-piece.
Vincent is basically a duelist at this point. Oh goodness, they're right around the corner. Oh, give him 2 clicks! Both the ciphers showing up, spy v spy, and there's no denying that both of them are still alive. Golden's trying to play from distance. They cross him up alongside Golden, so Risky in the gang. Can this attack get through? They will catch him out, so Vincent finds 3. Both these players are hurt. It's going to take 1 extra bullet to get the job done.
Golden getting that plan down, and do you both go the same direction? Maybe you do, because Golden is looking towards that garage. Unfortunately, that means Vincent has freedom. You saw the backside, I think, of that cipher. Or if not, both are looking. This pistol is huge. And you're going to go ahead and tap. Oh, no. Gun looking and dissipates, and that's a swing! And Golden, with more bullets in the chamber, able to fire away. That is a pickup for the side of the Wildcats in the opening pistol of the second half.
Get that one. Very necessary. Gotta highlight it from yesterday to today. Pistol second half. That must be that launch point to get you moving. Now, Rock Hill, if they really want to, they could actually buy up just because they have that 7-round diff and go, you know what? Let's get some stingers. Let's get some light shields. Just make it frisky for a second. You know, be able to go with a bit of subterfuge for some of this expectation. It looks like they will go to a kind of an economic standard light. Just chilling with some extra util. Risky does have a Bucky. Ooh, okay, first pick. Nixie off of the wall bang as Vincent got a bit too far upfield, and that's going to be already 2 down off of this elite defense.
I mean, I like the anger coming out here. That is very, very comfortable. Of course, King George doing the exact same, spraying down both Risky and Lizzie. It seems that the Wildcats, when they're on the offense now, seem a lot more comfortable. They're ready to start rocking here. Of course, this is only the second. Obviously, they can maintain all the way through, but you can see one hideout here. Toastar just like, please don't find me. Please don't find me. I don't want to go down here. Of course, you don't really have that chance at this point. It is a horror game as Ningxi brings a flawless round for the Wildcats. Great start to this half.
Make their fear
It's
your
the first couple of the second half using their buy up. Now the bonus got to come through. Everyone stayed alive, so Wildcats are in a very strong position. 3 Bulldogs, but they're going to go against at least 4 fingers of a handful of rifles from out of Rock Hill. This defense is going to be tested. That's exactly what I was hoping to see against this elite crew, because you know they were basically running shop however they wanted to Orbital. It wasn't really of any question. They just ran with the timer and they did it consistently. But this attack, we know the Wildcats are able to do the exact same thing back at them. How does Rock Hill respond now that they got some weapons?
I think Rock Hill say, all right, we're ready to tango. Eyes out here in the garage. Swing in. Pink Vincent says, okay, I see one, not more than that. And everyone decides to leave. I love that fact. Everyone backs away from garage. It's like, all right, that's a little bit too dangerous. Patrick stepping up, though, saying with the Stinger, you want to get a little bit more action in here. And again, bringing it to the B site would be a hand option. Fritz, though, realizing that it is going to be a little bit of a TP situation. Low end flank as the Wildcats will go ahead and get the plant with all 5 alive. Hard spray through the smoke, though, as Fritz is giving away their position a little bit. No deaths abound just yet as the cage gets a little bit more cover. Now goes the shock, though,
Nice.
as Kritz gets the D. King George goes down. And now another eye out as Tosar and Kritz get the crossfire. A quick mix into the site as that's the rush down. And Rock Hill wash completely through the Wildcats to put their 11th on the board.
No, that's such great work. Making sure to turn yourself into a target for your team to be able to move in from the opposite side of sight, and knowing from your angles off that door or doorway. Kritz was so lethal and just putting out some damage wherever you had to push up for the Wildcats. They're basically trapped in a cage. We go into another rifle round. This one far more important than several of the previous, because Rock Hill has 2 rounds away before they are 1 up in this Texas Esports League Spring Final as presented by Vanta. So, all the sweat begins right now for the Wildcats. They also may just think, hey, you know what? Like you said earlier, this could be a throwaway. But they want to be able to bring this back.
I don't dislike it at all. You're going to fight to the absolute bitter end no matter what, every single game. But that smoke going down, Risky saw, I think, a cheat of an arm. But nothing more than that. So, Wildcats are still okay with this hard press. Trade out 1 for 1. Lizzie Grant gets some revenge. How much more are you going to get, though, as Ningxi was ready with the fire? And King George able to answer as well. 3v2 position. Rika with the hideaway gets the easy plant. High ground, though, gives Tosar a free kill. And in this 2v2 position, Rika needs to look high and low. Neural Theft goes out, but maybe a little bit too late because that's call. But Rika able to find it, and now you know the last one's up top. Tosar needs a grand old fight. Tosar gets spray number 1, but Rika gets the finish, and yet again, the closer that you mentioned for the Wildcats pulling through.
Rika's been last standing several times for the Wildcats. They did it when they were winning. They can do it when they're losing. And sometimes you just have to get some good information. That neural theft really paying off. They had an inclination that someone was high ground, and as they split both of those entries to get that retake, Rika knew that they had to just finish off that fight even when they saw King George die. So, Rock Hill, they have enough creds for now. I think they'll be able to buy up midway into this next round if they end up losing. Both these teams in kind of similar eco states. The problem is that for Wildcats, every single round feels like it's a tough scene. Rika gets rid of Risky.
Just feels never ending, I swear. This is gonna be the side of Wildcats chasing in, eyes out, but Lizzie was ready to save. The Golden on the far end meets the end of Kritz's barrel, and Tosar with the burn in half. Burn +1 with the gun. Really clean job as this hold by Rock Hill inside of the A site this time goes their way in comfortability factor. And Rock Hill are just 1 away from taking map 1.
Map 1 about to be in the old pocket. 12 and 14 is Ningxi, and I mean, it's been a tough one here for Patrick. He has been subdued from the attitude, the aggression, the output that we saw in that previous semifinal. For Rock Hill, it is all go, 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 baby. Efficiency and positive, not just vibes, but KDs for literally everyone. They're winning their ones and they're winning the multiples. Everyone's going to be trying to slam forward into that C-long. You have a couple marshals and you have a hope for a better round next time. But they've got to get through round number 18. I do not know what this camera's supposed to be looking at.
Their own pretty face, just like, hey, I love looking at a selfie, even though it wasn't really a selfie. Patrick, though, saying, I don't care about a camera. I care about getting onto the site and getting the plan down. But King George able to answer back as Vincent took a peek down that connector and didn't like what they saw. Eyes out in the connector. CT spawn location is going to host about 3. In goes the orbital strike, as well as those seekers for the entirety of the Wildcats have to back away. Site cleared, but opportunity to bound. Toestar finds Rika in the corner. Eyes out as well, further down the C-long position. Patrick with a reset on the knives, looking for yet another. King George is going to fall, but Patrick with a reset number 2. All you need is one more to really give yourselves the opportunity. Risky, though, with a shot and a half. Risky with the second. Dinks out galore.
Player standing.
Olivia Patrick with the 3K. But you got to rush on in. Are you going to find it? Right click, right click, right click. Not going to have it. It's GG as Toestar doesn't fake the defuse. Game 1 to Rock Hill.
Sometimes you just got to commit. They'll get one extra as a consolation prize, but Toestar holding their nerve and holding that defuse button. Job well done out of Rock Hill High. The elite come through, and I think you and I can agree, a 10-2 first half paved the way for what was, you know, a much more well-contested defensive effort, and yet it gave them a lot more ability to really close things out and put themselves on match point. Championship point will be around the corner when they ultimately get to that 12, if they get to that 12. But they're in a fantastic spot right now. What a way to kind of show some swagger coming to this grand final.
I mean, we talked about it. They had one of the fastest semifinals that we've seen here on the weekend. Even in the middle school and the high school combined, they were done way before we saw the likes of the Wildcats step up. So Westaco coming in here into the side of Ascent, we got to ask ourselves, what do we see change here? Because I think for Wildcats, it just felt like they were out of sorts. Do they meet aggression with aggression, or do they try and flip the script entirely?
You got that Neon. You have the way that Crits is playing. Risky and Crits off that attack. Just McNasty. Now, the thing about that is that we will be going to another map here soon. We've got Ascent right around the corner, and every single time it is going to be the Wildcats that are starting on defense, which means the initial tone, pace, and everything will be set by Rock Hill. They have to slow them down. That is a freight train that is at full speed and ain't in the city limits, which means it is going as fast as it absolute wants on straight tracks.
Yep.
So can they do that? We'll get to find out.
Yeah, I have no idea, so we'll go ahead, go to a short break. When we come back, we are continuing with the Valorant High School Finals of the Vanta Texas Esports League spring side of the playoffs. Don't go anywhere, because we'll be right back. First, the Vanta Texas Esports High School League Spring Finals. I am making sure to say that all correctly this time around because we are going to crown our first of the day, at least here on stream. We are getting into a map number 2 between Rock Hill as well as Weslaco East, and these two teams have been battling it out, but Rock Hill looking like a step above as we go ahead and head to Ascent.
It may be, in fact, several steps above, and so Weslaco East needs to prove to us that they got the same gumption and fight on Ascent like they did the last time, taking down the Pine Tree Baddies. It was a dominant early opening half. They did face off against a team that didn't have an initiator and had double Senti, but they still broke open those defensive standpoints. The difference now, every single map through this grand final, they will be starting on defense. So it's a measure of how they can receive the Rock Hill High elite squad. That's a tough squad. And hey, good love from out of Rock Hill, giving us the good word, the good looks. And that means that player right there, I believe that's still Patrick for Weslaco. They need to show up. And I feel like they were shut down in that previous Haven.
I think it is one thing to kind of note is the identification of an opponent's strong points. We talk about this a lot, watching a lot of these teams actively push their way into opponents, and there's always talks of, hey, we're going to try and mark this singular player, shut them down early, and that way they never really get off to the right foot. And it's a good call to make, as right now we are looking for an advantage one way or another. As we're getting that test, all of a sudden here on Ascent, we're seeing a big shakeup. Vincent, of course, now rocking that jet, but Risky on the ISO, and then Lizzie on the Sova.
Okay, all right. This Risky as well. They were on the jet beforehand, so they've actually traded out with Vincent. They were on. Okay, so we've had quite a few switches that have already happened because Vincent was your Cypher before. Crits, remember you talked about comfortability, so familiarity. Maybe they just want to be able to control kind of the field. They were that Neon. Now they recognize they do not need that on this. They just need to play stock standard, and Lizzie stays to the initiator opposite side. Patrick has run away from the Reyna. They're going to stay dueling. And that's going to be a tough duel because Vincent was just as lethal on that Haven matchup. So, again, defining the field. Who will walk into whose cage and who will walk out to be able to be a victor right now. Wildcats need your help. If you're out there, make sure to cheer for Weslaco East. But Rock Hill, much the same. They want to put this map away. They want to find themselves champions at the other end of our second map. But it could be a map 3. Depends on how this first half really kind of shakes out.
And honestly, if you want to get in on the action as well, if you got a kid that's, watching and excited to maybe play in the middle school or even high school divisions, well, Vanta has a lot of options. Your home for all Scholastic Esports is what Vanta is about. And to learn more about Vanta's coaching, go ahead and check out their summer camps by swinging by the booth at the Arlington, Texas Esports Arena. Grab a flyer or check them out. You can always look up online at Vanta Esports and see what they had to offer. But please, if you're in the venue, go check them out. Also check out Respawn in Palmer Hamilton. Their site is awesome. And of course, if you're liking all the heat and the action that both these squads are bringing, well, of course, Takis can always bring that heat as well. Take on the most intense snacks of Takis. We're getting into round number 1 here on Ascent.
Make sure to eat that sweet chili dragon flavor, by the way. That one and fucking ranch. In combination, salt in my veins. Vincent will lead the charge. Definitely they have a great composition that makes some solid work, but Rika, turret, getting that extra kill onto a ISO. Color me surprised. Patrick from the top rope, RKOing and diffing out Vincent out of nowhere. Becomes a 4v2. Crits in the game trying to take this one as a long forward flank. They've used this catwalk to full effect a time or two, using that shock dart to be able to at least get one. Lizzie Grant, the lone survivor, but Crits, they do end up kind of all alone in Garden. They're gonna be told to smell the flowers. First one goes to the Wildcats.
And a great opening, by the way. Remember the last time that we had that run, I believe it was a 3-round run for the side of Rock Hill, for the side of Wildcats to be able to open up on a strength. We saw them play Ascent last time. We saw them do, I think, fairly well in that standard too. So, if we're looking at this one, Wildcats should feel right at home. They should feel comfortable, and there it comes out yet again. We see that Outlaw ready to go for Golden. I think it was in the hands of multiple. I think we saw Patrick use it quite a bit, but Patrick has a Guardian instead.
This is also a difference of their comp that they had a bit before. I think there was a lot more swagger and confidence last time that we had them on a sense. You go into, instead of a Cypher for pure information, you're going to have that Killjoy kind of mock-up to get walked through on B. And that's exactly why they are dodging away from that. For the most part, it's tough to get through that kind of defense. Crits will find Patrick. The 3 versus 2, and we've seen some magic happen late term. Crits finds another one. Golden gets diffed. This spike is traveling, and they were thinking that this is going to go all up into A, but they have re-navigated this map, and mid is free. They're going to B.
Well, eyes are open. Rika sees a snapshot option, doesn't really find any damage, but might with the Spectre here. Here's some footsteps, sees him around the corner, doesn't get any damage extra. So this is going to be a clean plant option, but take a look. One lurking inside of that market, and it's going to be dangers abound. Great clear of that corner, though, as Chris is not going to like that. Great flush by King George, and all of a sudden we're seeing the side of the Wildcats look way more comfortable. Rika finishes it off Lizzie, and that's a dub and a half for the side of the Wildcats, as Rock Hill a little bit slow out the starting block.
Well, this is also their save round, so definitely should be seeing Wildcats get themselves in better positions and wins for that. So as they complete the second round, Wildcats out of Weslaco East, what can they do for their bonus? Considering they dropped 3 players, won't be very strong. We've seen them do kind of more with less, but this is also a Rock Hill group. Once you give them more, you're going to be finding less. So, so far, so good for this defensive setup. This has been pretty par for the course right now out of the Wildcats.
But this is the next one. We've seen Wildcats actually pull off 3-0 starts as well, so both these teams are very efficient at those and proficient. Will it happen here, or are we going to see the standard? Because we know what the side of Rock Hill can do with guns, and I'm sure they're going to bring out the rifles to do even more so. Snapshot, though, as Vincent immediately rends into King George, but Patrick answers right back, and this time the duel of the jets will be a whole different story to behold. And I love this weapon swap pickup. You snap into the body. Crits is very, very low. I think he tapped on another body as well. So Rock Hill taking a lot of damage and black here in the mid. Of course, Lizzie, though, opens up against Patrick, who is rowing back towards that B's site. And that's going to be an elimination really, really helpful for the elites.
I don't know if you guys ever get to watch Halo, but they basically pulled off the same thing that you would do if you had a snipe and then a quick turn over to your bandit evo for a one-tap. So, like that has to happen with 2 separate primaries, but it still works out nearly the same way. Tons of damage done early. Rika clears out crits. They were very hurt before, and now they're very dead later. Ningxi is going to try and get some information with that haunt, but as they are on B site, well, they're trying to get there. They're stuck in Boathouse. Ningxi with Lizzie Grants, and Ningxi with yet another one, as Toestar will fall, and that is a complete bonus for the Wildcats.
Amazing job. We said we wanted to see them be able to fight back, and they're doing just that. It seems that they've reorganized. They've taken a little bit of time to compose themselves and said, this is the map that we wanted, and it kind of leads back to what I was talking about, and the fact that, hey, maybe they just didn't feel as comfortable over on Haven. They didn't like being pulled apart. You mentioned that on 3-site maps, you do get dragged into every which corner, and it can be very difficult, but now all you have is a binary, A or B. That's about it. Yeah, mid's populated, but it's A or B. Take your pick. Right now, we are seeing the save come out from Rocket.
And Ningxi in a familiar position where they're set to receive maybe a staggered kind of run up. They don't have to force it. I think they heard the drop down, so they know there's at least a tiny bit of information. Bladestorm gets popped up, and they saw it by the person that is set to run down A main. So they fade away. They go towards Golden. That's a great reposition. Now, one thing that has to be aware, Crits right around the corner. That Stinger's gonna hurt. This has been a very successful catwalk campaign, even if they don't have any rounds to account for it. They're gonna try and swing together. Got him stuck in the corner. Neural Theft online, and so is the rest of this Rock Hill squad.
Oh, uh-oh. Wildcats are going, oh yeah, we don't like this one. And the double tap has to be waited out here. So for the Rock Hill squad, they actually don't want to flush in, even though they have a 3v5. No reason to put themselves in danger's way. Instead, they have an open side on B, and I really like this call. You rotate in, it's comfortable, it's easy. And now you force the last 3 of the Wildcats to actually make their way over. And for the Hawks, this is how you hunt. Go ahead, circle your prey from above. You see them all, Rika having to snap that trip out. And of course, steps right back away from that marker, which is a smart play. 3 were waiting in the flank. Now it's 3v2 in this lower end side, but of course the pinch, the crossfire will do work. Lizzie with shot number 1, Risky with the second. Last one alive is hiding out in CT connector. And Rika saying, maybe I don't want it. That's not Rika. It is Rika. I lied. That is going to be a back away from the entirety of the fight, as this is tap for tap, low HP. Risky finishes it off.
Yeah, we've seen Rika play so much Cypher that me staring at them as a killjoy just makes me go cross-eyed. I'm like, wait, no, you're not them. There's no way. There's no chance. But yeah, that fantastic response there here out of Rock Hill. Even when they were just on low buy, they force their way through, but then they don't ultimately kind of just push themselves like waves against the cliffside. They don't have to break upon the earth. They can see what gives, and then they flex. This is a very communicative team that knows how to adapt to the overall landscape of this battlefield. And Vincent, they're going to try and push up as a 4-1 split. They're going to draw a lot of noise, and it's because this catwalk has been so successful that you're going to see King George already here to receive.
See, that causes any problems. Patrick gets a freebie, finally lands the shot. Vincent almost got away from that one, but up goes that wall. Double tap now going out, but
Nice.
Risky with a great glide in. Said, I see you, Golden. You can't get away from me. Locks that one away in their safe. Now 4 populated on top. It's going to be a little bit of close battle, as Wildcats are now spread along the outer edge. Not from main, though, as Risky holds that one. And Lizzie saying, please, someone try that door. I will shock bolt you into oblivion. Sends one high, has another prep, is going to launch it right in the doorway. No one really tagged out, but Lizzie now caught in the rough spot. Ningxi really nice read, but Risky able to clean up off of that one. It's 2 for 2, down to a 2v2. And on the underside, it's all eyes. Quick spray through those rafters, but you drop down and Toes start. Toes Rika into the grave. Patrick with the 3K, though. Might be able to turn around. No crits. Finishes it off. So it will be the side of Rock Hill to go ahead and spin that snowflake and take their second round.
Cold with it right now, and they have a lot of extra eco. Creds galore, and already the conversation is hitting an all-time low in expenditures. Black Friday around the corner, and they don't have a cent to spend, discounts or otherwise. So the Wildcats chilling right now. See Shorty, see Sheriff, sees not a whole lot. Patrick's gonna bust out the Blaze Storm, and it's been minorly effective. They have been very effective so far here for the team, 7 and 4. Got a Nightfall that I don't think will be expended into this round, but Rock Hill is starting to ramp things up. They'll try their way into the Fortress of Solitude here for some German engineering. We go into the Infinity Dome. Risky put on their double tap shield, and all they gotta do is win that fight. They wait till the last second, putting it back on, and that's a great first pick.
Easy as well. That's exactly what we want to see out of the ISO. And now you get to rush on in. Vincent busting their way straight through the doorway, and Rock Hill ready to fight. Vincent and Risky through the smoke, get a 2-piece, and the last one goes Vincent's way. 3K for the Jets. And at this point, the bots are playing better than some. That'll be the side of the Hawks to go ahead and claim a tie here in the early stages.
Just basically describe my entire Fortnite experience. Bots playing better than some. Definitely better than me at times. As they are building a box around the Wildcats. We're tied in the first quarter of this matchup if it were to go the full 24. If the Wildcats do not find themselves bouncing back here, well, Rock Hill could make things feel even worse. You're going to try and put that vulnerability out. I've liked the efficiency of this kit that's been used out of Risky. The contingency, locking people in to that hell position. The Nightfall is going to come out in opposite, so they're going to mark pretty much everyone. 3 of the 5. As Al Jones is going to aim for some information, and that's everyone converging. Look at the pace at which this Wildcat defense is trying to come in, and they already got King George on the flank.
The thing is you look at the Hawks. They couldn't move because of that Nightfall. Really well played, really smart. And now the Wildcats get a chance at free fire, but no, you have to give away. King George didn't have any backup, so you walk away from that fight, which I like. But you're burning time for the first time. It feels like the Rock Hill squad haven't gotten comfortable. King George, though, with the snipe number 1. Vincent goes down. Eyes out on the second, but Risky risks it all for the first. Looking for a second, but Ningxi and King George wrap around for the cross. Yet again, these 2-piece fights are wandering into the Wildcats' way. 1v1, though, is a whole different story. As Crits takes out Golden. Headshot for the win. Spike is down, and that's going to be difficult. Lizzie Grant not having that space to take the spike. And now comes the showstopper straight to the body. King George 3K. Crits wants to do the same, but unfortunately you ain't got no showstopper. All you got is the gun in your hands, and King George says no, 4K for me. And that's the Wildcats to maintain the lead.
Had Crits been a step faster, maybe just a step faster, to be able to get to the other side of that catwalk, they had 2 free targets while all eyes were on Lizzie Grant. But that showstopper, it was going to be a kill regardless, but maybe catching a flank. Oh, the woulda, coulda, shouldas there. Golden is in an odd position right now. 0-6. That is not what I'm used to. Patrick and Nixie really keeping this team solid, and Golden simply providing the smokes at which they gotta. They know they'll be able to get their one and go on breadstick alert and get that one crossed up. But Rock Hill, it's been tough for them to get back into this. And you like that the Wildcats have found their form, but Risky, good first pick.
That's exactly what we want. Double ping off that arrow, and honestly, that opened up space for Risky, but Nixie able to fire right back in the catwalk position. And now all of a sudden, we see that Owl Drone go out. Spots one, but Nixie still in the corner. Shock Bolt landing just on the edge, doesn't take any damage. Now the second is coming around the corner. Rika, though, able to help out. Vincent and Lizzie say no thank you. Lizzie with the 2-piece on the Sova, and that's done. In the blink of an eye, it's tied yet again. As the Hawks say, we will keep pace.
Gonna keep running with it. It's like a couple of folks that are running a 5K. It may not be for a medal, but they're definitely going to try and keep hip to hip with one another right around the turns. So the initial sacrifice from out of Golden, I thought that would be at least a trade out. They did get one onto Risky, but it was the rest of the Risky business that came through out of this attack from Rock Hill that paid off. You have, again, the kill contract. That's already back. That was like 2 rounds ago that was used. Orbital Strike is still here for post plant. Same thing with the Hunter's Fury. You have so much great util. And then Risky, what a read on the King George. That's a second time.
I love that, just around the corner, and that's going to be another kill contract to come out here. Let's see if Risky can pull it off. Easy dub. Refreshes on that double tap, and all of a sudden, dangers abound as Risky is like, give me all those kills. That's 3 gone in 1 twist. Risky making it work for the squad as for the Hawks, they want their first lead of this match.
Still waiting it out. You do have Patrick that gets him from the Sheriff. Bit of Wild West style, 6-shooter in hand. That cam now going to be useless for identifying anything. They could bring the lockdown out. I feel like that might be a bit too much. Patrick, now as they were activating alone there up in heaven, is one lone Rika between the rest of the world. 5-4. Okay, so far it has been a very just methodical manner in which they lock down the Wildcats out of Westlaco East when they are on an eco. I like that there is such this ramp up, especially from Risky, because sometimes you use that kill contract just kind of opening spots, but you don't exactly align it to when your team or your opponent's at their weakest. They definitely go into those fights, and they are always at an advantage, and that provides such power for Rock Hill to activate with.
My camera is destroyed.
They're gonna try and do it yet again. Deep default position, but yet again, they're just sending Risky, and Risky has no fear now and gets yet another first blood their way. Double tap open, but now shattered. Now you're gonna get that chance. A little bit of Hunter Fury coming out here, but Ningxi saying, oh no, Risky is unleashed. It's another 3K in the favor. Rika finds a sprinting Lizzie, though. There ain't no way to go. Crits finding King George. And eyes for eyes leaves everyone a little bit blind to what just happened because the Hawks are happy in their 4-1 position. Spike down on A. No chance whatsoever. Rika, I'm wondering if they should just kind of save this one.
Yeah, they're definitely going to save. They just got a weapon upgrade after buying a Guardian into this round. They're going to have that Vandal, but you get caught crossing an open lane with your wand out, and eventually you'll get booped right out of existence. So, first 10 rounds. 7 rounds away are the elite Blue Hawks out of Rock Hill from a spring final championship. And a little bit more than that to force a game number 3 are the Wildcats out of Westco East. Rika going back to setting up this lane. 15-6 is Risky, by the way. After what we saw onto Crits, definitely showing up into that ISO has been fantastic work. This composition has really been paying off for Rock Hill.
And honestly, they're willing to send Risky in a little bit more forefront, and they just take that small information, then say, Risky, you got the double tap, rush it. Go ahead, it doesn't really matter. They're not being challenged. And that's the rough part about it as well. Crits even finds Ningxi in that mid 1v1, and now it's going to be even worse because there's another peek out. Crits, if you turn around, you can find another body, and you do ping out yet again. Shells out in information, and you see them peek around the corner. King George trying to fire their best. Jiggle back and forth swing, but Patrick comes around the corner and destroys that 1v1. Vincent, though, able to get some revenge, and Patrick popping off with Guardian. Guardian might bring home this tie as double smokes go out. Patrick doing work for K. Might need an ace yet again, but you can't find it. But you give your team the best option as Rika closes out yet again. And it's the Wildcats to bring the 11th to a close in a furious manner.
Patient play to keep that lockdown for later and do exactly what we've been doing now, I think, for about 4 or so years of Valorant, using that to take back a site. Operator finally getting flexed, perhaps, question mark. Crits with it on a Cypher would be wild. I don't know if they're going to stick to that, if they'll be looking at maybe a cross gander into Cubby from that B position. I think that was all of a maybe baby situation. Patrick has shown up. Rika and the gang have finally found at least their heels dug in. This is a battle of the top. And then we're going to see both these teams really show up here in Texas. Bladestorm online for the Wildcats. Is Rock Hill ready to go?
I think they'll have it one way or another. Another kill contract. Risky has won it more times than not. Season Eyes out, but this time loses. As Ningxi and Patrick get 1 and 2. Huge pickup here as you take out one of the names, say, leaders on the kill feed. But Patrick this time shows their arm, and Crits takes them out. Still spot of that wall, but it works very well for Crits. Now Crits has to work this magic. It's 2v4 position. Boombot goes the wrong way. That might allow Crits to swing the corner. It does, but only gets one. Still damages abound as Rock Hill have one available. Lizzie hasn't got the plan down, so instead, it's all eyes abound. You see, you swing on Golden. Now you see the right side. Out goes a little bit of that trail. Nightmares abound, and now do you look left or right? Here's Nixie running on the right side and sprays through the box. Lizzie with the save and half 3K for them, as that is gonna be the Hawks to stay ahead in the half.
That is so smart. Chucking that one up high because you have 2 separate options. Either exactly what happened, you get the scan and you get the shot through the box, or they have to go and get that shot and that reveals where they are from your POV, and you have a chance to be able to get that Peeker's Advantage duel on them. That is so smart and in the moment by Lizzie. Fantastic work to keep themselves in the lead going to this next half. This defense now to be tested. A separate Senti, separate situation, different everything across the board except for what we have between these 2 jets. So Patrick has been leading his team. We know they were able to do that to victory in their previous semifinal. That same kind of swagger and speed and notation of this matchup has to show up. They gotta keep in support of one another. Comms gotta be ready.
All right, Vincent, I see you. I see you. Quick deep onto Patrick's head. And all of a sudden, the Wildcats are in a rough spot. Crits opening up on this defensive end. And even in the blind says no worries. Quick tag with that bot says hello. The camera sees you even if I don't. Toestar and Lizzie close the line in. And all they got to do is flush out the last. It's a team ace for the side of the Rock Hill Elites. And they are showing up here 5 rounds away from victory.
That was wild. That first pick, that's a
banger.
That is a period on a sentence. There is nothing left to be said after that start because the rest was like, all right, cool. Can we get Patty in there? Nope. Just right in the bin, right in the trash, right in the old woof. So didn't even get to play the game. Look at it go for the next round. 5-8, round 14. Wildcats. They know that this is going to be a statement piece to come up into these early duels. Toast already gets seen, so they know they got to get through this this tough situation with that Molly, but they're going to at least walk away from the boxes.
All right, now everyone flushed out, though. Wildcats are saying, maybe we test the smoke, maybe we run to the boxes. No, neither of those. Run right back to spawn. Don't want to test anything of the sort. You can see the multi-pings going down here, but for the Hawks, for the Elites, they're wondering exactly where everyone's going. They haven't heard that much testing, and Risky is actually risking yet again. Walks up, hears some more footsteps, swings left, sees the body. But the teammate's coming around the corner, and Risky is able to swing once, still doesn't get tagged. Oh my gosh. you go ahead and double tap. You know there's 2 more in the corner. Patrick, though, finds Chris, but it allows Risky to fire away on another, and the spike down means a problem. Patrick, though, ready with the Sheriff. King George ready with the Classic. And it looks like the stars are stepping up.
Oh.
Unfortunately, Rika was bouncing around with only 12 HP, and that allows Lizzie to get the free shots down to a 2v2 at the end of the day. Out goes Aldrome, but Vincent ready with the Outlaw, pinging away 1, as that's the finish and a half. Goes to mark the end. The Wildcats fall here as it's 9 total to the side of the Elite.
Kind of an overheat moment a couple of different ways, and yet it was Risky that had the ability and the leniency to keep going out and check. They're at 2.0 plus KD, 18 and 9. Wow, this team really is something else out of Rock Hill. You're going to have the better buy up for the Wildcats. They showed up when they could finally get that to happen, but it was a bonus at the very beginning of this entire second map. Gonna get Shock Dart just to dissuade them. There's no one there. What a shot by Vincent!
Disgusting. Yet again, first was on a pistol, second on the rifle, and all of it bangs. Crits. Like, let's do it yet again. For the Elites, they really don't care. Rika, though, says, I do care, and I'm going to find a shot. The KJ finding Vincent out. Down goes the Jet on either end. All of a sudden, verticality is gone, except for the Rays pop off if they can. But Toastar needs to make some magic happen. Shoots the arm of Rika, and Rika kind of wanting there. Here comes the collapse as well. Crits ready for the fight. Into the cage you go. Looking right, trying to swing, and finds the spike planter. Able to slow that one down, but King George is able to find 2 because of it. And Golden finishes off 1 more. For Rock Hill, they're looking a little bit worse for whereas Lizzie needs to make some magic happen in a 1v3. Looks long. Says Garden may have someone, but at this point, I don't think you're going to have that freedom. Instead, you're just going to kind of wait here and hope you can find maybe 1 or 2. Recon goes out. I don't know if you're actually going to land anywhere. Impactful scans out. Doesn't really see anyone off the initial ping. But it is going to be a wait and see as Ningxi around that corner on container. Exactly how this is going to play. And King George finds the 3K. Really nicely done by the side of the Wildcats.
Wildcats got a chance to also turn this one up a little bit more. Showstopper being online is pretty huge, especially in just the 4th round of this second half. So King George, I think that they need to stay alive. I mean, just for all intents and purposes, of course. Golden also gets their first kill. Look, I know it has been a tough game for Golden, and we got to see them be so good in the previous, but that first one is a reminder that you can contribute, and not just in a utility kind of way, but harkening back to it, King George, they can use so much of this pick potential, this strength of this ultimate to open up some lanes. Crits is going to be playing for life. Showstopper shows up. They're trying to be able to get a fat spray. They know there's at least a bit of minor contact up in heaven, and they're going to use it just to delay, and this is going to become 5v5 later, but they do get crits.
And King George with a crit of a century right there. The Showstopper is the biggest crit available. The first wall going up means double happens ready. Risky gets 1, but doesn't get the reset. Instead, Golden takes their life out. Toastar right on behind is like, dang, I don't know if I really want to force this, but does. Swings on 1, King George is gone. And now you got to clear out the lowers plus Cellar. There's so many corners to check in a 3v3 position, though. Vincent might be able to help out. Looks towards main, doesn't see it inside of the smoke, waiting. Patrick finds Toastar instead around the corner. Patrick lighting up that kill feed, looking for another Barika. Once again with the closer. And that is going to be 2 in a row for the Wildcats as things are looking spicy here, Monkey Man.
They decided to take immediate advantage of having that ultimate before anything else could shut it down. And now one is going to be having is going to be available in opposite as you have the kill contract. Risky. There was only one duel they've lost so far, and it was when their opponent had equal guns to them, and that was Patrick that was able to win it the last time. So what do they do for a retake? They're not going to immediately be able to use it. They actually may use it right behind that dog play, so I wouldn't be surprised if we see it off the rip on this first second. No, they could throw it instead that vulnerability out. But it is a full 5-man push-up. They're going to have that molly before them. They're going to be separated from pretty much everyone else, but they do have the numbers on site.
Ooh. But Toastar answers back with a great first kill. Toastar looking for another one. As you see the attacking lockdown, though, come on down. Lizzie, though, with the Sheriff calls out. Patrick answers right back, though, so it's going to be expensive one way or another. Risky says, though, thank you. I guess the double tap shield up yet again. Do you find the last shot? You're down to 15. You want to make it happen. If you can, do you grab it? Yes, you do. Risky is going to risk it all here. No extra gun. One shot is all you need. But Rika says, I got about 17. Sprays down Risky to finish. And that'll be a GG. Heavy extension, though, as the Wildcats are hurting after that one.
I don't know if they knew how much of their HP was versus what Rika had, but they wanted to get that back up to even keel. You get 100, you get 25, and you have a chance to be able to keep that whenever you come on out. But fantastic work for Rika to hold their nerve. 8 to 9. There's a particular combo word I will not say, because when you say it, it's a curse upon the team that has that momentum. However, this is looking much more like a Wildcat kind of day.
And of all things, again, from a spread that looked devastating, they're going to try and bust their way in. This is the fastest play that they've seen, and Shell out finds Toastar yet again, but Liz Grant this time with guns and crits along that garden side, able to light them up. So the fast play did not work as cleanly as they would wish. For the Elites, though, they're already out with a little bit of vulnerability and suppression. Patrick not really going to like that one. Quick call down with an extra shielding, but eyes are out. Crits looks on the backside, Risky ready to play, and the crossfire works yet again. Clean out of the Wildcats. The Elites are the first to reach double digits.
I cursed them anyway.
Yeah, you did.
Never need to say anything. Sorry, guys. Whatever. It's fine. Double digits, though, for Rock Hill. As Westlaco East. It's getting so close yet so far. Risky's consistency. That tripwire pickup, by the way, huge. Crits gets those 2 kills off of that X-ray, playing from behind that cyber cage. Just an immaculate manner in which to really continue to relay and change up your gadgets, your tripwires. Because if you always hit it the same way, they're going to clear it the same way. No, that ends up really kind of subverting the Wildcats on this push.
And at this point, I don't know why the Elites are sending anyone over to B. The last 4 rounds have explicitly been on the A side and relatively fast-pacing as well. We go ahead and see the rotate come out here yet again, because guess what? Patrick is right in the mix. Nine's out, ready to go, tries to swing, but misses as Tosar burns out Rika. King George with the judge is able to bring them to a close, but it's still a 2 for 2. Patrick with the reset. Grits, though, says, you don't take out my Tosar, you don't take away my star. Eyes ring out as Risky with the spray refreshes that double tap. And it's a fast retake option, as that is Rock Hill to match pace and bring themselves to 11.
Remember what we mentioned about this team in particular with Rock Hill not really being too anxious? They definitely had an idea in mind, a play in mind that they wanted to accomplish in the first 20 to 30 seconds whenever we were on Haven. They did the same thing when it came to Ascent, and it isn't just delivered on their attack. Their defense is doing very similar things. They don't leave it up to odds and ends. They simply get out there. Okay, this is what we got to come back to. Is everyone here? Let's go. And that is really keeping Westlaco East, even when they get to site, very much on an off-kilter timetable.
Well, the off-kilter might have forced a B-side hit instead. One of the first that we've seen out of the Wildcats side. The only opening one that I think I saw was back in round 2 of this half. It was a long time ago. But Lizzie Grant not exactly getting the first deep like they wanted. Recon goes out through the wall yet again, but multiple shells go in as both duelists break into sight. Wildcats trying to find their flanks. Golden able to find one, but Risky and Crits find it right back. Krisky with a crispy 2, but Rika finds him out. Lizzie, though, with the cleanup as it's down to a 2v1. Wildcats were able to make it on the site, but they've lost just about everyone, and Golden is now going to call out for a hard rotate from the shadows, brings them to A, so now they get another chance at this round. Are they going to find the last 2?
What are you going to play? Everyone, they're sticking together. You have to expect maybe a couple of different things. Oh my gosh. That didn't make it any easier. You're TPing right back on the site, but now they know that there's some at least body shot damage that's been acquired. You have to win this first duel. First contact's got to be yours. They at least get one. Can they step away from it? Don't even have the teleport. You have the dark cover. You have a lot of smoke that you have to navigate through. I don't think it's set for you. They're right in front of you. Do they just hold it? Oh, they're gonna ninja defuse in their face!
Oh my gosh.
Golden! Oh, that's so unfortunate for Golden. Don't lose your life with it. He does. Vincent Bot just put Rock Hill on a match point.
Honestly, though, that was as close as you could have gotten. Respect over to Golden on that one. You didn't have a choice. All the smoke's going down. I believe Vincent actively went for that defuse when the smoke's going down, trying to cover the sound cues and just kind of forcing that play. So well done by Vincent on that one. And overall, the elites are showing up here. One last gun round, one last duel. Let's see if it plays out here, because the Wildcats do not want to go out like this.
Wildcats got an uphill battle against them to not be 2-0'd out of the Texas Esports League's spring final as presented by Vanta. See if this one, this gut check, can be accomplished by Weslaco East. Everything's going to be quiet. One big pick is a turning point here for Rock Hill. They'll be tested. They have the tripwire set up, their entire defense set up for A. Kind of knowing that, don't really show their hand. Looks like they want to re-navigate. Eventual contact is found. Vincent ready to throw some knives.
And for Vincent, this could be that big moment. If you can get a reset number 1, that's huge. You spot one, eyes out, you miss the next. So everyone is alive, but Crits gets a lot of information. Dekes out Ningsi through that wall. Might get a second if they do. What a twist. That's 2. Patrick tries to fight back, but Crits is so dang good. 3K. Patrick answers back with 2. But the ults are out to play. Hunter's Fury ripping through the site. And you might get another face first. That is the angriest Hunter's Fury I've ever seen, as that is the Rock Hill High School Elite to take the grand finals here in the Vanta Esports Spring.
Congratulations over to Rock Hill High.
Woo!
They will be your Vanta Spring champions for the Texas Esports League. Fantastic work out of Rock Hill. They brought the job ready to go, and honestly, when we go from end to end for the first for these 2 maps that we were able to accomplish over this best of 3, that Haven was just immaculate work.
Yep.
Crits stands, I think, head and shoulders above what we got out of Patrick earlier. Crits has definitely replaced them. This is a player that knows how to play into the role necessary for his team to succeed. Neon, Cypher, everyone doing great work for the Blue Hawks.
You say that, and we didn't even mention the one that stood out at the very, very top, Risky at 25.
That's true.
Nasty work on the ISO. We got to put our hands up. Hey, absolute cinema work there, the multiple kill contracts. But Chris as well, as you mentioned, everyone on the side of Rock Hill did what they needed to do, and please do not disregard the side of this of the Weslaco East squad, because they put up a fight every single moment. There's a reason why it was so explosive at the end of the day. And I gotta ask you, Monkey Man, just for a little bit of fun, because we saw Crits and Risky and Lizzie and everyone kind of step up at the end of the day, who would you give an MVP award to if you could?
Ooh, wait, hold on. This is helped by knowing the spreadsheet. So,
oh, that's see, you're supposed to know that beforehand. Come on, man.
I would say, you know what? I would say I would still stick with what I had. I think Crits, because Risky was a fantastic DPS, just did everything that they needed as a duelist, and I think they fulfilled their job, and obviously were the standpoint that much of the success was handled from on that ISO, but there was just something about Crits being able to flex around this team, and I think that really kind of stands out to me. There was also a few times Vincent decided to show up. They also traded roles between being a Cypher over to a Jet, but I stick with Crits. What about you? You put me on the magnifying glass. What about you?
You know what? I will sit there and say Crits as well. You know what? You convinced me.
Okay.
Risky was very close though, and you know what? Actually, no. Both DPS values. I'm gonna say Risky. You say Crits. Both played immaculately throughout this. Both had an amazing series, and honestly, maybe getting some revenge in the regular season against the side of Weslaco. That's the only thing I can imagine. So congratulations to Rock Hill High School. They will go ahead and receive their first place trophies in the trophy ceremony here in just a little bit, as we're also going to crown the SSBU Cruise winners as well. Earl Warren High School, off screen but still in the venue, still showing up inside of the pits, were able to claim first place in SSBU Cruise there for Vanta Esports side of the high school league. Make sure to give a big shout out to them. We'll go ahead and take a look at the trophy ceremony a little bit later, but of course on broadcast in a little bit, we are going to go over to Rocket League Grand Finals between Grapevine High School and Prosper. Please don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
All right, now we'll be handing out some awards. Presenting the awards will be Mr. Ed Lallier. First up, we have Valorant. The runners-up will be the West Laco East High School Valorant Squad. Congrats again to the runners-up. And now for the winners and champions, it will be the Rock Hill High School's Valorant Elite Squad. Congrats again to the winners and champions of Rock Hill High School. And now moving on to Super Smash Bros. Ultimate Cruise. The runners-up from Lake Belton High School. It is the Bronco Smash. Congrats again to the runners-up of Bronco Smash. And now for your winners and champions of Super Smash Bros. Ultimate Cruise from Earl Warren High School, the WES Varsity Team. Congrats again to the champions. But now don't go anywhere, guys. We do have more action coming up soon. We do have the Rocket League Grand Finals coming up here at the Vanta Texas Esports League Spring 2025 Finals. See you soon.
Right back into the action as we are back with the Vanta Texas Esports League Spring Finals for the high school divisions, and we are headed into Rocket League. We've already crowned 2 different winners in the SSBU Cruise as well as Valorant, as you just watched here on the stream. And then later on will of course be Apex Legends and Overwatch 2, Marvel Rivals, Chess, and League of Legends will also be playing off stage. If you want to go around, check out the venue in Arlington, Texas, which is absolutely fantastic. A lot of different activations going across a lot of different stages to look at just as well. But I know you want to be here in the Vanta Esports side, as we are going to be looking at 2 awesome schools making in here, and namely, this is going to be undefeated Prosper going up against Grapevine High School.
Prosper is nearly a home name at this point. This team shows up in every single league that they are able to go to, and they absolutely win. So there's a lot of expectations out of Prosper High, the Eagles, to bring this one home. But it's, again, another battle for North Texas, as they will be going up against Grapevine High, the Mustangs, the Masters, and hopefully for them, they're going to be in control of this matchup. Last time that I was in Grapevine, Texas, it was at the World Series of Video Games a couple of decades ago. Get to see if that one turns into this as we go into game number 1, best of 7, unlocked and online.
And you know it's going to be spicy. Last time it was, yesterday's, I believe, was a 4-1?
Yes.
I think is what we saw. 4-1, a little bit one-sided, but other than that, we are going to be good. So Prosper in the blue, and of course, GHS in the orange. Let's see what they're going to throw down here. I like that deadlock namesake here. Going to be hoping to round out with a victory. Current moment, just fighting over control of this ball. Air, we're already trying to make sure that they get their own little touches here and own control. Neither side really giving it in.
Mercy is one of those players that's pretty much everywhere and all the places all the time. They even put it into their own name, At a Land. Well, guess what? Yeah, they're definitely at a land. They're performing for one of their squads that definitely needs the talents that we've seen for them a few separate ways. Neptune's Orbit, trying to give some gravity to that ball and sling it around from the perimeter. First minute has elapsed, and both teams just kind of testing the waters outside and around. Neptune leaves that one behind. Woo!
And again, it feels like a little bit of a struggle for the ball each time. Neither side really giving an inch, but always challenging and almost a full court press, which is, I wouldn't say standard, but again, very aggressive style. Neither side really wants to give an inch when it comes to a pinch redirect, though. Almost into the net. Really nice save coming out of deadlock. But of course, a nice little destructo as Demo actually opens it up for Bebo. Bebo takes it home, and that's Prosper with one.
Great little kick up. You had Deadlock, who had just a little bit of boost, was hoping that was going to hit the bar instead of hit to the front face of the crossbar. And on that, they couldn't get the clear, waiting for something to fall in the box and capitalize on his good old Bebo. They'll open up the scoreline 1-0.
We're really hoping to see even more so action. I mean, Mercy saying, please give me a little bit of a chance to play as well. Dead ball in the center, but quickly kicked out by the side of Grapevine. And saying, okay, no real worries. Northward, looking north towards that goal facing, but Prosper still going to chill out here, not have to force anything, but for GHS, getting a little bit antsy. Huge little push here as Northward comes in for the save. Neptune's actually picking up that shot. So far, Prosper trying to run their defense very, very well.
They're dropping these shots and these at least these kind of down check moments as they forward check against the Prosper defense into places where it doesn't feel like there is an extra option. They just kind of run upfield. They don't set up for a midfield passing play, and that's something that I think needs to get fixed ultimately in the long run. You do have, though, Prosper under the thumb of GHS as Grapevine does push upwards, but now here's a gap. See if they can capitalize on it. There's some double commits that I'm starting to get a little worried about. We're halfway through this game number 1, still just a 1-0, so it's not like it's out of reach for either team, especially if they want to make this one even better. Great challenge. It comes down. We're all tied.
Neptune's really making it work in a chase from the left side, actually challenging the midfield, as you mentioned, and then met their own shot. Comfortability abound for Grapevine. I was, as you said, double commits around. I was also getting a little bit worried, maybe too many demos, and demos for demo's sake always leaves your goal a little bit unattended, as that's going to be a kickoff roll into Prosper's hands, as Mercy is going to try and carry that one into the midfield, but it punches right back as it's challenged out by Grapevine, who are constantly looking for those bumps and demos.
Neptune's Orbit has basically seen what he can key up after both Air Tiger Drew as well as his other teammate to find those connections and collisions. Those have been really the name of the game. But it's the same thing. Mercy clears a lane, see who he can get to bite defensively, and then Northward and Bebo show up.
I love that. Again, one of the few times so far in this series, or in this game, obviously, that we've seen a straight up crossbar check and crossbar pass. Prosper making those steps forward. And now it's Grapevine that might have to do the same off kickoff, though, trying an attempt in that midfield shot range. Deadlock, unfortunately, not going to find that one. Quick demo out, though, stopping any sort of midfield pass. Neptune trying to carry it high, flips it over. Northward going for the check, misses, or actually, I think touched just barely. Ball still in hand for the Grapevine crew. Neptune's going high yet again, running out of boost, just carried out of the hands of Prosper.
Neptune's Orbit has been patrolling that midline a lot. It has been almost to the detriment of a regular rotation for Grapevine High, but it has not been to the detriment of at least giving his teammates a chance. Now, that gives him a chance to rotate, gives him a chance to take some extra shots, and gives himself a chance to make a solo play. They're going to find this one off the double. It's going to be a fake out. This is going to be a drop in, but no, Northwood seal that gap just at a moment's notice. 1 minute left here in game one.
For right now, it's a little bit of a kick out, and as you mentioned, everyone just kind of make sure to stay on their toes with the defense. Nice to roll by, but Bebo can only get by one defender, not two. Northwood make sure that's going to be heard around the world, though, as Air Tiger not happy about that demo. Right now, it's getting very, very bump heavy, which I like. Carrying the air, Bebo carries it over into the mid yet again. And Prosper are just trying to kind of sling the ball around, see what sticks and what's available for themselves. A little bit of a way to catch, though, as Deadlock sees an open net, punches it to the left side. And it's Grapevine to go ahead and match, as in 30 seconds left. We're tied 2-2.
The last possible moment. You force him to answer to you. Bebo kind of isolated against Neptune, and just putting it away was Deadlock. We had mentioned Deadlock in a while. It was starting to feel like they maybe faded away from the game, and everyone's taking their turn, really getting into the rotation, getting up to game speed. It's something different in Rocket League. That first game, it was about who's ready, about who's able to at least start finding these moments. Neptune does so! They will do it all themselves! And a couple in a row here for Grapevine gives them the lead.
Clean as a whistle. Look at that. No one on the side of Prosper had any idea that was going to roll on, and it was such a surprise, even most likely to Grapevine themselves. And that gives them the lead. Well done here and again against the undefeated Prosper so far in series score. Maybe get a leg up on them here in the grand finals.
One last gasp for Prosper. They're being given a reminder that this is Grands. It's going to take a lot more to take them down. Grapevine High, they will find this first of our best of 7. Huge moment, especially considering everyone kind of knows what's coming up from Prosper. Prosper has been a perennial powerhouse here in Texas, and so that's been the notice that's been put up in front of us right now, Orbital. Remember, yesterday, first game was dropped, and then it was 4 in a row. Prosper's been now set to come into this game as Grapevine set the standard.
And I think one of the things that we mentioned is, again, for Prosper, a lot of those goals came off of just kind of lapses in there. We saw some of those forward commitments from them, and it caught them off guard. Yes, they got goals. Don't get me wrong. They were very comfortable in that position, but Grapevine able to find some of those cracks and weaknesses. That last goal feels like it should have been blocked, right? That third goal that came in should have been blocked. It's just no one on Prosper's side really was willing to be in the net at that time. They're saying, hey, we could challenge out in the midfield. So looking into game number 2, as you called, Prosper more than happy about trying to set themselves up for victory, but Air Tiger, first one to try and carry it towards the net. Let's really go forward as Prosper saying, no. We want first turn here. We're going to angle at yours, and we're going to first the first save of the game.
Northward and in combination with Mercy. That's the key combination that you're looking for success from out of Prosper. Love this first touch. Northward just seeing if this one will be fumbled. Neptune, though, has been very sure-handed with their possessions, and no mercy, apparently. They went for the name change between this. No longer at land. It's not just mercy. It is no mercy. Love that looks, especially when we come into the grand finals looking for a double tap. Neptune's Orbit, that gravity is too strong.
Eyes out. Once again, everyone taking the turn, but Deadlock finding that opportunity. Squeaks it right by Prosper defenders. For the Grapevine, I'm hearing through the Grapevine. that maybe GHS are on the rise.
Coming up there. They call themselves masters for a reason. This team apparently has mastered subverting expectations. When I look and see Prosper on the old docket, I think, okay, this is going to be a pretty strong team. But Grapevine High, last time I was there, I mentioned it. This place showcases esports on the professional side. Why not do it on the scholastic side? The follow-up shot, back of the bow, B-bow, comes through. They can't quite get that one from the crossbar.
See who turns into their favor. GHS strike first. Almost an own goal, though. Ball dancing in front of the nets. And Prosper aren't able to prosper on top of it. They aren't able to capitalize. So Prosper miss a fairly large opportunity, but they're still running it out there saying, hey, maybe it's not over just yet. Great block to come out here by Neptune's Orbit, digging it out in front of the Prosper squad. And this is going to be that chance. Northward saying, please give me another option. Quick demos out in Neptune's Orbit. And maybe that netting is open, but no mercy. Saying, no thank you. Quick little tap as GHS say, all right, it's over. We can fight for a goal ourselves now.
Ugh, you say that, but they have had no boost. It's been like 30 seconds and everyone's sipping 12s. Everyone's still on such low boost, looking for those full pads. They're going to try and go out to that midfield, and they finally capture something, and they turn right back around with it. What a way to stand defensively. Just gargoyles in front of the church of no boost land, which was their back net. That third looked like it was an inevitability for Prosper to be able to score, and instead, they stood through the test of time. Neptune's Orbit, they win a challenge, but now Prosper trying to find something upfield, they'll be denied.
I like this, rolling right in front. However, Demo's in the back mean this is a two-man play. Another challenge off the crossbar. Who's in center? Nice catch by No Mercy. Saying no passing play today. Neptune's Orbit kicks it off that left side yet again. And as you mentioned, 0 boost, 12 in pocket. But it's also the same for Bebo, who hasn't really had that opportunity to find a boost for themselves. No maxes around. And Prosper also just kind of biting at fumes here. Neptune crashing down, tries to twist. No boost extra to force that play a little bit faster. Whew. But Air Tiger ready with the defensive play, and Deadlock doing the exact same. Neptune flies in from the sidelines, making sure that that ball is very secure in their own hands. And at this point, as we enter 2-minute timer, it's a whole different. It's Deadlock sneaks it past Prosper yet again.
Answering the call, winning one solid challenge. They hit that ball so hard, it knocked No Mercy into the backfield, and then Deadlock just bringing a cannon shot. They did it the first time, they call it a second time. Less than 2 minutes to go with GHS up by 2. Prosper looking like they are not prospering one bit. Big Demo trying to be able to get them all to come forward. Northwood will find it off with one touch.
The King of Curses is the name that I'm going to give you, Hail Monkey Man. That is what.
Yep.
That is what we're giving right now. Look at that. It's just Air Tiger went up and is like, I aired that one. Sorry, guys. Still, though, minute 40 left. Anything could happen, but I'm sure Grapevine are going to be well on their way to shoring up their defense. Prosper. Any chance at a kickoff? No Mercy, though. Off the crossbar, ready to tap it in. He gets another. Oh, my Lord. All right, maybe it's my curse this time. Prosper swinging a second in 13 seconds flat.
What a way. I love the adjustment. They force the defense to have to look up, and you're breaking your neck when you're doing it from that 179-degree angle. You and I can combine to be like Sukuna and be the King of Curses, but with just way less aura. 2-2, 92 seconds to go. Oh, they leave one, but both defenders come through. Just a loose ball play, and all of Prosper answers.
I mean, well timed overall, but the snap ball outside is still leaning into GHS's favor, as right now this is the third shot on the net. Passing play challenge. Prosper denied, but a quick kick flip. That ball in front, though. Well, these challenges from Grapevine, they are constantly in the face of pressure overall. Prosper, though, sending it high and long. Ready for their chances. We've got a minute left. Quick demo off on the side. Another challenge coming in. Prosper firing on all cylinders right now. Dead ball in front, Northward. Can't get it under their control, though. Pass one defender. Deadlock out of boost, though. It's going to be picked up by a teammate. Yet a demo behind Neptune's Orbit. Not allowed freedom. Deadlock grabbing a little bit of boost, but not enough. Rolls back on the right side. Down to about 40 seconds left. Hail Monkey Man, I have no idea which way this is going to twist as Prosper say, please give us an opportunity.
It was a single goal difference in game number 1. Looking for the dunk!
Oh!
Mercy coming through! He read him like a book. taking this one off one touch, got over Neptune, waited for Deadlock to make a touch, and he slammed it home.
The Dragons cry for victory. And for GHS, they need to do what they did just last game and spring a last-minute goal. Are they able to find it? Deadlock sends it high. Teammate picks it up. Neptune's orbit, though, not able to collect. It's going to be hands of Prosper. No mercy. Going to try and carry this one on their own. Rolls it close to the net. Teammate in center field. Not going to be enough. High kick off the crossbar yet again. The ball is high. Neptune's orbit might be able to roll it. No mercy. Are they going to be in range? Deadlock tried to challenge the redirect, but it's not going to happen. Ball drop to the ground, and will be game for Prosper as we have a series on our hands.
We go from BO7 to BO5 with everything locked in. Oh, good old Mercy with the name change, really letting everything hang loose, going 2 for 4, 11 shots to the 6 of Grapevine. That matches the amount of output they had in the previous game, but this time it was Deadlock that was hitting on a couple of assists from both of his teammates, so 100% participation from Grapevine, but it was the individuality that really showed a great way for Prosper. And, you know, the smiles have returned, and now everyone's locked in, and this next game is going to be ultra serious mode. First 2 games of best of 7 Orbital, those are the ones that you let through to define how the tone will be set. Now it's time for trends.
It's time to put everything that you've learned to the test as well. What have you seen from the opponent? What can you take away from the opponents as well? Quick kickoff as Vivo is able to get that on their own side. GHS immediately get demoed out, first firing right there, and already getting very handled. I have to say, this is much more aggressive than I've seen just about anywhere else. No mercy seen right in waiting view, but that's gonna be a kick. Vivo, they are able to get back just in time, but my gosh, this is danger. That's gonna be the 4th demo in the early 25 seconds.
A lot of off-ball play. Flip resets in the back pocket. They're trying to use the floor to catch that would-be pass. Turns into a demo that gets rid of Bebo. Can't get anything from the backboard. And the thing that really kind of was difficult to handle, hold that thought, for Grapevine High just in the previous game, they did not have plentiful boosts. Their boost economy was in shambles for the most part. And, I mean, they had that long-standing defense where they defended with basically nothing. You don't want to be putting those kinds of baskets. You want to be able to get around that, find yourself upfield. This first minute, feeling a lot more like we saw in the first minute of game number 1.
All-out aggression. I feel like everyone's done repairing the cars as well. Very few demos come through in the last couple 30 seconds. So they said, okay, maybe we actually try and play Rocket League instead of Demolition Derby. No mercy, though. Being challenged by Air Tiger, and either side still waiting for their first really open shot here. Prosper challenging by 1, sending 2 on the defensive. North, we're going to punt it high. Roll around the edge, picks up a couple extras on the back end. Quick curve of that ball leaves Air Tiger a chance, but no mercy. Plucks that one out of the sky, gets a save under the belt. He's ready to roll it in. Prosper saying, okay, all right, let's slow this down just a little bit.
Trying to be able to make just a thin shot. They had a narrow angle to get it under, basically tunneling that ball IPv4 through 6 style. 1 extra touch. Air Tiger almost drew that one up to get themselves a goal between a few blue players. And right now it feels like there's a lot that's happening, but it's actually just a little. Too much extra touches from each of these players from Grapevine. It feels like they're going for everything instead of a nice cycle rotation, and yet they've kept the majority of pressure against Prosper.
This is a little bit out of this world as No Mercy rolls on in. Zero mercy right there. Steal and goal slammed in. After 2.5 minutes of play.
Oh, you got to get that touch. That's unfortunate. Back defender is you're pointed towards your defensive third, and the ball is coming off of a low kind of, curve of that wall. Yeah, it's a bit awkward, but your car has to at least kind of get in the way, and that's exactly where Mercy is diving into. If you make that mistake, it is so punishable. So, more than a half remaining. Oh, the follow-up by Northward. That'll double it up.
There we go, an immediate answer in response. Prosper living up to their namesake champions from last semester, making sure that they are always on top of these plays. Slams home 2, and now it's Grapevine that have to challenge back. Yet to see them really have a a really nice open window of opportunity. High ball speed up might be the bounce. Bebo getting jostled out of the netting, but the ball's already far and away.
Mercy has been cheating up a little bit on some of these touches, really just taking away these angles that were available for Grapevine a little bit more often in the previous 2 games. This game number 3 has been, even with just a 2-0, much more in control, even when they were receiving so much. Deadlock, he overran. Again, you start to see some of that boost slowly come about. Look at that dump down by No Mercy. They take that corner. As long as Bebo just stays stock standard as a 3rd-man position, he should be fine. They get rid of one. Nice air Tiger Drew. They get deleted from the equation, and we're sub 100 seconds here in game 3.
In this game overall, I think Prosper really just want to, shore up the defense, say, hey, okay, we got 2 goals. That's more than enough. +2 is easy to defend here. The ball is speeding up at an accelerated pace here. Getting a little bit worried that it's going to get out of their hands. Quick demo coming out as Northward isn't allowed to play the game for about 2 seconds. No Mercy, as you can see, just kind of giving time for their teammate. In comes Bebo with a decent amount of boost. Pinches against the wall. Collection of defenders, though, as GHS say, we're going to keep it at this current station. Nice redirect, though, close to the net as Neptune's orbit blocked yet again.
No Mercy flipping that one like a pizza. Just trying to be able to send it over into the oven. Trying to do it again. They're clearing time. It's a premium that can't be afforded by Grapevine. No follow-up. It will take a little bit longer. They dump it into the box. Everyone full committing. Not a lot of boost. Neptune's able to at least get it off his nose, but guess who? It's Mercy. And they just keep oppressing all of Grapevine. One big demo, Mercy off the field for a second. You gotta get moving.
I will say this game has been excessively demo heavy. I have no other way to put it, but they have just been all-out offensive, constantly in each other's faces, looking for those plays. And I think it's because they're respecting the passing plays so much. But because of that, GHS have been a little bit out of whack. Prosper hasn't been allowed to get those 2 goals, and now there's no answer. So down to the last 15, even if this ball rolls in, I don't think there's going to be any change. Flying in from midfield, though, Bebo wants to put the staple. It's going to be the 3rd as Prosper are going to land a 3-0 lead here in game 3.
That'll pretty much seal the deal unless you intend to truly score 1 every 4 seconds. But Prosper survived the early onslaught. And really, if you consider that as kind of a tactic, they forced Grapevine to beat themselves up. And not being able to get a score with all that presence upfield initially, that'll give you a mental boom. And this game is as much mechanics as it is mental. So we go into game number 4. Prosper claims his lead.
And I'm just sitting there going, dang, that was a rough one. I mean, it was so offensive pattern on either side. And there was just a couple quick shots coming out of Prosper. They just snapped up one immediately a second afterwards, and that's kind of that shock value almost coming out. It feels like for Grapevine, they were like, oh, dang, okay, that happened. And you can see right now for Prosper, they're saying that they feel comfortable. And for Grapevine, they are completely locked on in very just like, hey, we're going to play this game as hard as possible. Prosper smiles all around from reigning champions, and they're looking to do it yet again. They are 2 away from another title.
Could be a repeat of yesterday in middle school. Let's see if these kids are locked in for yet another one. Shout out to the rest of the venue as well. There is so much action happening. You got the Super Smash that you can actually see just at the other end of the Grapevine High side. And, of course, we actually have some Capcom that's going down from some good old Street Fighter as well. So make sure that you guys, if you're in venue, check out everything. We've got great students, high school, middle school, and collegiate in the entirety of the Esports Stadium in Arlington. So this Vanta Showcase, I want to see what happens right now with Grapevine. They had a great comeback mentality. Oh, but the demo, ain't no one catching up to Northward off that.
And that's how you pull a demo for a goal's sake. Bebo, what a hunt for that one. And that, okay, well, this is Prosper really firing on the cylinders. We mentioned before they know how to play it for GHS. Starting to wane a little bit. Gotta be a little bit worried as the ball punches out to the right side.
Neptune's orbit has become kind of a non-factor. They were such a showcase of skill and mechanics that came to the previous games or so. And then they've been just deleted, just like that. Northward gets rid of them on a demo, trying to chase after this possession, even if they could just pressure the possession by no mercy. They end up getting one off the nose. Deadlock hoping for another one. They catch a piece of it. Northwood and Mercy on top of each other. That's going to be Mercy gone. And that's Neptune's orbit. They cut that one, and as we go 1-1.
This is one of those moments again where it just seems the space is open and Northwood just wasn't able to clear the ball as cleanly. And this is exactly how GHS were able to get goals back in game number 1. Remember, these drop balls in front of the net, they weren't always capitalized on. This time around, it feels like for Grapevine, they have found that spark once again. And they're hoping to live up to their name of Masters as they're also placing off against Masters of their own craft.
Mercy's gonna wait. They have just enough boost to be a threat, at least defensively. So far, everything's been challenge, challenge, challenge. What can you finally get to rock and roll out of Prosper's hands? This one working out very well. Oh, they did not think that there was a chance that Bebo would not get that touch. There's so much respect right now for Grapevine as to what Prosper can do from the back line. You gotta be feeling like this could be another goal. And now they're just playing fakies.
How many times can you roll around? Mercy with a flick! And that is no mercy given. 2 total to Prosper here in the opening minute and a half.
Fantastic footwork. Getting the goalie to jump. Deadlock was dead man on an island, just operated all his own. And as soon as he lifted, all he had to do was take one extra flick backwards. This one might rock through, but no, Northwood get themselves moving forward. So one good goal deserves 2, says Prosper. And at this point in time, Grapevine trying to find something to stabilize, because they'll get something, but they can't get this lead.
And it just feels like Prosper are starting to get a good read on them. A lot of these plays that we're seeing GHS try and set up, these 1-2 long passing plays, or even short range from left to right, it just hasn't worked in their favor. And no mercy now individually stepping up in a huge way. Almost gets another one as a teammate flies on through, and Bebo does set it in. Again, this is Prosper firing on all cylinders.
Good old Bebo. Just always there to finish off some fantastic work, and doing it with a flip cancel, because reasons. Fantastic way to just control your car. All 3 players right now for Prosper have elevated that first game wake-up call. That it's Grapevine that will be testing them, and they are answering every question with flying colors.
For GHS, it's a struggle right now. You're seeing a lot of those hopes kind of slip away. And they've been in a situation where they're fighting back in the 0-2 situation. Nice little flip. Northwood making sure that ball doesn't go in, and the ball right back into Prosper's hands. GHS, their offense nullified here. Maybe we got to start seeing more of those demos come out once again. There it is. It rolls right in favor, and now a cross as Deadlock is able to score. What a catch and a half.
And even the defender nearly got there.
Yeah.
Good demo. You had one man. They stretched that shot about as wide as you could. Mercy just a second away, half second even, from being able to connect with it. He saw the shot formulaically occurring at midfield, especially off of that demo. Killed his second man. So Grapevine High, the Mustangs are not out of this. But can they create a pathway forward? It feels like their offense is kind of one touch done. That's not the way that Prosper's been handling it. You got one man back. Deadlock now gets bullied away.
I love this again. Getting physical, making sure to always be in that way. Northwood running out of boost though. Got to go back to the rest of the team. GHS maybe taking a little bit of breather, saying, okay, let's go ahead and get things under control. We just scored. We have 2 minutes to go ahead and tie things up. 2 minutes to also try and turn it around. However, that ball is met. Neptunes with a great save, number 1. The offense continues. Bebo really wanting a second or third shot on net. Great defense again from Deadlock as the ball is popped high. Catch him by no mercy. Catches it along that crossbar, but it's not going to go in this time. It's bounced right back out.
Little tip tap by Mercy just to see if he can pancake set that one up for himself. 3-2. Still with 80 seconds to go. Feels like we claimed all our scoring in the first half of this game. Grapevine trying to claw their way back in. No mercy, plenty of boost. Just kind of floats on in there, making sure to get a solid connection. And now the triple-headed Hydra of attack comes out of Prosper. They will catch it from Grapevine. Nice navigation. Northwood's going to have to spin away. Massive power flick. They go volleyball style. No mercy's on the backboard. Neptune looking to try and get a bump, a demo, something to get a man off the field. 1 minute. And it's either going to be a tied-up ball game, 2 apiece. Oh, boy. Or it's going to be this Prosper squad all the way on the match point.
I think at this point, Prosper is playing this real nice and smartly, making sure to keep the ball out of the hands, and now speeding up on the other end. Deadlock being able to spin that one out of the course. It was already on for GHS. Defense is all that they can play. Down to the last 30 seconds here. Prosper sees the goal in front of their eyes. And all they need is to hold out here and to put themselves on championship point.
15 seconds. Mercy's going to try and set him up. They don't want to overextend. Doink attempt between Air Tiger Drew and Neptune's Orbit. Neptune Orbit might get in front of it. They're going to try and leave it behind. They end up bumping into Deadlock. That'll go the other direction. Mercy with the put-away killer, and it will be from one end of the pitch to the other. They double up this lead, put it out of reach.
And I love this. You saw the defenders from the back end slow down, gentle fake out there, and washes the two defenders sped right by your mirrors. GG's on game number 4. Prosper, one step away. Huge play coming out of the Prosper side, and gotta look at GHS for the Grapevine squad. I mean, I'm sitting there going, what went wrong? The demos have felt a little bit lacking as well, and just their all-out aggression has seemed a little bit wanting here lately.
Yeah, we have not seen them in control. We've seen them on the counterattack, but it doesn't seem like even when they had those long presences, I guess, into the defensive half of Prosper, that there's much that they are worried about. You see kind of a difference of especially the way the communication is happening. There's a lot more, I guess, lighter emotions would be the right way to kind of call it for Prosper. They know what's in front of them. They know the job that's got to get done, but they ain't too chuffed about it. We're going to go into game number 5. This is where it ended last time in the middle school side of things. We are one game extended from what Prosper had to do to win it in the fall. There's a spring back mentality for Grapevine Masters. They're going to have to show us here for the next 5 minutes.
Right now, opening up with a shot and a half, though. 2, actually. Deadlock getting a piece of that one. So I like that already. A quick start, low ground, not going to be playing with as much, though. It's Grapevine. They're like, hey, we want to start things off with a great fight, and we're going to do so yet again. Quick little fake out. Neptune's trying to make work, but it's a double demo. Opportunities abound, but Prosper right back in control. Air Tiger, no boost, picks up a max, getting back in defensive position, rolls it right back out. The Northward carries it in. The GHS juggling this defensive end very well.
There's just not a lot of mistakes being made by Prosper. You're getting a Grapevine that's trying to force their way through them. Double demo between Northward as well as Deadlock and Air Tiger Drew. They get one good touch. Might be able to get another past Mercy. They do at least leak it upfield. They'll get some of that extra boost control. That's a pass. It goes all the way outside to Neptune. Mercy becomes a non-factor, and Neptune's going to kick this one up to themselves. Great extra touch, and that's first blood acquired by Grapevine.
Slamming home a goal with most of their offensive pressure here in the opening minute. It seems that they have found that glimmer, and it was a little bit cheeky from Prosper, sending just one towards that offensive, trying to catch it before they saw the fake out or a drive in. Of course, for Prosper, you're not too worried. Again, you're on match point. You can afford, technically, you can't afford to give an opportunity around. But Bebo getting immediately drilled on the back end. Another demo to come out here, and man, GHS really hammering home this kind of extra factor, this aggression of, yeah, we're always going to reset you back to step 0. It's not the crossbar, it goes, but it doesn't bounce the way that you want. And No Mercy is able to collect and bring it back to midfield.
This is starting to feel equal but opposite from whenever we saw Prosper do the same thing to him, right? A lot of physicality, deleting him off the field, hyper-rotating onto that back third. Neptune, just bring this off the side wall, and they are playing a very cautious third man. That's a free net unless we'll drag it forward. Neptune just keeps right behind it. They had Northward to their right, but they just outgassed them.
Look at that, yeah. That was just... And again, this has been GHS actually do this twice. Again, when the net's open, they always know where the opponent is. You can see him on your screen, of course, but make sure to drive that ball just out of reach of the hands. Prosper, a little bit frustrated most likely about this game. Again, the demos have been very frustrating. It's been double demo pretty much off kickoff every single time, and that's just GHS and how they play. Neptune's this time is the one bounced out of control. And what a bounce as No Mercy jostled another. Prosper sent it straight to the net.
Bebo's going to get this look. Mercy. Yep.
Look at that.
He realizes, oh, he's ahead of the defenders. Put his body up and just don't be blocking, Bebo. So, great way to cut this lead in half. Grapevine knows that they get caught out. Just a tiny moment right there. Neptune doesn't have any boost. He's going to at least put some air underneath this, but that might have been a tough situation to actually get away. If No Mercy had a better angle, better look, woulda, coulda, shoulda, could have had some value, but we're around the halfway point and starting to see some life right now at Prosper.
Of course, life is what we want to have. They're sitting there breathing a sigh of relief, but they got to keep up that tension. Can't stop right in front of the finish line or else that turtle will cross ahead of you. No naps here. GHS, though, running on all cylinders. They know this is their lifeline, their chance right back into the series. Air Tiger going up a little bit, stalling out and waiting, but No Mercy carries it just below and rolls it right past two defenders. Ties things up 2-2.
A moment of tension right now. Grapevine, they know that they have to take away these chances from Prosper, but all they could do was jump. As soon as they made that tilt, No Mercy continued to follow through on their shot. Went under, whereas Neptune went high. Neptune, flip reset, trying to set up something for someone, but there's no one there. Everyone all the way back. You're starting to see the fear in the eyes of Grapevine.
For GHS, done so well to get here. Fought through some of these bracket placements. They want to keep fighting. Minute 40 left. But we need to see some of those demos come out. It feels like Prosper had kind of gotten a handle on that one. Said, okay, you're looking just for the straight demos. You're mostly getting them on the ground play. But GHS saying no demos needed this time. It's all skill involved.
This is a great way to navigate to that challenge by Neptune's orbit. Not only did they get that turn and challenge off the corner, they bumped No Mercy. They threw him away from that near side post where he has been such a demonic defensive demon. Challenge is right there, ready to shut anything down. Extra efforts like that is exactly what gives Grapevine these sparks of life. Sub 90 seconds to go. Prosper finds themselves again from behind. Mercy, loss of aerial control. Flip reset. He's getting powerful out there. They will ring it off the bar. Oh.
Off the bar again, though, as Bebo puts it away. Says, listen, if Northward can't do it, I will. Great netting right there.
Almost tough, too. I think their teammate cut across and ended up deflecting off their face. That's why I ended up right onto that bar length, but still, the follow-up from the defender was able to make contact, but every single touch found by Grapevine was answered immediately by Prosper, trying to lift it end over end. Deadlock won't be denied.
Off kickoff as well. A miss by Prosper's kickoff leader. And Bebo just wasn't ready. Hatsune Miku, we see you. The GHS are so happy about that goal with 1:06 left.
It's the one literally caught in deadlock traffic a minute ago. Grapevine High. They absolutely need this game. They need every single game if this intends to go to a game number 7 to take this spring Texas Esports League final to its limit. It's going to be every single game a testament to their gut check, their ability to stay in this series mentally and mechanically. Taking away that moment from Mercy. A half minute's coming up, an easy shot.
Ooh.
It will go off
Ooh.
the crossbar again.
And that one hurts. No one in the bank to be able to help out. No one from midfield. And this one's a roll around combo.
Ooh.
Neptune's was ready. The great defensive play by Prosper. This time with 20 seconds left, they're trying to roll it in their own favor. But GHS now just saying, screw it. We go. 4 kills. We look for the opportunities. Deadball in center. But again, that's more time wasted. Great little bump to come out as GHS are fighting. And they get it right past. Off the nose of one of the defenders. GHS scramble for gold 5.
One of my favorite cheers from professional esports, it doesn't matter which one it is they just simply say the name and they say fighting. It could be any 3 letters basically in the alphabet, and they say fighting. GHS, fighting. This is a war. You must win it. You must go out there and you will be fist fighting against your opponent. This is not a 4-0. This started with a win by the Grapevine Masters, and they were able to find another one after surrendering 3. We will be going game number 6. Prosper will still have match points, but GHS is fighting.
I couldn't ask for a better way to do this, though. Again, for Grapevine, we said we want to see that battle. We want to see that light in their eyes. You can see between those 2 members alone, it is 10 shots. overly aggressive from the start, and I think it came from those demos. Again, they brought the demos in. They were able to kind of slam home a lot of Prosper and break up that styling, break up the playbook, and sent Prosper into a little bit of a difficult spiral. Their defense started to slack a little bit, and the constant barrage of attacks from GHS finally just made their way through. It wasn't pretty, don't get me wrong. It was extremely messy, but sometimes messy is what you need.
Yeah, sometimes you just have to kind of scramble through. Now, does that beget a championship? It depends. What do you get out of your opponent? This is now the gut check moment. You see how everything has gone a bit more stock still and serious. Locked in is Prosper. They want to get this done. GHS need to tip the scale in their favor, and they've got to basically slay a titan. This is a very well-oiled machine in Prosper. This is not a group that is to be taken lightly, and everyone knows that Grapevine, they're up against it right now.
Oh, no! GHS was trying to reset, and they let the ball fly. You can see that almost a mile away as Prosper. Look at this, Bebo knew where the path was going. That feels bad for GHS. They kind of let that one go.
It does not matter how much speed you put on it. Obviously, more is better if you're going to throw it across your own net. But if you're throwing that ball across your own net, this is what's going to happen. 2 gifts given, and Prosper says thanks.
I mean, look at that. This time it was just a little outpacing. Prosper sat up in their seats and they're ready to battle, just like in games 2 and 3. They put themselves at a +2 lead. But do they look for even more? Quick demo in the air as our air is crushed. No Mercy ready to fire. Quick bump from the netting. But no one else to follow up, as this time DHS Masters are given a little bit of breathing room.
Double commits are happening a lot more often. This first minute has been very chaotic, and it may get out of reach very quickly. You have to take control if you are Grapevine High. This can't be a game that suddenly slips away in the first minute. Prosper is trying to run a shock and awe campaign. Neptune, not a lot of boosts. Going for footwork, and then they get denied some extra in the tank. Third man, they have to make that contact or else there's a free net behind them. Northward just wants a singular touch and seeing what more they could do with it, but Bebo will be their guide. Instead, they're chasing demos. It's like chasing ghosts. They're just not able to make contact. Neptune will keep Bebo away.
Prosper for their own, still keeping pace. Saying, okay, we got the surprise factor down. Have they shored up the defense? Okay, then maybe we can't get away with some of these surprise attacks here. Bebo off the side, setting up for teammate, and they almost slam it in, but great 2 in the net. Neptune's able to pick it up already with a quick demo on Bebo, so no secondary harsh push. No Mercy tried to hang in from the center, but GHS saying, do we get a turn on offense? Maybe we do. Off the crossbar, teammate is there, and they roll it on in on the ground. Deadlock, perfect placement, as GHS Masters bring it to a 1-goal game.
Started with a squishy save, ended with a bowler. Deadlock keeps it low as everyone else from Prosper goes high. They get a turn at cutting this lead in half. 3:13 on the clock. Grapevine Masters trying to usurp what is otherwise the Kings of Texas here in Prosper High. They want to extend this away from both Mercy as well as Northward, but Mercy get 2 solid touches. Keep this one going. 2 minutes. Backboard. Who's available? Shot. Not going to be available.
Deadlock for their own. Seeing the spice of life, seeing that glint in the eye. But Bebo checks it across, and No Mercy slams it home. Eyes watching the Kings as Prosper bring a third in.
That one's tough too. You knew as soon as they missed that initial 1-2 punch down that it was going to be a 1 versus 3, and they had to take a chance and take a choice, otherwise they're going to get demoed. And they just made that 1 solid touch work out, and great follow-up, by the way, from Prosper. They knew that shot was just not on target. Gonna keep this one low. It's awkward. No Mercy has plenty of boost. They'll extend up to it, flip, reset. Neptune's orbit has to keep it calm. Nice challenge as well. You're gonna get both Air Tiger and Deadlock. Shot will be coming out. They give plenty of time for Neptune, and he'll adjust accordingly.
At this point, it's who's not tensing up, who is just going to be a little bit slower on those rolls, who's going to be, you know, that weak link of the team. For Prosper and GHS, it's quite literally find those opportunities and make it work. We're still at a 1-goal game, and there's still a whole half to play, Monkey Man. This is out of this world. Northward almost saw an open net, but no dice there. Ball rolling to the right side. Is this a little bit of curve about? Double in, as Prosper say, no, 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 no. Get out of our netting.
Now, is this a Swedish sauna? Because I'm sweating. I don't know what's going down between these two teams, and I don't know who's going to end up coming out on the better side of this. But right now, Prosper, 2 minutes to go, trying to keep it cool, calm, collected. Just another day at the office. Winning machine in Texas. 150 available. That's going to be a nice touch. It will be picked up by Neptune!
Oh my gosh. Craziness here. Just over the head of Northward. And GHS are never giving up. Never backing down here. And Prosper. Sweat has to be pouring out now. They are on the cusp to go into a game 7.
1 goal to go. Either for a win and taking home a title, or for a game 7 to be gifted a second chance. Can it happen for Grapevine? Deadlock leaves it behind. Neptune doesn't have much in the way of boost, but they will grab some from midfield. Aiming to pressure. Mercy was hoping to get that. They've got it! Air Tiger Drew will roar from the crossbar.
3 in a row is what we love to see. It ain't gonna stop anytime soon. Are you kidding me right now? Grapevine, come on, let's keep it going. Keep plugging those sweet fruits. My gosh, is it working? Got a minute or so to hang on to your goal. Prosper gonna try and find one of their own though and try and turn it around. Another shot on goal and it gets past. Neptune scores a 5th, and lo and behold, PTSD from game number 5 as GHS bring this to a 2-goal game.
It went down 0-2, Orbital. 0-2 in the first 24 seconds. That could have been it. But 4.5 minutes of Rocket League is a dang long time. They have so much to have to undo, and then they do it. Grapevine High Masters. They gotta keep focused though, because Mercy still has the eyes upon them. This is a high-scoring shootout.
I love the fact that you said this was going to be an aggressive game. Fist fight and just kicks all around. They're doing it. Monkey Man, they heard you and they are giving you exactly what you wanted. So far, our highest scoring game yet at 9. We are about to reach double digits. We're about to reach that point of almost no return in aggression. And Air Tiger Drew tries to bring it in space of their own.
Don't overcommit if you are Grapevine High. If you're Prosper, you're looking for any outlet, any ability to take advantage of a gap. Mercy is seeing himself have to travel through traffic that's both made by his teammates as well as his opponents. That is not an optimal space to have to work in. Air Tiger Drew ends up in the middle of Mini. Neptune, they don't want to let this one go to their own net. They have to double tap off their backboard. That is such dangerous positioning. You have 15 seconds to go. Timer comes up, shot comes in. They have a save. Neptune saves the day. It may have forced us to go to game 7.
Couldn't ask for a better win. Right now, the curse is real. Just 2 more seconds. It's gonna touch down, and it is almost done. No, it's saved. It's kept alive. Can No Mercy do it? Comes in from the side, but they miss. And it will be Grapevine to push us to a game 7. Hail, Monkey Man. Are you not entertained?
Oh, I'm very entertained. This one is going to be on the front news, front channel. This is in front of my face and all of yours right now. Grapevine High has sent us the distance. Prosper, they are sitting all the way up in their chairs at this point. There's going to be no extra moments left for either team. 1 game, 5 minutes of Rocket League stands between all these 6 players and a chance at holding some hardware. Huge moments for everyone here as you have the battle of North Texas between both of these schools. Cannot wait to see who comes out on the other side of it. Be it the Masters out of Grapevine, those Mustangs, or the Eagles of Prosper, soaring high. They have the pedigree. They've done it before. Can they do it now and slow the momentum of Grapevine?
Just might not end. Slow roller off the kickoff. And now I'm thrilled. We saw blood last time. We saw blood in game 6. How much blood are we going to see in game 7 here? Monkey Man, are we going to see those demos? Are we going to see those crushing blows? Northward saying, nah, maybe we slow things down. Maybe we get a little bit more precision. Maybe we get a little bit more of the fancy footwork. Maybe we get those car tires spinning in ways that would make Tokyo Drift look tame. At the current moment, it's going to be a slow play out. GHS looking for their own. 30 seconds bypasses, nothing crazy.
Tokyo Drift is a heck of a call out, by the way. shout out to all my knowers. That's a wild movie. 420 though, here as the first minute. He's trying to find a moment of calm. B-Bow has a chance. Mercy sees that one through. They were aiming for a dump and jump up on top of Neptune's forehead, but look at the lack of boost that's right now for Grapevine. They are going on to 12 pads, praying they can get the smalls. They win one in big at the midpoint. They will have to go upfield to get that corner. A nice demo by Air Tiger Drew, and there's a lot of demos suddenly manifesting.
Again, this is how it happened last time, and this is how GHS actually got a lot of their victories, is getting those demos down, kind of locking down Prosper's aggression and forcing them to play reactive. And the reactivity wasn't exactly perfect at the end of the day. So Prosper trying to set up their line of sight yet again. 1-2 pass, good block to come out here. So right back into the hands of Prosper, as you mentioned, having a little bit more boost in their pockets. The GHS starting to get some aerials of their own. Rolls out to the right side, kick to the corner crossbar, clotheslines it out and doesn't allow a goal to go through. Minute and a half passing.
2 minutes nearly without a goal. Trying to connect on that one. That was a nice midfield passing play. Aired out a little bit. Neptune did not want to center that ball up. That was a wise decision to actually go away from that shot. And now they reconvene opposite side of the pitch. Neptune's got to be ready for some speed ball.
Nice.
What a response! That was such a snappy, just look about. Neptune passing play. Who's there? Mercy is to shut it away. But both these teams really just testing one another.
I'm considering No Mercy saw that passing play coming in here. You have to understand that both these teams are playing on all cylinders. That's a high ball though, off the crossbar. Great find to get in. I know Mercy. Denying these passing plays has been huge. And Prosper are looking good. Great redirect again as Northward gets that save. Ball kick to the wide side. Deadlock kicking out yet again. And it is just offense, defense, offense, defense. A little bit of flip as No Mercy tries to slow down the pace, but I don't think it's going to work. Second half coming in here as we are at net zeros on both sides.
15 Mercy. This is definitely one of those leaders, if not the leader, for Prosper. That kind of gives them those extra confidence to really roll up field. He opens up so many chances. B-Bow wants to do the same thing, so he can set up Mercy right behind him. Not a lot of boost to really work with. B-Bow gets punched away. Bullied out, not going to have the boost. Deadlock on the challenge, but no one's there to follow up. And this is where Prosper starts to get squeezed into the box. You got Air Tiger Drew. Remember, he got the winning goal in that previous game to send us the distance. And I'm not at all surprised that we are scoreless here with less than 2 minutes to go. The failure gong comes up. They'll get the other face. It's a counter play. B-Bow. Luckily, he was able to catch it on the arc. We're less than 100 seconds left.
Hail, Monkey Man. We got blood last time, now we got finesse. Broadswords are gone. In come the fencing status. Fencing, whatever you want to call it. I don't know. At this point, it is all just honing in for that single point, that single goal that will make or break this moment. And it might pass in front, but yet again, it is denied. High kick, though, GHS. No one around. Grapevine not able to follow through. Air Tiger, though, denying any follow through. And Prosper at this point, it's going to be individualistic. Who finds that mark? Neither, as a demo from downtown. Deadlock respawns.
First team to make a mistake is going to get punished. Both these teams are leaning into one another. Forehead to forehead, cracking skulls, cracking through the windshield. Maybe one solid wreck that really gets us through to finally get a score onto this one in game number 7. Northward trying to get this one upfield. That's a big demo. B-Bow nowhere to be seen. No Mercy wants to kick it up. Air Tiger Drew will challenge it out. That's backboard, baby. Who's there?
Ooh.
Tiger Drew! It's Deadlock! They get 1-0. Sub 1/2 minute. This could be considered an upset. Grapevine Masters coming in.
All they have to do is tend to their goal here. Sing for victory right now. Get hype if you can. Grapevine are just about to upset the Kings and be crowned the champions. Prosper, though, gonna fight in these last 30 seconds. They want this attempt, but GHS are making sure to spin the moves on. They're trying to force this ball on the opposite side. They don't want Prosper to have a single moment in front of their net. Neptune's Orbit picks it up on the left side, punts it right back out over to defenders, and they roll right away. Open net opportunity, but what a time to come out here. Air Tiger, they rolled off to the right side. They say, not a chance, Prosper. You're not going to get this. Bounce one, bounce two, though. Neptune's there, and they're going to try and dunk it down, and they do. Grapevine come out the victors in a thrilling Game 7 match.
Congratulations goes over to the Masters of Grapevine High School. They were down, but they were not out. 3-1, bringing it back to 4-3. Prosper High is a very solid team. Got to give them so much love, and they looked like they were in control, but this is a gut check that we got out of Deadlock, Air Tiger Drew, and Neptune's Orbit. Someone asked in the chat earlier, does Neptune even have Orbit? I'd say the gravity of that win says yes.
The gravity of the situation as well. You were down at one point by 2 games. You were not in a great spot. You were hemorrhaging for opportunity, and you found it. From fist fight to finesse to dancing the entire ballet, that was Grapevine throwing hands. And huge shout out to Prosper, getting up to 3-1 at one point. They showed why they are the kings, but again, the playbook started to fall apart as soon as we saw Grapevine start to fight back, and I loved every single moment of it. If you are in the venue and you do not raise your hands up and clap for these awesome competitors, I don't know what will get you up and on your feet. Shout out to all of our participants here in the Vanta Texas Esports League Spring Finals. The Rocket League side of things has concluded. Next up will, of course, be Apex Legends. And if I can go ahead and scroll on here, I want to double check which matchup will be next. I believe it is going to be Wiley versus Stafford for the Apex Legends TDM Grand Finals. That'll be coming to you here very shortly, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Just third man. That's a free net unless we will drag it.
Pick up every single time, and that's just GHS and how they play. Neptunes this time is the one bounced out of control, and what a bounce is their chance right back into the series. Air Tiger going up a little bit, stalling out and waiting, but no mercy. Carries it just below and rolls it. Some of those demos come out. It feels like Crossfire kind of gotten a handle on that one. Said, okay, you're looking just for the straight demos. You're mostly getting them on the ground play. The GHS saying no demos needed this time.
Mercy, lots of aerial control. Flip reset. He's getting powerful out there. They will ring it off the bar. Oh,
Off the bar again.
was able to make contact, but every single touch found by Grapevine was answered immediately by Prosper, trying to lift it into
More kills. We look for the opportunities. Deadfall in center, but again, that's more time wasted. Great little bumps come out of CHS are fighting, and they
not
get
a group that is to be taken lightly, and everyone knows that Grapevine, they're up against it right now.
Oh,
It does not matter how much speed you put on it. Obviously, more is better if you're going to throw it across your own net. But if you're throwing that ball across your own
Trying
net,
to hang in from the center, but GHS saying, do we get a turn on offense? Maybe we do. Opticron's bar teammate is there, and they roll it on in on the ground. Good luck for their own. Seeing the spice of life, seeing that glint in the eye. But Bevo checks it across, and no mercy slams.
Neptune's Orbit has to keep it calm. Nice challenge as well. You're going to get both Air Tiger and Deadlock. Shot will be coming out. Winning machine in Texas. 150 available. That's going to be a nice touch. It will be picked up. Neptune doesn't have much in the way of boost, but they will grab some from midfield. Aiming to pressure. Mercy was hoping to get that. They got it!
Got a minute or so to hang on to your goal. Prosper gonna try and find one of their own though and try and turn it around. Another shot on goal, and it gets past Neptune.
To have to undo, and then they do it. Grapevine High Masters. They gotta keep focused though, because Mercy wants to kick it up. Air Tiger Drew will challenge it out. That's backboard, baby. Who's there?
Ooh.
Tiger
Oh!
Drew!
Nicely coming out of Deadlock. But of course, a nice little Destructo as Demo actually opens it up for Bevo. Bevo.
So just 1-0, so it's not like it's out of reach for either team, especially if they want to make this one even better. Great challenge. It comes down. We're all tied, as well as his other teammate. To find those connections and collisions. Those have been really the name of the game. But it's the same thing.
Prosper just trying to kind of sling the ball around, see what sticks and what's available for themselves. A little bit of a way to catch though, as Deadlock sees an open net, punches it to the left side. And
Getting up to game speed, it's something different in Rocket League. That first game was about who's ready, about who's able to at least start finding these moments. Neptune does so!
So having a coach is really important because it's the difference between sitting with your buddies at home playing and actually getting something out of it. It's really the direction that a coach can take you. Push up, standing up.
Hey guys, let's push as one team.
I like to be competitive at everything I do, whether that in school or in game.
Coaches, like, they help us a lot with it. Almost like regular sports, they just are always there for us.
having a coach is really important because it's the difference between sitting with your buddies at home playing and actually getting something out of it. It's really the direction that a coach can take you.
Push up. Stand again.
Hey guys, let's push as one team.
I like to be competitive at everything I do, whether that in school or in game.
Coaches, like, they help us a lot with it. Almost like regular sports, they just are always there for us.
What's up?
You got this. Push it. You got it. Let's go. Push up. Stand again.
Hey guys, let's push as one team.
He's up there. He's up there.
Good stuff. Oh, good try. Good try. Let's go. Nicely done. There you go. All right, watch the ult here. All right, let's go. Nicely done, guys. You got this. Push it. You got it. Let's go.
So having a coach is really important because it's the difference between sitting with your buddies at home playing and actually getting something out of it. It's really the direction that a coach can take you.
Push up. Stand again.
Hey guys, let's push as one team.
I like to be competitive at everything I do, whether that in school or in game.
Coaches, like, they help us a lot with it. Almost like regular sports, they just are always there for us.
What's up?
You got this. Push it. You got it. Let's go.
Have some fun here because it is going to be fun in the sun. We are here with the Vanta Texas Esports Spring Finals, and you know it's going to be an absolute banger as we go ahead and take a look at Wiley versus Stafford. Both squads rounding it out in the semifinals, making their way here into the BO3 Apex Legends TDM Finals.
Both these teams, this is the first time actually, Orbital, that we've had teams that are completely undefeated facing off against one another. Usually we end up having someone that has one loss or maybe a undefeated squad. There were 3 of our 4 Apex squads that came into this looking to complete a perfect season. So with Wiley, the Pirates, coming out of the north side of Texas, and Stafford from the southeast, we get to see which region really shows up today. And it was a 2-0 yesterday for the middle schoolers. Because everyone's still undefeated here, I have no idea who's going to be closing things out.
Yeah, I'm going to be interested as well, and I'll be very, very curious to see exactly how they put things down. I hear we're going to Skull Town first, and I know they're going to bring the heat, much like Takis does. If you are in the venue, go ahead and try some Takis. Go ahead and feel that intensity and feel that burn that's available because, man, are they good. We go ahead and take a little bit of a short look as our camera decided to spin around a little bit on the Stafford side, but you know it's going to be a mixed bag of action here, and I'm excited to see what gets thrown down.
And in case you guys are wondering, when it comes to Apex, if you weren't here yesterday, the format, it's team deathmatch, 40 kills, first one to get to their wins. But when you usually play this, it's 2 squads of 3 that are on either side, so you end up in a 6v6. This is just 3v3. So you get whatever 3 legends that are to you, and you have the availability to switch legends a la like Overwatch style, if you kind of walk into those notions. So you can, if something's not working, switch it around. We got to see a couple of Ashes yesterday, some Horizons, even an Alter, and even a Bloodhound. So I'm pretty confident we're going to see some of that similar set, considering that you got to hunt them down. But the better team, at least yesterday, really just narrowed the map to a singular building to really kind of funnel in a lot of that damage.
That's a scary factor as well. You got to make sure that you are on your toes. I think last time we saw the likes of an Ash, we saw a Lifeline as well. We saw the Bloodhound and Horizon. There was a lot of mix, and go ahead and take a look, and we see a lot of the same, that Horizon being used for verticality. But ooh, okay. I see you in there, Haju. I see you making a little bit of a sneaky pickup in there. This is going to be a fun altar yet again.
I got some Bangalore, baby. That's what I'm looking for. Look, Bango is my namebo, all right? Whenever I play some good old Apex, Bangalore is my gang. So, love that you can get some extra speed. Definitely the Altar is going to be changing things around. You get the ability to travel through the void. Ashe also showing their face, and Horizon really changes the name of the game for verticality's sake. So as we travel with them, exactly this. You get that gravity lift to get you on top onto this high ground, and that's where you want to be able to start things off. So let's go into game number 1. Remember, it's first to 40. Could take a minute, but these fights really do heat up fast.
And of course, in a one-sided beatdown, sometimes we do see it only last about 15, so it's a lot of extra in there. Rooftop battle, though, leading into neither side just yet. Quick smokes and artillery being used, as you talked about the Bangalore being able to kind of clear out that top side, force a low ground battle. Right now, those smokes doing a little bit more than enough, forcing eyes away. And once again, is SHS over there on Team 2. And of course, WHS for their own. High rise yet again, though, as both the Horizons set down and try and get that bird's eye view.
And you also have the availability to escape because you do have the Altar and the Ash. A lot of teleportation you get through these immediate surfaces. You can kind of get those Altars literally to transport you around. This soft flank now by Indian Fire Dragon. See if they can get just a little bit of that low ground, but they have that negative advantage trying to kind of point upwards. Everyone escaping. You catch them on the run. That's a good shield break, so they'll have to reform and regroup together.
I love this call as well. You got to move as a squad. You always got to make sure that you are together and no one gets fragged out. We are still sitting at 0-0, but this might be the first, as that's a launch onto the rooftop and now falls to the ground. Chaser chases value, as that's a great shot from Red Hood, finding one, but immediately answered back. 2 for 2, as both teams are able to lock down 2 more apiece. Only Craze is live for the side of Stafford.
Yesterday, we saw a lot of good arc snare use to really kind of narrow those funnel points. I mean, you get a lot of that electric damage. You're just walking into some of those traps, and it turns into, all right, I can kind of bowl in, use the rest of my team to get over to them. So you also have the double time for the Bangalore. Anytime you're being shot at, you can get basically twice as fast. So it's a great way to get in, get out, and especially if you have that lifeline available of those teleports, it gets you moving around this map very quickly. The Horizons, though, have become a mainstay here for TDM to get to these high advantage points. There's no advantage between both these teams. They're kind of poking and prodding. They're still 2-2.
This is what we normally see. Again, when it comes to this, it's a little bit open space. It's a lot of open territory, which means these fights really don't go the way that you want. You're never going to get an extended battle unless someone really feels confident. And so you'll see a lot of shield breaks, but nothing more than that. Every so often you'll see a tick down of the HP bars, but it is really keeping eyes on those because, again, you do have infinite shield bats as well to play with. So you can always, if you get dinged for about 73, 74, you hide back, heal up, immediately get for that fight again. And you kind of rinse and repeat until someone gets a little bit brazen.
They also have the ability with the Ashe off of their phase breach to teleport across this map and bring sudden pressure. So it's whomever wants to kind of make that happen. Difference is the way that these kind of weapon sets are set up. You have the R99 and the flatline. That's a ton of damage that's sitting right now in the hands of Red Hood on this altar. So they can help them kind of punch through these surfaces. You're seeing them, though, collapsing onto this. And something that you got to be aware is that Bangalore has that rolling thunder. So this high ground, this rooftop situation could quickly turn into a barrage you can't handle.
And it's scary, but again, it's also easy to leave these rooftops just as well. We got to point that out. All you got to do is fall to the wayside. Maybe get picked on the ground, but you're not overly worried about that one. Shots are always whistling by your head anyway. Quick duck in, peek. Neither side really aware of exactly where everyone is. You can see peeks and prodding. This is going to be Red Hood, though, on the edge. Sees the gun poking out, tries to zip, and actually nails a 58. Ooh, shield break plus damage. Really comfortable shot right there. 4 minutes expired so far, and only a kill a minute, which is honestly a little bit more interesting than I thought. Quick dip and dodge. Phantom says, I don't want to be that fifth.
Trying to use that grab lift, though, immediately subverting expectations. Now they go straight into the arc snare. That's one of the first times we've actually seen one of those traps get popped. They're trying to find this kind of low ground disadvantage to their advantage off of that flank. Everyone on the same rooftop here, and I want to see a little bit more, especially out of Stafford, for getting onto those outside angles and then taking advantage of it off of a pincer. That's so tough to coordinate, but you're in the grand finals for a reason. Finding those earlier wins in the semifinals, and no one's really given up their life. It's come real close, though, and man, we're at 4 kills in total for the lobby, 2 apiece, another shield break away, and it's starting to look like Wiley's pushing down Stafford a bit.
You gotta like it. Again, there's no real difference here. That's gonna be a dash and a half. Oh my lord, Indy realizing they were getting fired upon and immediately dipped up and diving. Now here comes the rush. The entirety of the Stafford squad chasing in together, saying, okay, where are they gonna be? A little bit of a crouch under, and they're looking to try and trying to grab a little extra. There goes the portal into and around that car, trying to get to safety, but there's the crossfire. Roberto is able to find one, looking for a second. Now you spray down, huge chase into the doorway. Door ding goes boom, and that's a revenge killing. But here comes the side of Wiley as they watch through yet 2 more, and they will take a 2-kill lead.
A quick breach as well. Use that Void Nexus to get in and get out and get back to the high ground. So, job well done. They've been using that low ground kind of building entry doorway to navigate. Again, Horizon turning this basically into a jump pad playroom off of this map of Skulltown. And they finally catch him rotating. 5-3 advantage sitting with Wiley high. Now, you know, this could be a quick game, depending on how quick they take these skirmishes, and that may ramp up over the course of this, but this has been a chess match so far, and this is a 30-minute timer, so that clock isn't there just yet to be worried about, but there's still 40 kills to account to.
Yeah, at some point it just kind of feels like a very open territory battle, and at that point it's a hard sprint for who can get the most amount of kills. I feel like we're going to take down to maybe the last 10 minutes before we see that explosiveness, before we see that real desperation to try and close the gap. What a snipe, though. Domed out is Cyclone, and that one always feels a little bit bad. Again, those drops tend to be the mainstay piece of the puzzle, saying, hey, look, if you don't get to those drops, we'll take it and we'll take advantage.
Kraber is McNasty. You catch someone with some less damage. Oh, and you're going to get broken. They do get rid of one. So we're starting to look at what India Fire Dragon might be doing through the latter portion of this. Look, shout out to anyone that uses Bangalore, and especially is landing their shots. This is looking like a TF2 fiend to me. They will recharge their shields. 6-3 goes the way of Wiley. Every single kill feels like a mountain that has to be climbed. But look at the way they have actually been able to reconvene. They're completely a separate flank angle now.
And honestly, that's what you want to do. You get the Kraber out to the wing side, and then you can try and lock him down. Take a look at how contained the side of Stafford is. And they're not exactly sure where everyone is currently located. So for the side of Wiley, they're just kind of running around. They're saying, okay, this is great for the Pirates. They're going to be comfortable. While ground floor fight brings the Spartans to a very nice frag out. It's matched by 1. We're still 2-kill difference here, as the side of the Pirates are trying to play as comfortably as possible.
Saw someone earlier playing with an R99 and Ava. Felt like they were just asking for this to be a close quarters combat battle. They do not go into that void nexus. They don't want to be trapped in a room. Could be that those can be traps themselves. They see them rotating away. Tiniest tag, as they don't want to be seen either way. As Craze, this is exactly the player I was talking about. R99 as well as an Ava. They want to fly on by you and just kind of play into the floor while you're still tripping over yourself. So now they've narrowed the scope of this, playing for funnels in this doorway battle.
Gonna have to wait and see, because both teams are currently spread out very far from each other, I believe. Gonna go ahead and open up a little bit of a twist.
Okay.
Hard sprint to the other side, though. And maybe this is the gap closer that they want. Horizon bringing them up on high. Repositioning factor for the Pirates. And they found one. Great lighting. Putting down some damage. But of course, Red Hood in the same. Took some damage. Has to bat up. I think they're going to be okay. Heals up behind. So Red Hood back at full. No worries. Where do they go from here? Again, these kind of stray angle shots aren't really yielding anything. And with the smokes as well to cover, feels like the Spartans are doing good work moving around. And maybe I eat my words. Craze takes a nasty shot to the body. Loses half their HP in the shields.
This is what I'm talking about, though. You have the phase breach as well as the void nexus to traverse all over this map. This is exactly what happens in the regular BR of Apex, and it allows so much great repositioning, and they're catching themselves being basically swarmed on. I also cannot wait for that black hole to come up that's on, I think, both of the horizons now. It could be a huge play to be made. So much damage being laid out by this R99. It is a little gun, but when you stabilize it with all the extra blue utility, you find yourself in a great position. So they're going to be backed up as well. Gonna recharge that shield, and again you have two very low members, becomes 8-6. They catch him with the bow. Let's go.
Nasty call, and now you get a chase as well. Really fast forward in. You're gonna chase as far as possible with the rest of the squad. Maybe get a back in the round, and now you do. What a surprise! Hello.
Oh.
This is the Spartans to chase and wipe out the remaining 2. We are now tied 8-8.
That's what I'm talking about. Look, if you play Ash, you get that arc snare, and they are just, you get first shot, you're basically going to get a free kill, especially if you're running the CQC special out of that R99 and that Ava. So, job well done. Finding this one evened up. It is a chess match. I love myself some checkers, but this is about how you strategically are getting these pieces to move. Just 8 apiece. And we have already gone through the first third of our timer, and we're not barely through the first third of our scoreline.
No, and at the end of the day, it doesn't matter, because you can win by an inch or a mile. It don't matter. All you need is have 1 kill over your team or your opponents. A little bit of a hail as the missiles come down from the sky, forcing everyone into the sky. A little bit more Horizons lift, causing a little bit of chaos around. Both squads not sure exactly what happened. Bahaju took a beating, same with the rest of the Spartans, and now they're on the run. But what a twist and turn. Craze able to bring it right back in around, got some damage down, but no full kill. So they have to back away with the rest of the team, and everyone got lit up right there.
I was loving the opener with the Rolling Thunder off of Bangalore's ults. And oh, can they get it? No, they don't even have to deal with someone coming up at them. It's still 8-8. They have that Void Nexus if they want to go high ground, but they're going to stick around for just now. I think they use it actually as bait to try and use some of these just extra portals that they've set up from some of these surfaces. And I feel like some of these have actually become telegraphed to the other team. So right now, it is so tedious. It feels like even with more than halfway of this game left to go here, Orbital, both these teams not wanting to even give up a single kill.
No, and when it's this close, I can understand it. I can't fault them, right? This is exactly what I would do. I try and play it slow, try and play it smart. Don't let yourself get tagged out because a single kill can really be the make or break moment of this game. You don't want to reach into that end as a problem right now. That's chase though, as the high ground is not exactly in your favor. That's a great snipe, great call by Crazy. You route them and then you loot. Now the doorway is going to be busted open, quick shot into the body, but that's the dome yet again. Pistol to reap rewards. 2 for 1 so far, make it a third to follow. Done deal for the side of SHS Gold, but it's even right back up. Both squads, Wiley and Stafford, still neck and neck.
Good old Havoc switch up. That really tears through shielding very quickly, but just as much as we get a 3 one way, we get 3 the other. 11 apiece. Both these teams. Look, we had 3 undefeated teams walking into this, and I can exactly see why. No one giving a single centimeter of separation. Look, the metric system is real. I hope they teach it to you out there, especially in this great state. So as we are about to approach halfway here of our first game, remember it's a best of 3 for this TDM. It has become the TDM of who can be able to out-position the other.
I think without position, Phantom realized they're not in position, got lit up by Red Hood on the rooftop, said, oh, I don't like this one, but the drop is so important to go ahead and grab, and that's a snipe out. Really, really great catch coming in here for the side of the Pirates. Find yet another than the Pirates. I think exactly who else they can find. They're now a leg up. If they wish to push against the other two, they can. Looks like they might take a chance to see what's left of this drop, but high ground shoddy. 8. Wondering exactly what's going to be given a chance. A little bit of a falling play as the Spartans are trying to regroup and get a grasp of this top side.
Drop pods putting scout rifles out there is such a meme. I can't believe that they would put such a single shot. Look, if you can land that single shot, sure, but you're just going to get out pressured by a full AR. Don't want to have that in my back pocket. And I don't know. R99 Neva seemed to be working. Why not keep with it? That's what Craze says. So going to move as a unit. Going to stay on the low ground. And this is actually where they traverse really, really well. But this is also where they've been caught a couple of times and also been catching their opponents. It's a 12-11 difference. They're going to use that Void Nexus, move up to that next level. Going to check it going in because they can go to every single floor. This is basically Maze Runner, by the way. Just taking those quick elevators. It's a rat in a cage, and they're just flying everywhere.
Got to mention, be a little bit careful watching this one. Get your blue glasses on and make sure that you got a view of this run, as right now we get that spaced out, decent spacing right now from the side of Wiley. You can see not a single person on a single same platform. They're trying to make sure to get all angles cleared. And that way, if someone gets a great deke, if we see that, I believe it's while Bocek a little bit earlier, if we get to see a snipe of one, maybe you can clean up on the other side, someone trying to hide in an angle. Shield broken again for Cyclops, who is going to go ahead and bat up, but again, it's just this long-range battle. It's a slow artillery piece. Nice zap on the Red Hood, though. So not having that comfortability at the end of the day, has to back away. And again, it's little tags here and there, fragments of damage, but nothing really sticking.
It cannot be understated how like smoke launcher really helps out for just kind of changing the game when you don't have anything kind of like a Bloodhound. You can get some extra damage, basically tracking that happens sometimes with Ash, but otherwise, like Bangalore is a great switch up to bring into, especially what we saw yesterday. That feels like it was just pure damage. Both these teams are navigation. You get the Horizon, you get the Ash, and you get the Altar. That's kind of just, all right, we want movement. Now they are trying to be able to take over. Look at the big push over the top mid. You do have this Overwatch now by Red Hood, and they're able to break at least into one, so gotta watch out. If you're making this push, you're getting caught from behind and off kilter. That's gonna be 12-12 apiece. They're laying down some damage. Maybe that can't be afforded elsewhere.
Huge Bocek shot, as well as Red Hood is realizing that no, we can't really be here. We have to go ahead and concede ground, get inside, and this is the norm, right? As soon as you lose someone, you drop down, get inside one of these cubbies, hide out, wait for the team to regroup yet again. Eyes out on the top side. As we're seeing the rest of the Spartans go ahead and chance away. A little bit of a Horizon focus as we see everyone just kind of chase away, and now we're on the rocks. Where do we go? All of a sudden, brand new landscape for everyone to see.
Yeah, in case you didn't know, Skull Town is because it was built on the spine of like a giant dinosaur, so welcome. We're literally up here. They teleport all the way the heck out, which is exactly why Ash and Altar are very premium legends to use. Now, it doesn't give you, it basically fully exposes you. You don't have a great escape line unless you're going to be teleporting away again. So, you're going to try and make the best of this open situation. throwing out smoke launcher one more time. They're going to try and bring this one on back, and they're going to follow right after him to try and use that grab lift. And they have squeezed the distance here, but we have done nothing more than go dead even through nearly 20 minutes.
And I feel like it's not even going to worry about the next 10. It's all about the following 5 at the very end of the day. It's just like, hey, we're not worried about those 10 minutes. At this point, it is understood that both teams are not going to allow anything more than a kill or 2 difference. You can see there the gaps between damage points are very, very low. Of course, it's a little bit of a lean into the Pirates' side. They've been able to hit a little bit more clean shots, I think, from some of their aggression and defenses. But they're still very comfortable, and it's still a 12-12. It doesn't matter how much damage you lay down. If you can't finish off the kill, it really doesn't matter. So I'm kind of wondering, are we going to see more chases? That's going to be a light up. What a peek, though. Craze immediately makes me eat my words, but it's traded back yet again. What a frag out. Cyclops goes down. Pain and a half now. As it's chased out, Craze realizes they're not in a good position either. And this is the collapse coming in here. But a nice turnaround as Red Hood could not hold up against Huja. And Huja takes that victory to boot. 1 up by the side of the Stafford squad.
They had to steal that away. They've been playing they've been playing even, and then from like tiny little steps behind Wiley. So good looks by Stafford High. But I mean, Craze has been the kill leader for a long while. That player in particular is exactly why they've been finding so much success. The arc snare combo with an R99 is just lethal. This G7 Scout, I mean, they're landing their target shots, but Phantom needs to really, if they're going to be selling out from this high position, they better be getting some headshots too. Spitfire, my love. Thank you for using that weapon. One of my favorite LMGs.
I love how you have these favorites in there, but I gotta agree, the Spitfire is a really good one.
It's so good.
Clean as a whistle if you get those shots. Of course, right now you reload, sit with 50, and you're waiting. For the side of the Pirates, you do need a lot of these damage sources down, as that's a clip into Red Hood. My gosh, that's the second time I think they've gotten deep. I mean, this has been brutal. Another TP out over to the side of that skull and the spine. Maybe get a good wrap around. They've done this before, and there it is. Beeline into the bodies. Can't find more than just fragments damage. Just immediately zoned out. Indie Fire needs a little bit of help if they want to make this work, as we're heading down to the last 11.
Yeah, this is going to be the pressure game right now, right? So we got 11 minutes to go. You go 1 high ground. That means 2 we're going to try and rush off of that outside flank, and that's pretty much, I think, the name of the game. They know that there is a weaker standpoint. They could be able to rotate into this. That LMG is hot. Spitfire is great. It provides you a little shield, especially when you're firing for those headshots to kind of save you, but it's also a slow-firing, heavy ammo style weapon. So you do that, you better be ready to run. So as everyone's kind of re-navigating towards this next side building, everyone's kind of separating again, and this is where much of the time goes. They track down behind them, trying to be able to get with the boat check. Whew, just a single step behind. Look at that shield back, and now there's just fights on so many fronts.
The thing is, the Cyclops is actually really good with that, and that can really turn a battle, as right now we see that turn go down. Spartans militantly move their way in for the battle. But Craze realizes someone's right behind. They zap them out as well. Clean 3 now ahead. As the rest of the Pirates go, dang, what just happened? We just got beached right there. Following through yet another as Craze is ready for the battle. You can see it's a 1-for-1 piece, still 3 in the lead, but that's a clean. Really, really nice follow on to Craze as Indie Fire Dragon brings a little bit of the heat once again. Haju chased down.
Just saving all the action for the final 10 minutes. Okay, kids, appreciate it. First 20 minutes is like, we'll get something. We'll show you what we can do. And then the last several is actually ramping up into a TDM. Imagine trying to throw out more flatline favor. Gonna get themselves a TP onto a lower surface if they need to escape. For the time being, that's just gonna be all of a feint. Cyclops could be dropped to absolutely nothing. They don't finish the draw. They have a chance to actually elevate themselves down yet another void floor if they want to. So they at least go 1 down, but they go straight into a 1v2. That's not how you do it. 1917.
And we're starting to see a lot more of these fragmented drops. Everyone's getting a little bit anxious, and this is what desperation does. Whether you are the side of the Pirates chasing for those kills, or the side of the Spartans realizing that you are going to be chased to get killed, you are starting to amp up that run. And we got a lot of game to play. At this point, it's going to come down to that final moment, the last few pieces of that puzzle. And we're right back to the rooftops where we were about 20 minutes ago. It's only going to end in a crazy shootout. I feel Indy with a quick jump over might be going for the close melee. Are they going to get it?
Did get crazed just a little bit ago to make this one
Oh.
close, and then they got it dead. Even if they get a triple, not gonna happen. Cyclops will get him back, so they do at least keep this lead here for Stafford. Spartans trying to go shields up. Remember, as this clock gets closer, you get quicker about how you want to go and take those skirmishes, and then when you do that, the trades will become just blitz fast. And that's where things get scary, Orbital, because it basically gets out of control. And then if you are going to be the kill leading team, then you get chased and you get to control really where the last part of this battlefield is played.
At that point, I don't even know what to expect. Within a single kill, it means a single team wipe could be the make or break moment of the entire game. In come those shells once again, but Red Hood can't stand to watch the fireworks as they're deked out once again. Craze trying to dance away, trying to shield up. So we are going to watch this pan out yet again. Eyes on the prize though as Haju eats a lot of bullets there. And now we're going to watch the B line in. Another shield's broken as really nice defense from the Spartans, but can they hold out? Yes, they can. Great shot onto Red Hood. Red Hood is now down in the chase for one more. The sprint did not work. It's a fight back though. Phantom cleans up. Are you going to clean up all three? No, you fall to the ground. And it's still within one.
That's nasty. Craze surviving as long as they did after everyone was able to go through that void was insane. Movement tech on lock right now for Craze, and that's exactly why they are leading this squad. But this is going to become a frenzy as quick as it is. They use that Ava. They're able to kick back. It's still just a 1-point lead. 7 minutes to go. We could have full 30 time between these two. Remember, it's 40 to win or whoever has the most at the end of the clockwork. And Wiley has been playing catch up, but it's only been by 1.
It honestly feels at this point you're going to wait down that last 5 and then just try and make a break for it. Take down your opponent as quickly as possible. For the Spartans, I'm kind of wondering, this squad, they've held on to the lead of 1 the entirety of the 20 so minutes that we've seen. How are they going to maintain? A couple more smokes go out. Laser beam as Indie Fire Dragon last time got crushed in a 1v1, I believe. It didn't work in their favor, but that's a great backline access. Phantom said, yo, no, Spartans, you can't give us your back like that, or the Pirates will run you through. Quick little jump down as that's a snap. You walked right into the jaws of defeat. You walked right into the Spartan training camp, but there's at least one Indie trying to spin around, tries to stay alive, and they do. Teammate comes in to clean up, and it's still a 1-kill game.
They don't want to go down that Nexus. They do not want to go through the void. It just they feel like they would just be pummeled as soon as they come on the other side and teleport. So they'll keep within 1. Still a lot of great trades. Stafford pushing this to the absolute limit. You will have this go dead even at 25. All right. Suddenly, the Valve is all the way up on both of these squads. Game number 1, remember, is going to be massive advantage here for this best of 3. A lot of damage from on high. You got that high ground. Cyclops doesn't want to blink that eye straight into their face. 25 apiece. 5.5 minutes. Sweat time. They're going to go and re-navigate to high ground again.
I mean, these meetings are starting to catch everyone a little bit off guard, which is why we're seeing even it was so close 1-kill difference, but spacing right now can be huge. Phantom right now inside of that spine, still waiting for an opportunity to get a quick frag. Look down and about. Red Hood ready to join in. And Monkey Man, this is as close as it's gonna get. This is what it all leads to. We basically had 2 kills a minute from either squad, and it's a big drop coming in for Indie Fire Dragon. Maybe you can grab, you got the bow check. Oh, this can turn the tides. Remember, a single sight for the bow check means your HP is almost gone.
And it's so silent, you don't know where that shot's coming from. Bow check is nasty. You just got to hit those shots, though. So, gonna use that grav lift to help them get up into the spine.
I love this.
Yeah, it's good navigation. I like that they've actually put this into the old wheelhouse of how they want to navigate around here, but you do at least get your teammate an Indie Fire Dragon. They're going to drop their shield. 25-25. That one single pick, Orbital, if it becomes like just kind of a get it and get out situation, then suddenly you got them on a leash and you got to force them to chase you.
That's what they're hoping for right now. It's way too even to count. 4 minutes left. And we're watching this kind of sting take place. You can see everyone not willing to rotate just yet, but you got to keep eyes on all 3 members. So far, you only really see 2. You got to figure out where that third is. Phantom, maybe willing to run the long way around. A lot of pings going down as well. The Spartans keeping militant action, militant eyes on where everyone is and saying, okay, no, you don't get a sneak attack on us. But instead, it's just a front door burst as that is the Pirates to say, no. We take our gold where we can, whether it's through front door or back door or anything in between.
I think there's a little bit of a kind of team IGLing. They're trying to tell Cyclops not to overexpose. There's a bit of an overpeak situation that's happening for them, and they've gone down to near death a couple of times. They're trading at least alongside Phantom, and Phantom doesn't really have a kind of a support except for this upper high ground situation. So they're playing them from two separate angles. They're trying to take advantage of that as well. You got the smoke launcher that's going to go out one more time to try and at least take away these sight lines. What does Indie Fire Dragon do with his bow check? If you get taken down by a bow check, it kind of rocks. It kind of rocks your world. But look at this.
Yeah, but Phantom is out in the open. We haven't seen this in ages, but you're 3 minutes in and 3 minutes left. You just got to find it. If you can find the clean opportunity and your teammates are holding, we talked about this flank. Shields are a little bit gone. Cyclops trying to bat up. Is this going to be the big call? And again, it's worked wonders. You peek over the corner. Who's there? Eyes out, and you spray, and you line one up, and you get it. You're going to run. Phantom's like out. Phantom's ideal out to safety. No way. That is a crazy call.
That is such a great teleport. They're like, you know what? You gotta come to us now. 2:40 to go. 26-25. Sneak thiefing their way is Wily. The Pirates will abscond with your life as they will swashbuckle over to the other side of this ridge. And that suddenly puts the Stafford Spartans in a swift draw. They do get rid of that teleport station. That's exactly what they're doing with those cards to be able to go from one end of this map to the other. And they know that they have to play into their hand. Oh,
it's gonna come down to it. We're seeing that quick beeline. The entirety of the Spartans are like, yo, what's up, guys? Are we about ready to fight? Everyone's hiding out, and that's a bow check straight up frontal style. But can they find them? Both are on opposite sides of the spine. Gotta go get them. Do they know this? Do they know where they are?
Brother, you're looking for scoliosis back there. Doesn't know. Right, it's just on the vertebrae. 12-10, by the way, is a craze. Been looking fantastic. They don't know where to go.
No,
they are going to bleed this clock 100 seconds, and it's just a game of hide and seek.
No way. No way they pulled off one of the most frustrating You can see everyone on the side of the Pirates just like, yeah, we're chilling. And for the Spartans, they're spread. They're actually spread pretty dang thin. Da-da. Da-da. Jaws theme in the background. And Monkey Man, it's going to come down to it.
If they get caught, look, you got three. Hopefully you got the numbers. You should just be able to kind of gun them, right? They've narrowed this entire map just down to a single corner. Phantom might be kind of exposing themselves a little bit. They're going to tell them to get back, but they're just keeping that hard surface between them and the rest. It comes down to a minute to win it. Are you kidding me? Craze is pissed. He's like, where are you guys? Fight me!
And off of the amazing play call that you mentioned before, the call for Phantom with that flank, it was an open side lurk, which is crazy to say in my eyes, but it was an open side lurk. And it works so well. Take a look at this. They have no idea. It's how you play this bank angle. Yeah, go ahead. Put your hand in front of your face. You're winning this one. That's a GG and a half. And even if they're spotted, I'm pretty sure the Pirates have first picks. Look at this. They have no idea. They have no idea. Craze is like, bro, all y'all oxen free. Marco Polo, please make a sound. We're 10 seconds out. This is the Pirates hiding with their ill-gotten gains. GG's on game number 1 here in the Apex Legends Grand Finals.
Fight me, you cowards, say the Spartans. Time has elapsed. That first game goes to Wily. What a chess match it was, and what a sneaky way for Phantom to get that singular kill over that top high ground. Wow. I did not expect it to be like that. And the play call to get that first pick and then be like, dudes, we are out. Let's get the dub.
We kind of expected that overall, though. We said it was going to come down, considering how close they were. And I think the only time that we're ever going to see that hard sprint, that hard look, is really when we're seeing a 3 to 4 kill difference. That's when teams off a sudden get desperate. But I have to give favorites. That Phantom frag out was the knife in the back. You immediately see this kind of twist in the eyes of the Spartans. They're like, no way. No way we really let that happen. And again, it came down to that bow check. I want to talk about the shields that were so low at the very end. The whole reason that I'm pretty sure the Spartans had no idea about Phantom is they were so worried about the bow check. I think all 3 of the Spartans at one point had no shields.
Yeah, they definitely did. You had some of that kind of basically sidelong pressure, and they were standing up onto the top of the spine, which they had used as an escape route for Skulltown. And then the Phantoms was like, okay, cool. They're no longer shooting at me, because we saw that duel. It was like a 1v2, and they kept doing like a kind of the bait and switch to be able to get each of the legends, each of the players back between them. What a way to be able to get that game. One key kill. What was it? 41 between them. No one reached the kill max to be able to complete that game, and it is now Wiley who will be on championship point.
And here's the deal, though. I take a look at what we have available, and I honestly think Skulltown has one of the most open-sided top sides of the map. You take a look at a lot of verticality, and especially with the spine, you get such a high-rise view. The rest of the maps, I don't think really have an excessive amount of that. Now, I don't want to say they don't have upper rooftop battles, but it's just not to the extent of the spine in such a large spacing. I mean, last time we saw Zeus Station as well as Fragment East. I would like to see Estates, in my personal opinion. If you're looking at the Spartan squad, I'd like to see them kind of bring it a little bit closer in. I wonder, because I don't think we've fully had that experience of both teams actually going at it at CQC style. So I'd like to see them bring it back to a little bit closer map style and see if they can bring the series back to a Game 3.
I also love that, we got to see so much of Indie Fire Dragon with I think they threw at least 3 Rolling Thunders because of the design of Skulltown, and because so much of that fighting does happen topside. They're all right, cool. I am going to rain down pain. I'm going to make it difficult for you to stay here, and they can kind of basically reconstruct the map to how they want. And then they ended up with the bow check. They got that final pick up from that drop just outside of that spine position. So job well done for this team to be able to kind of keep themselves kosher. I think that we're going to go to this next game, though, in a second, right?
We might, but I think we're also going to give the teams a little bit more because honestly, it was so close. I think they need just a little bit more time to deliberate. So we're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, the Apex Legends Grand Finals here for the high school division of the Vanta Texas Esports Spring Finals will continue in just a bit.
All right, let's go. Nicely done, guys. You got this. Push him. You got it. Let's go.
So having a coach is really important because it's the difference between sitting with your buddies at home playing and actually getting something out of it. It's really the direction that a coach can take you.
Push up.
Honestly, I thought chess was being played off stream, but we have it here yet again. It's been small motion versus small motion in this grand finals for Apex Legends, and honestly, the teams are playing it as concise as can be. A single kill difference and then hiding for 3 minutes, you play it like you need to.
A meticulous way to take on this match-made game, and not at all kind of too different than what you got to do when it comes to the BR side of things. However, I kind of expect this next one to ramp up because we will be going from what was a pirate-driven, a swashbuckler style on Skull Town. Well, we're going to be going over to Zeus Station, which is where we ended things in yesterday's middle school grand final. And I think this one has an open middle, some close quarters hallways. I think we have a bit more action on the horizon.
Yeah, and I would say it's not as large. Even though it's probably about the same size, I would kind of take a look at it. The actual battlegrounds itself, I don't think anyone wants to be in the outside ring, so it is kind of chasing each other around some of these corridor blocks. You're not going to have that open rooftop to play. You're going to have to really take focus on, are we sprinting as a two-piece? Are we going to open up with a salvo indoors? Or are we fighting on the top ground? I think last time we saw it on floors 2 and 1, and maybe on the rooftop or just underneath floor 3. It was all about, just getting that flank option or the pincer almost on your opponent and then chasing them down for the finishing blow.
It also was interesting to see. I mean, this is purely kind of witnessing separate platforms of play. Players that are also playing from controller and players that are also playing from mouse and keyboard. So you have kind of the difference of sudden snap, I guess, kind of movement tech. And we got to see Craze really be bananas. They were the kill leader for a good long time, but they weren't the damage leader. It was Cyclops. But for the entirety of the lobby, it was actually Indie Fire Dragon. And knowing that you can really kind of lay down that cover fire and get some solid cleanup out of Red Hood and Phantom, that's all you really kind of need. Especially for this kind of game. Now, you're seeing the teams. Everyone seems very stressed, which is exactly what that game was in a kind of a microscope, because it was like, all right, let's rotate. Let's hit this thing. And then one single kill is what made the difference.
Well, getting into this one, we'll see if it's going to be the exact same. We go ahead and see those legend selections come out here.
Okay.
And it looks like we might actually have a match yet again. This time around, it's the Horizon and yeah, it's pretty dang close. A little bit of a swap out, though, over on the side of the Pirates, dancing away from the Bangalore.
Yeah, I believe they're going over to Maggie. I might be. Yeah, no, that's an interesting pickup. Okay. So for Maggie, you end up with a lot more of you get to the ability to really kind of get those boost pads, and I think they want to use that. But they start also detonating, so they want to turn this into kind of an explosive map. So if this is going to get a bit more narrow and there's going to be a lot more fights, they want it to boom. But let's go game number 2. And P2020s, all right, that's fine. All right, I'm not going to make a note of that. Whatever, that's fine.
I think we're already getting a lot more action here, actually. So you take a look at the weaponry. We got a Mozambique coming out here. Like, we got that close range. Keep it close to the chest as much as possible. And they're already dancing. What the problem is going to be is who wants to check that corner first. I think that's going to be the biggest issue that we have here as it's a swing around the corner. Quick little arc into a slide and fight. Quick little find here for the side of the Spartans, but they don't get any kills as it's chased away by the Pirates. They don't want to get caught by the authorities. Quick lineup on the shielding as we chase a little bit further, and around the corner they go. Sprint on 2, though. It's a swing for one, but they pick up on the side of the Spartans as they take 3 total.
Fantastic work. Craze obviously started the exact same way in our previous game, but tracking them down, knocking them out, that's going to be the difference made right now at least. So I do want to see how Phantom kind of finesses their way onto that legend switch up. I thought they were doing kind of good work otherwise. And you actually do have Indie Fire Dragon, that they were on the Bangalore before and Phantom was on the Horizon. So a switch of legends and basically roles for having to move around this map.
I think that quick snap up 3 did say, like, hey, maybe we don't have the advantage that we want. Keep in mind, it's going to be close, but it's going to be an all-right fight either way. Quick little frags, quick little dekes, no one stepping up too far. But I like this up and down piece. Take a look at this. A little bit deeper spread, I think, from the Spartans. They've kind of spread themselves a little bit thinner, which I like. Making sure to gather all angles, and this is going to be that big point of focus inside Indie Fire Dragon. Inside the command center, no one's really close, but outside, Red Hood snaps onto the arm and quickly has to get down to safety inside.
There's also a mechanic that's built into Wiley's kind of kit with Maggie that because they have the signature of that riot drill, if they expect this one to get CQC, then they can actually smoke them out. However, Stafford is absolutely mauling all over the fact of that previous game, the ending 3 minutes ended in a hide and seek situation, and they are tearing through the Pirates at this point. 6-2 for our first 8 kills. This one going a bit quicker than it did before.
I mean, they're just very willing to take these fights, and I gotta agree, again, you got these dualies out, the Mozambiques are like, yo, let's go ahead and fight it out. It brings so much close-range battle damage, but at the same time, we're seeing it on the same side, and what a wait, you go ahead, swing hard, catch one, looking at the wall, they were looking up and not looking down in sides. That's gonna be another catch on the Indie Fire Dragon, as they go, oh dang, my teammate fell, another one, as Spartans are very quickly reaching those double digits.
Man, that one's quick build-up. We might actually see ourselves into a game number 3. Phantom by their lonesome. They're going to get smoked out. That's going to be a tough call. Craze is going to lay down some pressing fire. They're going to just follow up and lay him out. It's so good. You send one teammate. You have pure confidence you'll be able to get back to him. You use that teleport to be able to get into or back to high ground yet again. So, again, knowing just how to consistently get in, get out, get the job done. You get the phase breach to go back high. They thought that was their teammate. Indie Fire Dragon left confused.
Well, everyone's confused now as the entirety of the Pirates just kind of lean off to the side. This is going to be Wily wondering. Huge shots as Indy turned into a skeet rocket there. Problems about. The skeet shooting doesn't go their way, but a turn straight on the Cyclops. The Cyclops is going to take a lot of damage, but clean up on the aisle for the Spartans as they wipe it 2 for 1. Make it 3. Okay.
Okay, yeah, the dueling Mozambiques. By the way, Mozambique is like one of the weakest shotties in the entirety of the game. You actually buy those as Mad Maggie to use them as a to use Warlord's Ire because you run faster with shotties. So that's why they can land some extra damage. But I'm more of a Peacekeeper main myself, maybe just a Destiny style gameplay. Ooh. They are landing some heckin' damage. 13-6, Stafford running up the score.
And I said this before, right? I said that I was really curious to see what the standing was going to be once we got into a more firefight situation. That long-range battle, I felt, really did lean into the Pirates' favor. And now, when push comes to shove here in the CQC, we are seeing the likes of the Spartans excel. And it's going to come down, I think, to the map type next time if we go to a map number 3, if we get to see the Spartans continue on their run, and if we get to see Stafford continue their reign of terror. Stafford, MSD, showing up here. Indy gets a little bit of revenge, but nothing more than that. Pop through the walls. Haju loses their teammate, and this Indie Fire Dragon is still rip at least 1 for their own.
Oh. Deficit of 7. We've seen some teams come back, but these two teams, I think the greatest difference that we saw was 2, maybe 3 in that game number 1. Using that black hole to try and trap them Zarya-esque style. Then they're going to converge right down on top of them. They finally get 1, clearing the next. 7-16 as they go +9 up into this, and this is starting to become a shooting gallery in favor of the Spartans, and they are just running it down.
And I like this again. Chase some more. Make sure that the Pirates don't have any leeway to run. And it's going to work a little bit more. Quick TP out. Indie Fire Dragon saying, okay, let's get back to safety here and let's regroup. Let's take a breath for the Pirates. You've had a little bit quick, fast battle, but a great pick coming out of Phantom as they find Hell a little bit more dangerous. Really, really nice on Red Hood. Questions abound, though, as you need a little bit more. You need to be able to win definitive battles here in the next few. And the ones are not exactly in your favor. Cyclops and Red Hood, like, okay, nope, we don't like that one. Oh,
goodness. Craze on that Peacekeeper. They just slamming on home. They're about to crest up into 20. There's another one as they find, well, I guess Cyclops is able to get something up on the board, but, oh, wow. Okay. Tons of damage. We're already now at a +10 over the likes of Wily. Wily really perturbed the Spartans.
Oh, my Lord. Oh, do it to him. Oh, do it to him. Oh, do it to him. Cyclops brings it in. Duels it home. And Indie Fire Dragon spitting smoke. And that's about it. As we're halfway to the 40 mark, Spartans have come alive here in Game 2.
Use that quick from the void. They also have another big teleport if they need to use it. Red Hood right underneath everyone. They're going to try and pop up surprise. Seeing that Nexus at least available does both give your teammates a chance to kind of teleport away, as also your chance to be able to come up to your teammate and create that feint. in the world is Crazy going to do? They have definitely been laying down the damage. They have an extra shield pad they could walk in with. You got Haju that's been looking for a chance, but they're going to be tracked down from behind. Absolute hunting right now out of Stafford. And wow, okay, Phantom surviving, that's a surprise.
I mean, not just that, the rest of the team as well. Pirates are actually able to claim a 2-for-1 in the lower ground as well, so an overall 3-for-2, which leads us to only a 10-kill difference. Keep in mind, we were looking closer, I think, to an almost 11 or 12, so, you know, very small advances. Remember, there's a lot of time left on the clock. I know we burned down time last time we were looking at in game number 1 at the full 30 being used. But for the side of the Pirates, you gotta remember there's a lot of clock to play. Don't get antsy, keep up this slow momentum roll. That's the first big, I want to say 3v3 fight that you've had. Maybe you can get another.
Yeah, I don't think we're hitting clock time this time around.
Nope.
The way, first, what, 8 minutes and 15 seconds. And we have just 10 short of as many kills as we had in our
what a
previous game.
kill!
Fantastic, just full team effort. But they catch it from behind. They are at least able to get another one, and it
What
is
a
just
wipe.
a stomp. Okay. They were down by 10. They grab a trio, and that's going to be Wiley that starts to post up a comeback.
I mean, I love that. Again, Indy got the 1v1 drop down. Everyone's eyes was on Indy, and then the clothesline by 2. That's exactly what we're talking about. In the individuals, it feels like the Spartans are much stronger, but as soon as you get this kind of team play aspect, when they're allowed to play maybe a little bit of macro in these medium corridor fights, Pirates start to look alive. Pirates start to look like they are going to be able to do something here. As Phantom gets a stray headshot randomly onto the side of Cyclops, and that's a weird one because now it opens up space for even more. The slow climb back from the Pirates will continue, and they're now just 6 away.
If you're Stafford, the beginning of this game, fantastic. Late term, though, midway point, I'd honestly say. He's got to stabilize, and I would create a moment of separation. They definitely are allowing Wiley to create these collapse moments, which is exactly what they did. Basically pincered them from either side of that mid kind of circular ring. And they know where this hallway ends. They're able to see that grab lift, and that basically become kind of just a target. Skeet shooting them. They do grab one, but look at Haju from behind. Should be able to at least get 1 kill? No, they're not going to grab any. Phantom just full on face checking them, and Phantom, they're finding a few, but it's just going to be a candy cane on the kill feed.
Back and forth, though, and it still leans into the Spartans' favor. Remember, at this point, trades of 1-for-1 or 2-for-2 is actually in their favor. It needs to be clean, though, as that's Red Hood. Huge pick as well to help out Indy Fire Dragon. And now we're at just a 5. Huge shooting again, though, as Red Hood is like, yo, my turn to bring the pain. Looking real close as Indy gets the finisher. All of a sudden, they are coming alive here. The Pirates saying, please give us our gold.
I was thinking that switch to that legend had become just a one-sided issue. However, it's become kind of a really ramp-up factor that can get just so much damage so much more quickly, especially as they have now taken advantage of the untimely demise of Stafford and their confidence. You see one, I think that's Craze run away. Name the last time I saw Craze get a kill. That's actually something weird to say because they were absolutely blasting and relaxing when it came to game 1.
And I wonder if it's because the Pirates are willing to be a little bit more dance heavy when it comes to bait and switches. We're seeing some of them kind of poke out, immediately fall, and the rest kind of follow their way in. And now they get eyes out. And there it is, straight through that porthole. They're going to get lit up, and immediate drop down, as that's going to be Cyclops to find Phantom. Really nice frag. Getting a little bit more confidence. Now you're sitting at 24. And again, in the individuals, yet again, the Spartans show that they can win. It's the resounding battle afterwards that gives us a lot of scared tactics, a lot of pings going down.
They go into the low ground. They're going to chase after Phantom. Phantom is trying to catch in between. They get a quick 360. Goodness gracious, good slide. It's a nice trade, though. As they continue to just want to teleport away, they're going to use that Void Nexus, trying to get the heck out of there. They have that black hole that sticks them, so they're basically CC'd in place. But still, the separation is 4. Look, sometimes you just got to practice your trick shots, okay?
A trick shot's in the air, not exactly on the ground. At that point, you're just spinning in circles. But it did work at the end of the day. Still, though, 4 difference between the Pirates and the Spartans. Either way, we are wondering exactly what's going to be panned out. Both teams kind of hiding out here, and Red Hood looking for that angle behind that electricity box. Shields out, trying to help each other. Before this squad of the Spartans, Stafford, they want a piece. Indy, though, finds Haju, and this could be that collapse yet again. Indy pretty much relentlessly has been that first frag, immediate fall into the rest of the team, wiping out 2 more. But no, this time it's just a singular 3-kill game. Monkey Man, it might have been a different way to start, but we're pretty much right back at square one in like game 1.
I don't think we're gonna have a chance to play Peekaboo I See You though.
No.
Yeah, no, I know for all the fam that brought their maybe their baby boys to see their students fight. You know, I'm sorry, that game will not be played into this one. We're gonna be going straight into a fist fight. I say that, but we are navigating around this map. It's always about who wants to be able to kind of immediately be the sudden surprise. Cyclops gives themselves away. It actually is going to be a kill in opposite as Stafford picks up the first one. I thought that was going to be a complete kill out. Instead, they melt that HP bar, but a couple now picked up. We're within 2.
I mean, that's the finisher, though. This has happened at least 2 or 3 times where, you know, we see the opening frag come out, and then it's just a cleanup on the lower ground. They're starting to get that read. As you mentioned, these plays are starting to be identified on both ends. We are now at a 2-kill game. Phantom getting ready with the shield break, tries to throw out a little bit more extra damage with the rest of the team, and the Spartans are probably sweating bullets here. They're saying, man, we were so high up earlier. We were up about 11, but it's in the stalwartness, this continued aggression, this continued grace by the Pirates. They've got this under lock and key. Claim the high ground, wait for someone to come through the porthole, or look to chase, and at least one, force them out into the open, chase out with, I believe it is IndieFire Dragon, and then run your way. Take a look at that damage spread near even across all 3 members.
A lot of damage out of Cyclops, but it's definitely been Wily that's, you know, they found themselves a moment of reprieve, of respite to try and get back into this fight. 2 kills away. Craze continues to lead the way for Stafford. But Wily really has found a confidence factor. They are being caught on that snare. They're actually being caught by the black hole. They have to be able to teleport through. Going to use that void to get on in through that surface. You don't want to get sniped down. And drop pods haven't really even been a factor. So much fighting has been here from top side circle that we haven't even seen the need to go to any of these extra drops. So maybe that could also be a turning point if they're able to get some of those gold and legendary weapons.
I mean, kind of sitting there, if you get dropped long range, you're like, well, that was a waste of time, and I might have put myself in a really dangerous spot because those drop pods are always on the outside. You got to be a little bit worried about actually aiming for those. You leave yourself vulnerable to those such crucial kills. What a shot, though, as this is going to be the part of the Spartans that say, hey, I broke a shield. Maybe we can chase, but the chase out instead it's Phantom. They get lit up on the back end, though. Say, okay, maybe I can't find this one, but around the corner they go. Batted up is the side of the Spartans. Good drop down as IndieFire Dragon is safe. Phantom did fall, though, and that's crazy to wipe out, too, and all of a sudden, a huge jump forward for the side of the Spartans as they say, thank you very much. Let's extend our lead to 4.
Starting to ramp this one up. Remember, it's just 12 kills to go for the Spartans. Stafford is within reason, within rhyme, and within a chance to be able to get this one done and move on to a game number 3. IndieFire Dragon, they can see their opponent right above them. They're just going to be chilling. They don't want to go into the arc snare. So as we go into the middle of the spire, it was Wiley's been keeping it, within 2 or so for the last little while. These last several team fights are going to be pretty massive. They try to team kill. They get one. Indy will drop out, and then they will collapse further.
I love this slide. I love that opportunity, the spacing that they took. It was an opportunistic moment, but Phantom able to answer back, so it's still within 4. But that's the chase that you wanted. There's 31 Hodge, who cleans up all 3.
Extend this back out by 5-9 to go before game 3 is imminent and inevitable. IndieFire Dragon of the gang. Felt like they didn't keep the heel down. They were starting to be able to get to basically a topside advantage and start really kicking them while they could, but Spartans mentally and mechanically have found a flow, found a chi, found some calm, and we're now well over the midway mark of the timer. And I said it wouldn't get there, but this is now going to start becoming tedious with the way they take on these fights.
You gotta respect it, though. Heavily gotta respect it. A little bit of a bean with those SMGs, and Craze getting up to the top ropes, ready to scan around this right side. Red Hood almost lit and is almost eliminated. Rest of the team, though, waiting for this rotation, and the Pirates backing up with the rest of the squad, keeping themselves safe. Spartans, though, swing to the left side as well. IndieFire Dragon lights up Cyclops, and that's a free kill. Can you find yet another in this 3v2? You gotta run for your life. You can see they're sprinting now onto the inside, and this is pretty much a song and dance. If you lose one member, roam to the middle. Roam in, regroup, get ready for the next battle. Nice little catch, though. It's still a 4-kill game.
So Small difference. However, that small difference was 1 in our previous game. Trying to prep themselves for some teleportation. If they end up getting a bit too hot in the heat check to get up, get down, and get back to survival, Stafford will climb their way back up to that upper ring, and then immediately are met with a barrage of bullets. That's going to be a nice kill by Red Hood. They're going to get within 3. Can they do it again? Phantom throwing a volley. Still a lot of shield left to go here for the Spartans. Stafford sees one of their teammates fall, and guess what? Just like you said, they're going to have to reset.
You got 10 minutes. I'd almost expect the side of the Pirates to actually slow things down yet again, and that's why they're finding these random stray picks as a team. McCrae's ready to push. Red Hood is down. That's huge. Indie Fire Dragon realizing they're about to be pinched as well. Batting down, staying low, but still willing to fight, but you chase and almost see the eyes. You gotta sprint out to safety, but your chase Cyclops finds the finisher on Indie Fire Dragon. And that hurts. You're at 33, 7 more to go.
I don't think the Mozambiques are great from that distance, but I respect the heck out of trying to use them like that. That's like
Trying to
me
scare him off.
Yeah, me trying to play duck hunt. Just, you know. All right. Within 5 to try and catch up. Within 7 to try and close out and get to a game number 3. They're going to bring this back to center stage. No one has really fought in the middle of this station as of yet. But now when they do, it is bodies being laid down. That is a quick couple, 2 for 1. Within 6 go the Spartans, but still Wiley's nipping at the heels.
Indie Fire Dragon. So we need to see exactly how they want to play this one. Again, you had great macro rotation, but this time it's a 1v1s. The Cyclops will show you that you win that 8 times out of 10. Maybe 7 right now as Red Hood is about to get lit up around the Transformer. You don't like it. Craze helps out, and that's the elimination. 4 more to go as we're looking at the Spartans saying, yes, give us a game 3. Yes, bring us to a true battle.
All right. 4 away. And the problem is that trades are almost inevitable. I talk about it when I go to Halo. The team that has an advantage at the end, basically, of a Slayer sesh can afford these trades. If you're Wiley, you can't afford to drop anyone. Really at all. 2 1s, that's cool. You're gonna get basically 3-1 it the entire time. But Spartans, they can basically kind of whole dog into the fight. They're not gonna go and just kind of give it up easy, but they do so shield themselves over the porthole, and that means they would get laid down. So now you got 3 to go. That's one good team wipe, and we go game 3.
Well, there it is. Another one as a 1-for-1 trade comes through. 2 more to go. Red Hood barely survives, but the teammate comes through. You still finish him off. Red Hood is able to survive thanks to that fantastic frag out. But it's still 9 to go. You need 3 full team wipes. You want to bring this back in your favor, and all you need is 2. So for the Spartans, you're saying, great, that's 1 more. Let's do it 1 step at a time.
Feels like that
What
one
a
step is
shot.
going to be huge.
Abahaju.
Oh, 39. 1 solid kill, and it's over. They're going to try and chase them down. Indie Fire Dragon playing for their life. They're going to be right behind the door. They're going to body block it so they can get their shields on back. They're going to get from behind them. They get that shield regen. Everyone basically whole hand and fist up into this next fight. They're going to try and track them down. 7 kills separate, but only 1 to be able to get into a game number 3. The Spartans trying to get there. That's why the music is playing. The tensity is rising. They're just setting ready to try and murk their way into this next game.
It's out of this world. Is asking me the finish. What a catch at the end. Monkey Man, we are headed to our game number 3. 20 for Craze, 12 for Cyclops, and it's a wild end to this game.
Goodness. Started very fast. Came within this many, about 2 kills. And then it was the Spartans that stayed calm, kept their cool, and continued to elaborate and separate from the narrative that was being defined by Wiley. Job well done. And this is going to force us to go the distance. We did that in Rocket League, went all the way to a game number 7. This one of our best of 3, guess what? We go into 3.
We'll see if that also holds true for our Overwatch later, but we are going to have the finale here, the Apex Legends CDM. I thought it was going a little bit quietly. I thought it was a chess match. They went straight to a boxing match, and now we might get something in between, so don't go anywhere. The Vanta Texas Esports Spring Finals will continue in just 1 more break. Little bit more accelerated pacing in game number 2, but at the end of the day, it's a 1-1 standing. Both the Pirates and the Spartans have given us a treat for the eyes, and Wiley High School going up against Stafford MST. We'll see what they can bring to the table for Fragment East, a map that we saw yesterday.
Yes, this one was narrowed down to a single building. I think was
Yes.
really the conclave of the situation. So Spartans, we've seen them do really well when it comes to just general firefighting. Wiley has to be a bit sneakier about how they play this game. I also do wonder about the legend pick. Didn't really get to see a lot of versatile use of Mad Maggie. Not that they're poor, but it's just they had so much greater movement. The Bangalore seemed great last time around, so I wonder if there's going to be any kind of switch up between some of that. But it all comes down to one single game, Orbital, to decide who's going to be the winner this time.
Of course, and you can see everyone's ready. You can see for Stafford especially clapping their hands, getting warmed up, getting ready for the battle. And my eyes are once again drawn as we were talking about. One of my main concerns was watching how Pirates, they felt really good with that long range. You got to flex those muscles though, because the Spartans really did run over the matches because we watched this crazy antics inside of Zeus's station. We saw them quite literally just run at each other, and in individual firefights, Stafford looked like the better school. So that's what I'm wondering here on Fragment East. I know you talked about that center sides building, that same center Concord, but also the station was a big one to play for, I believe. So if this is the same side that we see, maybe we get to see that station be played for, as we get to see the finale of this entire musical ahead of us.
Yes, it is going to be a tune and a harmony that perhaps both these teams are going to be going for. A Horizon and a Watson. Control is the name of the game. And in the Froggy onesie. Oh, wait. Actually, is it a vine plant? Either way.
No, we're calling for it.
It's Froggy. All right, it's Froggy for me. Okay, cool. So, bring up the old scoreboard, obs, please, because I want to see these things one more time. So we do have Horizon. We've got that Watson. So you're aiming to have electric fences and people to run into them.
Which makes sense. If you can corral to the top side, this is a very bunker down and fight. We've seen it used usually for entrances. You just get a quick zap and it gives you, a little bit of an extra telltale battle. Granted, this also means it's an outdoor battle instead. So for the side of the Spartans, you're going to be saying, okay, maybe we can post up, and then you immediately look into that, the side of, hello. All right, so yeah, so we're double checking some things, making sure everyone's set to go. But there is, whenever you see a Watson, I always feel it's also very telegraphed exactly where you're going to be laid up. So if you can get some flank options in Fragment East, I will say the Pirates had really good macro sense. If they're able to kind of set themselves up appropriately in a spot and be proactive in their fight, they actually did very well. It's actually how we saw them close that gap from 10 kills all the way to like 3.
It's very true. And if you're using that Watson, you're aiming to basically narrow the scope of this game to exactly what we had seen before, which is, well, to a singular building. And we're going to be playing into basically a stairwell. Whoever gets that and aims for control and having the kill lead, we may be there for a heckin' long while. Now, that does also mean that we are ramping up into a lot more drop pods. We didn't get to see them really kind of used onto Zeus. So for Fragment East, it's pretty much, gambler's choice. You go out, you find it, you don't play with a scout, it just doesn't work. But I mean, Craze, I feel like Craze just plays to not be denied. They had 20 plus kills in that previous game. They're gonna be bringing that damage.
And in their loss, they were still kill leader for their team at 12, so already 32 under their belt, specifically across this entire series, and they're hoping to do a little bit more of it as well. So I like the fact that you pointed out Craze, but if we mention again, taking a look at the rest of the squads on the Pirates side, their kills were a little bit more, I want to say, muted. Overall, it was a stand on high from Indie Fire Dragon as well as Red Hood. Phantom was in there every so often, but it was Red Hood that I think really took our eyes away, especially in some of those more reactionary moments. You see Red Hood kind of get caught out and be stuck in like a 1v1 or something like that, and then immediately Indie Fire Dragon would come around, or vice versa. These two are interchangeable when it comes to opening firefights, in my opinion, and I want to see if they can do it here in Fragment East, which you might need to break the doors down to get to the Watson at the end of the day.
That's very true. Like, there's going to be so many fences that you have to break into, and we may also have to break into a break. What is unknown to us is, well, unknown to you. You get to see what's happening on the other side of this one as we go back to the awesome kids and into game number 3 in just a moment. More Vanta in just a second.
Good stuff. Oh, good try. Good try. Let's go. Nicely done. There you go. All right, watch the ult here. All right, let's go. Nicely done, guys. You got this. Push him. You got it. Let's go.
So having a coach is really important because it's the difference between sitting with your buddies at home playing and actually getting something out of it. It's really the direction that a coach can take you.
Push up. Standing good.
Hey guys, let's push as one team.
I like to be competitive at everything I do, whether that in school or in game.
Coaches, like, they help us a lot with it. Almost like regular sports, they just are always there for us.
What's up?
You got this. Push him. You got it. Let's go.
Once again, back on in, and no worries whatsoever. We are set for game number 3. Controllers are working, mouse and keyboards plugged in, and we're set for this game number 3 to go ahead and give us our winner, our grand champion, our Apex Legends 3 squad winners.
I'm gonna go into
Oh
this
my
one more
gosh.
time. And hey, you know what? That is in fact the Watson. So that's exactly what they're going to be going to. So they're going to just warden off the entirety of this high ground. You can't immediately go there, but it does go up into a lot of these extra fights. You're going to see the arc snare, so it's so much electrical damage, and they want to be able to control high ground, low ground, pretty much any ground that you want to step foot onto.
And that was a crazy access again. It's so interesting because we talked about how long range we need to see the likes of the Pirates be able to set up a lot of their movements, and for Wiley, that's what they like to do. But a high ground setup means that it's a little bit different twist, as right now it's the Spartans to find first blood. Really nice pickup on the Phantom.
Aju. Phantom going down early. Now, our previous few games, the very first one, 30-minute banger, quote unquote. Second game, that one much more expeditious with the Spartans bringing the heat. This one feels like it's gonna boil down to another chess match, a single building of entry, and they're trying to open the door saying, come on in, get out of there.
It's a rough one to knock into. You can see the hard spray door kind of held by one. Rapid pressing to make sure it stays locked, as you mentioned. For the side of the Pirates, they are chilling. They're saying, okay, let's slow things down. We got our Watson set. We got all our motions down pat. But where do we find that leaked kill? And again, it's interesting. You could space out. You could look for that conservative play, but no, everyone wants to gather either high or low. And I appreciate it either way, but Cyclops with that shot, he picks one, picks two, tries to break through, but only gets their shield once again.
And I completely understand exactly why you also pick a Watson on this, because their interception pylon can really just receive all of those extra utilities that try to run through. So if you are aiming to basically turn this into an office that no one is invited to join, and then they try to use utility to come to you, it's going to just eat it all up. And there's just so much electricity. You cannot navigate through this building. They're hoping to use basically a void to walk in there, but this is Zigzag Maze City. You cannot do nothing.
This is Maze Runner, the sequel. That's what we're looking at here. This is
Electric
that,
Edition.
Yeah. Zap, zap. Moments abound, though, as both teams are starting to recognize that this might be a little bit tough. They need to break their way on out. At this point, it's stairwell only in either direction. You can see the elevator trying to be chance, but this constant rotation of players just like, hey, can we get a quick frag? Can we get a little bit of damage? Neither side really budging an inch. Shots ring out though, as Ice Dragon just saying, hey, okay, maybe you're good with it. Craze though dropped to 1.
It's the most sliverest of healths for Craze, and they've done that. They've basically been living on the knife's edge for the most part, and you still have both these vertical rope elevators, and this has got to be so frustrating to have to deal with in opposite. So right now, Spartans chilling on a 1-kill anything. For the wily Pirates, it's like, all right, how do we get these guys out of here? What in the world we got to do? Craze actually goes down. Okay.
Yeah, they were able to break one of the pylons along that hallway, which opened up a lot more space to break in, and then you can fire through those pylons specifically. And then there was a break on the top side, so both sides have actually been kind of intercepted and interfered with. And that's why we're seeing kind of the swap in position. Once again, the hallway currently populated. Cyclops realizing they're on a great spot, gets out to open air, but away from the hallway side. And they're going to be looking at the eyes. Rings out, though, as Cyclops gets annihilated. And that's a great ring and a half. Down goes Haju as well as a swing right back in favor of the Pirates. They win this office inside battle.
Finally, just getting through them. They're like, all right, we are tired of these pylons. And guess what? More pylons. Here we go. But it's their pylons because they also picked Watson. You're allowed to do that. So now you must come to them. Gonna reconstruct the entirety of this. Oh my goodness. Here we go again. Just equal but opposite.
I love the fact that you're a little bit salty about that one, but it's so real as right now that one firefight breaks out in damage sources. That's 2 Indie Fire Dragon firing away, 3 on their own with a little bit of help at the 3rd. But that's the way you wash them out, as the Pirates say we can take that 1v1 too.
3 kills for Indie Fire Dragon. All of them were right there. They got 2 assists as well, and they're leading the lobby in damage. Wow. All right. They took the game plan for good old Sparty. from Stafford High, and they've done it just a little bit better. It is a battle of a single fortress, and who can make this this electric mock-up turn into just kind of a separate experiment that fails. Still, they usurped them from their throne for a little bit. They're going to try and fight to this doorway. Maybe that was all of a mistake. They bring out the Mastiff, trying to be able to get some extra damage. Some big trades, 7-2.
Woohoo!
Wow.
And Red Hood said, crazy, you're not going to get crazy on me. I'm going to shut you right down. Indie Fire Dragon does it again. And all of a sudden, it's a change. Game number 1, we saw the long-range macro, that chess match style, win it out for the side of the Pirates. Game number 2 was all the Spartans ramping things up at rapid pace. And this time around, I don't know what changed, but the best of both worlds has landed in favor of this Pirate squad. They look so much better in these reactionary battles. Even when the pylons aren't constructed, they're able to win fights. I mean, Indy specifically really popping off yet again.
Yeah, especially. Remember, that was actually one of the key players that found damage just in surplus in game number 1, even when things were so close. They do go for the drop pod. Don't know what weapons came out of that, so that could be maybe just some extra to, I guess, dislodge this wily defense. They'll stand on high ground, and I see a long sniper chilling in the hands of Indie Fire Dragon, so better be watching out. If that's a Kraber, they're going to try and reconvene. They do use the teleport, and everyone's still watching from that other side of train station, so they may have gotten at least a motion to maybe catch them off guard.
But of course, whenever station is populated, you get to see the clean out of the Watson pylons and immediately reconstruct this. I love the territory battle. It's just like, no, my pylons are better. No, my pylons are better. It's this constant beef of the Watsons. Gotta love it though, as the stairwell is currently populated. Once again, Phantom finds one, immediately has to walk back and might not enjoy this one through the wall. Indy finds a shot, and the shotgun brings the pain.
Oh.
That's the cleanup for Indie Fire Dragon, finding Cyclops in the rotation in the elevator side.
That's the Mastiff going boom, 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 and they're just barking them down. 12-2, plus 10 diff in favor of the Pirates and the pylons, the plenty. Oh my goodness! Thank goodness I have a puff meter right in front of me. That's exactly what these guns are starting to sound like. Me running out of breath, and them with plenty of time to work with. Craze uppercuts into Phantom to reset their shields, and the Spartans will too.
I just want to say I highly respect the value of not going to any other buildings at this point.
Just this one.
Both teams have actually said, screw long range, we want to get up close and personal. Straight 1v1, leans into Indie Fire Dragon, but Craze was able to get revenge. And it's going to be that dance of death reasoning. Eyes out here, as that's another free fire shot. Phantom was given so much time to bat up inside of that hallway, and is able to find yet another one. So we're now leading into 11 kill lead for the Pirates. And both teams showing their unending, unwavering stronghold feelings. They're saying, nah, it's not enough though, as Craze burns right through with Cyclops right behind.
There's a double Mastiff coming out of Craze and Cyclops. And this is such a different way that they have played through each and every single one of these maps. The first one was so meticulous. The second one was, it was definitely the Spartans just catching everyone off guard early game. And it's been now a fortress fight. Playing within basically the same exact hallways. You get uppercut by the vault. It looked like they got caught as well, dying onto the pylons. They want to be able to get rid of that interception pylon, and it's just Mastiff shots from on high. So who can land the quick flick of this mouse? Oh, but that's going to be from the top rope. Indy and Phantom winning out the fight.
And I will say, I think the Spartans are trying to go for the 1v1s yet again. They won a lot of their initial engagements on map 2 with that specifically, but this time around, it's, again, even though it's close quarters, it's still very much contained and very precise. As now we see the Kraber up and alive here for Indie Fire Dragon and playing on the top ropes, which I definitely agree with. If you got the Kraber, you're seeing if anyone runs outside, quick pylons being dropped 3-3-3. My eyes are drifting over to this other side here because we see the Spartans inside now. All those pylons are going to be a giant pain in the backside, but you're just hunting. You want that. Actually, you want to reach that 20 ball.
Close to be able to do so as well. Get halfway, and that's halfway towards the championship acquired.
Oh,
They're going to catch him from behind. I love this flank. That's going to be a couple. Indie Fire Dragon really showing up today, but this one's all Red Hood. They do get knocked down eventually off of, at least killing off of Craze. They get to 20. We are halfway to the mark as we go through the first 10 minutes orbital. Every single level, save the top at this point. We got all electrification. Maybe Sparty can have an ounce of control, but they have to break through all this. They're the ones that still have to go to Wiley because they're down by 13.
Yeah, this is about to be triple the number of kills, which hurts to say and see. And you're 21 versus 8. And the entirety of the Pirates side, they have no worries whatsoever. There's another one. Indie Fire Dragon is currently on a warpath. The Dragon is eating good tonight. Phantom comes in to help. And again, this team is so solid at consistently helping each other, having each other's backs. They chase down the Watson outside. Haju falls. And it's triple in the bank. 8-24. The Pirates have stolen yet another twist on their opponent's quick shield break on the other. And the Mastiff does work. Break the HP bars, brings him down low. Doesn't get the finish, but Phantom did the work and damage. Indy cleaned up for the team.
Just a non-stop onslaught of damage, just pumping. Oh, the numbers. You're more than triple, about to be quadruple out there if this continues to be consistent. Indie Fire Dragon, it's feeling just like our talkies out there. Shout out to everyone. Make sure you go and get yourself a free bucket of good old tortilla chips. They can be hot, they can be spicy, they can also be cool if you get the Buckin' Ranch, but that's just going to be another spicy move as they kill them from distance. Good old Stafford. This is starting to feel rough for them. They've got to find a way to dislodge Wiley.
You can almost feel the frustration mounting. A lot of these kills are starting to come in individual battles, and I don't know if that's from desperation or just how they want to play. And that's just a clean up on the aisle. 29-9. Haju can't do much. And that's the winning blow on the back of the head. 30-10, sticking with that triple of the opponent. And again, for the Pirates, as soon as the opponent flees, that's when the money's to be made.
10 kills to go. 10 kills only acquired by Sparty. And 10 kills for Wiley to be able to put some hardware in on the old shelf. Oh, they do a drive-by. A couple kills acquired by Stafford. They try and come back into it. Craze a switch to Bangalore. They've been on Ash the entire time. They want to get that Rolling Thunder, and they actually had a thought to go into that Legend because they want to get them off of the roof. But is it just a little bit too late to have that happen? 8 to go for the Pirates of Wiley. They're going to use that grab lift, but they are being chased down.
I mean, at this point, remember, you're right back in the same position that you were in the previous. Crazy able to find one, but you're able to trade 1-for-1 all day long. Indie Fire Dragon comfortable with Haju's life. Crazy able to find yet another, but still, it's 34-14. If you are the side of the Spartans, you're seeing things fall apart, and it's not what you want to see. Craze, though, able to even into a 2-0 piece. And maybe this is that clawback, but you only got 6 more lives to do it. 6 more mistakes is what you can make.
This is exactly why you use that grab. It's a great zoning utility as well as movement. See what you can be able to find from this one. Fantastic kill by Phantom as Cyclops jumps straight into their reticle. Trying to be able to do more with that as they want to be able to get some of their shield back, but instead they have to vie for damage instead. They will escape. Indie Fire Dragon looking for more heads to lay low. Ooh. Oh, what a turnabout by Craze, but they're cleaned up. It's going to go within 3. Orbital, we are sprinting towards a finish.
I mean, this is just that victory round. 3 is all you need. The Pirates have fought back. And I love it so much for them. Game number 1, meticulous. Game number 3 now, a craze of damage. They should be proud for what they have done. However, the Spartans are not done yet. They will fight to the absolute last player standing. Haju still trying to find extra in their bank. Craze with the ult ready to launch, but doesn't really get much as Indy says, oh no. There's the backline shot as Red Hood gets the collapse. Craze in the eyes as well. But it doesn't go down the way they want. Phantom with the cleanup just needs 1 more. And this just might be GG here. Hail Monkey Man, it has been a test and a half. How come the hail of bullets? And that will be that challenge. It will be the side of Wiley High School Pirates to steal away the game 3.
Fortress Battle wins the day for Wiley. Pirates, congratulations. They end up taking it here for the Texas Esports League Spring Finals over the Spartans out of Stafford High. Fantastic work, honestly. If it came to just kind of outdoing the concept, working with that Horizon as well as with that Watson truly to control that one space, that map just turns into a singular building, and who can be able to win it better? And you know what, Watson is a very smart way to really turn the tide in your favor, and they're like, you know what, if you're doing it, we're gonna try and do it just a little bit better.
and it worked well for them. And at the end of the day, I mean, like playing on that stage, it's an awesome feeling, but sometimes it comes with some nerves. And I think this is a good learning experience for the side of the Spartans. I'm sure they made it here before. I know they know how to play and win, but man, that was a very, very close set. You have to be proud of making your way up here into the Vanta Texas Esports Spring Finals. You have to be proud of your entire play. But that, of course, will be the end of the Apex Legends side. Congratulations to the Pirates. Wiley High School will be crowned the champions and be given their due trophies, same as well as Northside High School as they took SSPU solos, as well as Aiden P from John H. Geyer High School for chess, and then Lubbock High School for the Street Fighter 6 tournament. All of them will be crowned here very shortly, so let's go ahead, toss it over to a break, and get those trophies, as well as pictures taken for all of our victors. Don't go anywhere. Vanta Esports will be right back.
Hey guys, let's push as one team.
I like to be competitive at everything I do, whether that in school or in game.
Coaches, like, they help us a lot with it. Almost like regular sports, they just are always there for us.
What's up? What's up?
You got this. Push it. You got it. Let's go.
Hey guys, let's push as one team.
He's up there. He's up there. Good stuff. Oh, good try. Good try. Let's go. Nicely done. There you go. All right, watch the ult. All right, let's go. Nicely done, guys. You got this. Push it. You got it. Let's go.
So having a coach is really important because it's the difference between sitting with your buddies at home playing and actually getting something out of it. It's really the direction that a coach can take you.
Push up. Stay together.
Hey guys, let's push as one team.
competitive at everything I do, whether that in school or in game.
Coaches, like, they help us a lot with it. Almost like regular sports, they just are always there for us.
What's up? You got this. Push it. You got it. Let's go.
All right, folks, we are now be handing out some of the awards for the Spring 2025 Texas Esports League. First up, we have the winners from the Super Smash Bros. Ultimate Solos. We have from Northside High School, we have NS Steers Inku. Of course, special shout out to Talkies for the amazing hats and products provided to the winners. Congrats again to the winner for Super Smash Bros. Ultimate Solos. And now moving on to the next title, we have the chess winner, all the way from John H. Geyer High School. We have Aiden P. Congrats again to Aiden P. And now moving on to Rocket League. For the winners, it will be the Grapevine High School Rocket League Masters. The runners up for the prior three, of course, were already given off broadcast. But congrats again to the runners up for Super Smash Bros. Ultimate Solos, Chess, and Rocket League as well. All right, and now moving on to our next title for Street Fighter 6. The runners up will be Wharton High School. Thank you, Ed, for helping him out. Congrats again. And now for the winner and champion of Street Fighter 6, we have from Lubbock High School, Knuckle Sandwich. Congrats again to Knuckle Sandwich. And now moving on to Apex Legends. For the runners up, we have Stafford MSD Gold. And now for our winners in Apex Legends, it will be Wiley High School. Congrats again to the winners in Wiley High School. And now we're moving on to our final broadcasted series. It'll be the Overwatch 2 final. So don't go anywhere, folks. We'll be right back after a short break.
One last time, we are here for our grand finals. It is time for some Overwatch 2, and this time it is between University Prep coming in here into the grand finals, hopefully giving us a show against North Crowley High School, which someone knows very, very well.
What's yeah, it's been a
Oh
while.
no.
Yeah, look,
Oh.
I might. Yeah.
You
hold
still
on.
fit in that? That is crazy.
Look,
He's still.
look,
Oh my gosh.
If there's something you do, okay. All right. Look, I'm just saying.
Oh my god.
Okay. Look. I might be a North Crowley advocate.
Oh
okay.
my.
We're here to rally, all right? Let's go 817. Let's get it. Come on, Panthers. The Catalyst. It's Overwatch time, baby. I'm ready for it. Oh my goodness. I have not seen my alma mater since actually they just won the 6A Division I state championship for football. So you know what? I might be the tiniest bit biased, but I'm here, and I know they are here too. I'm ready for this one, Orbital. Let's go.
I know. Now, I gotta ask you, when you were back in high school, did you ever expect to be? No. Keep the hat on. Keep the hat on. Come on, man.
Well,
It
it's a
looks too
rally
good.
beanie. Okay.
Well,
okay,
that's yeah. You gotta wear that now. You already put it on. You
Okay.
can't not have it on.
Okay.
My question becomes. Oh my gosh. Well, my question becomes like, did you ever expect to be casting over one of their esports matches when you were back in high school?
You know what? I didn't even think that we would have enough computers to have an esports program, let alone maybe be able to do our BCIS class. So I am so excited to see the fact that this has progressed. It's been, what was it? I graduated in 07. It's been 18 years. So times have changed, and we're ready to go up into it. So you know what? The answer's no, but I'm hype because the answer's now yes.
Yes, we got University Prep as the veteran dive gods coming in here against North Carolina High School or the Catalyst, and they're hoping to be the catalyst for their own victory as we immediately get on to this Lijiang Tower and right into the mainstay focus as X-Spin goes down, but Ziax was ready with the firing back of Navi, and Catalyst so far opening up with a strong fight. Desert down, Navi down, Uni down, and Luke and Dino are sure to follow as well.
Oh my goodness, yeah, they went all in for this hyper damage style. You've got Mini Carter that's going to be on that Kiriko, and they're going to use that to maintain so much extra speed. But looking at that Genji, X-Men was down for all of a minute, but then they came back, and that's one of those kinds of heroes that is such a backline just bully. If you get that as well as some Sojourn action that takes care of the front line, Mr. Waffles is ready for the fist fight. And so if we can get that Junker Queen off the field, maybe Dive Gods will be able to get rid of him, but Catalyst know what's up.
They really do. They're going ahead and fighting forward, and Dive God's getting rebuked again. When you dive, sometimes you fail, and sometimes you miss the platform that you're hoping to stand on. All right, now Lone is very much with the rest of the team. X-Spin follows through. It's another team kill, maybe a little bit more cleanly. This time it's Dive Gods have to reset.
That's how the 817 does it right now. You cannot go past McCart without getting caught crosswise. So that's exactly what Catalysts are putting on to the Dive Gods. Look, at this point, you have a tough choke point right in front of your spawn, and you don't want to overextend. They bring the Kitsune Rush, and they're trying to rush this down and keep the Dive Gods out.
And it's working quite well. They're bottlenecked into this doorway. Nobody can really break their way through.
Oh.
Right through the opening doorway as Mr. Waffles in the back line. Yes, Dessert Cats finds one. Mr. Waffles finds so many more. It's a battle that I don't think the Dive Gods really wanted, as they're lost right now, and the Sauce forced back into their own spawn. Denial tools abound as Dessert tries to pop out and surprise a few members. And they do get one at least, but right now that control point is ticking away, and Dive Gods have to get on their turn.
That's a great way to subvert expectations. You go to the floor, you're able to drill them down, and they actually have so much survivability because of that, and they can kind of survive. If you've ever played Pokemon, that dig move is exactly what they're doing, but they go down to about 10 HP, and eventually they do fall out. X-Spin falls. Mr. Waffle's going to be coming back into the fray, and here in just a second, Catalyst trying to respond. This point about to be taken over just as they hit about 90%. Good look by the Dive Gods to clap back.
And that was actually Luke with that ultimate, making sure to bring the dragon and bring the slashing pain. But turnaround is a possibility as well. X-Men and the rest of the team are ready to fight. They want to fight without ultimates before, and they're going to look to do it again. Ziax ready to go with this Sojourn and going to pop the overclock. Snipe number 1, ready, punch 1, punch 2, punch 3, and misses quite a few, but that allows Mr. Waffles to get into the mix. Navi is down, 1 healer is down and ready for the next few. This chase by damage makes Dive Gods look silly as Catalyst bring the pain, wipe them all out, and all they need to find is that one venture before that point is overtaken. Dive on out, the point is turned, and we're in to that 93%.
I love that they actually just kind of pre-fired up and waited for them to go to that high ground position, but eventually you're seeing some cleared. Unipuggy as well as Navi, you are able to clear out the tank as well as their healer for Lone Trilog. So as they go from off of the points, they do force a stagger from out of the Catalyst. So North Crowley, come on, get the Panthers back in there. Let's go, Catalyst, come on, let's get back in, 99%.
Dive Gods, of course, being able to turn it and say, now we're at least going to make it close. Early your fight did not work their way, but now it might be in their favor. They're still waiting for a lot of ultimates as the Orbital Ray was used, but here comes that first punch. Ziax stepping out and open. Great snipe, allowing Mr. Waffles to take down Luke. That's huge damage. Swords down, and Mr. Waffles beams right through enemy lines, trying to twist and reduce the resistances. Big Spin and Lone able to follow up here, and Mini Carter does the same. Well fought, well picked. And once again, it is venture to try and deny, but deny can only go so long as the final twist is there. OT burning out. Are you going to get on point? Yes, you do. Luke is able to touch point, but are you going to have enough time? Rest of the team is here. Catalyst want this right away, but here comes the re-engagement. In comes the Doomfist as well, but Dino goes right down. In comes the slash. Luke doing some work, slicing through 1, able to twist. Mini Carter is barely able to hang on, but Lone makes up for the revenge kills by Catalyst, keep the point in their favor, and Dive Gods once again just extending this timer yet again, and it will be point 1 to the Catalyst.
A timely Dragon Blade by, is it Luke or Luck? Whichever, Lucky Luke had a chance to be able to get a few extra picks. They did at least get 1, but it was the Catalyst that will outlast them here for our first map of Li Zhang Tower. So Dive Gods, I mean, so much of that early game there, Orbital, was dictated about how they were going to win that first fight, push them back, and then ultimately they had to just kind of find a moment to find a singular pick. They did that onto Mr. Waffles and that Junker Queen. Junker Queen, the power that you get out of that tank is having them consistently in the fight. They have to be able to get so much bleed damage, but as soon as they kind of stay away from that for just all of a moment, you can take advantage. But Dino's gonna be on that Junker as well. They're living up to the name, especially with the way that they're using Venture to come on out.
I think it works really, really well. This is the first time I've also seen a split instead of a full-on team fight. Everyone kind of going every which way, breaking the fight into more Bruiser-esque action, but Ziak finds Navi, who is left alone and unfortunately unguarded. Down goes the Bridget in. That's Mr. Waffles to spend yet another in this opening salvo. Dive Gods are losing 1 too many. And that'll be Dino to go down. Desert Cat's barely staying alive for the time being, but there's only so long you can play as Catalyst win yet another team fight.
I know you guys can't see it right now, but I got 16 fingers and they hold up an 8, a 1, and a 7 all at the same time. That is magic the way that we're getting the Catalyst to be able to come out for North Crowley at this point. Dive Gods losing some of those 1s. It all comes off of that first pick, and you get Ziact, who has been very proactive to find those first kills. They did it onto the Brigitte of Unipuggy. And I know that that's kind of basically like shield up and see if they can get you at least stunned up, but they're just getting gunned up out there, and now they're in a fun up one on this bridge.
They're trying to just stack up the old timing as well as they can. Luke is able to fly on in, quick 2-piece, and X-Spin is down as well. The clothesline from the backline, the pincer did wonders. Mr. Waffles is able to stay alive, but it's still a turn for the Dive Gods to turn this point around.
Waffles gets rid of Unipuggy. They're going to bring that fight on back. That's a bit of a stagger. Mr. Waffles actually a very pivotal part of this overall team. They're the tank. They got to be up. So they're going to see a lot of distance fighting, at least from Ziak, just trying to kind of get some extra damage, build up that ultimate. The overclock going to be coming online. You do have the pure dive. The Mr. Waffles onto that Junker Queen could pull up. So no ultimates really nearby for Dive Gods. It actually could be Junker Queen v Junker Queen on the other end of that, but now they begin to move on into sight.
Mr. Waffles cyclones their way in. Easy spin of the damage, and X-Spin follows right up on the vulnerable members of Veteran Dive Gods. The veterans are wiped yet again. Good turn to 31, but it's Catalyst to hang on to the lead.
A Jagged Blade, the bleed damage, you get all that extra speed out of the commanding shout, and they know that time is against them, but not just yet. 50%. Cause some carnage, you use that Cyclone, you cause so much fury to have to come at you. The overclock online for Ziact. Where in the world are they going to be? They have to counter the Dragon Blade that probably comes up. You're going to have the Kitsune Rush for the Catalyst. They come on out, and they're going to dive at the Dive Gods.
Once again, that dive is working way wonders. X-Spin with that Dragon's Blade, swinging hard, slicing through the back line. Dino falls, so does Na'Vi, and the rest fall just in time. Team kill here as a Catalyst showing off. I mean, where have you been hiding these players, Monkey Man? Why did you tell me your school rocked like this?
Brother, look, it was lame back then. They are way cooler than we were, all right? We were just trying to get good grades. These kids are doing even more than that. Overclocked it up. Ziact, oh, they'll be laid out. Luck is able to get rid of Ziact, but Dino will fall as they at least get caught by Lone. You're going to have the rally cry come up just to be able to keep everyone going. Dive God's got a couple of ultimates as well, and that's going to be Unipuggy that tries to get it. It's going to be the Dragon Blade. Luck takes down and diffs out X-Spin for all of a second. They're still about 60% behind, but they do have capped, and they're going to be climbing.
That's a great push out. Desert says thank you very much. Always eat a dessert, but Mini Carter ready to swing right back. Ultimate's not ready, and Mr. Waffles is down. So both things are gone. Dive Gods holding on to this point very, very well. Out you push Lone. Mini Carter taking quite low, but that's the spinner. Out goes the Venture, and Dive Gods ready to rip and rumble. Yet again, they wash through Catalyst without their main tank, and they will maintain their point in the face of a recap.
Good look so far. Here for Dive Gods. They do have that, I believe it is the Venture ultimate. They got the Tectonic Shocks that could come through and really lay out a ton of damage, especially for whoever wants to be able to get to side first. You also have the Juno, or that orbital laser that can come down. They're going to use that to be able to get some extra damage, and they are bringing the fight over to the Catalyst. It's a 20% differential, and they're starting to really get some big kills. Luck gets two. Ziact will drop off. Catalyst is going to have one more team fight if they can reconvene.
I think they'll be able to make it work. Remember, whenever Miss Waffles has ult, usually this is the turning point. That's going to be a little extra shield bolstering things up. Will it twist? Yes, you do. Break on through. Vulnerabilities on multiple Dive Gods, and they have to back away. But that's Uni to fall so quickly. Dino, Na'Vi, Desert, and Luck all trying to stay alive. Na'Vi and Desert are able to find one apiece, so maybe they can twist it. Yes, they do. It's a reaction to the OTOT. Who is going to come out on top as Mr. Waffles brings the pain, and Ziact came alive just in time. Capture, flip Dive Gods have got to get back on point.
Overtime. Do they get enough time? I don't think they're going to be on time. That's going to be 199. Catalyst, they'll be taking control with this series. 1-0 to kick things off.
I mean, that was insane. Both times moving to OT, both times recaps at that 99 point for the Dive Gods, and they, as you said, live up to expectations of Mr. Waffles. What a crazy set of moves here. This was the first of many of those ult charges really turning the fight in their favor.
Fantastic work. Look, all I'm saying, A17, let's go. North Crowley Panthers. I know they're the Catalyst, but the Panther is the official thing for North Crowley. Also, for all of you out there, I want to let you know, Fort Worth only ever claims North Crowley when we win. I bet you anything, they'll be like, oh yeah, this is totally our school. When we don't do anything, Fort Worth forgets about us. So let them know. Let them know. We're over there in Crowley. It's like right on the border. We're like in a weird spot. But either way, shout out over to the Catalyst. They're doing a great job. Dive Gods, they've made a fight out of both of those. It was late term, and I gotta wonder if they're gonna be switching things up as we go over to Escort, and you gotta stick on that point to see what happens next.
And with the twists and turns, I'm always a little bit worried. Even though North Crowley came out with the victory, I'm looking at University Prep, and I mean, if you have a little bit better idea now, of course, if you're on the offense defense, you can have a little bit easier time under defining what you want your composition to be. And it's tough in control to always bounce back depending, but when it comes to Escort, all you have to do is push. That's quite literally all you have to do on attack. On defense, all you have to do is defend. You play it smart, you don't get dragged into some of these weird spot battles, you're going to be comfortable enough. So I expect them to have a little bit of fire underneath their belt, and I wonder what kind of comp they're going to run. Probably not the Junker Queen style directly in, and, you know, maybe something a little bit more attuned to themselves.
Yeah, I feel like that doesn't exactly, bode well when it comes to push, or rather not for push, but for escort. Now, I say that, and it's worked a couple different maps. It's just a matter of how narrow a lot of the corridors end up off of this map. So I want to know what our map pick ultimately is going to be. So far, we don't know yet. They'll be telling us as we kind of take an extended break. So as we kind of walk into it, so far, both teams have shown that they're just kind of here to scrap. I love that because I don't want timidity in an Overwatch game. One team is literally called Dive Gods. The other team is the best. So, we're going to be going over to Havana. I'm just laying expectations out, okay?
All right, this is getting a little bit overwhelming for me, but it's true because right now, North Crowley is looking like a pretty dang hotshot. So you know what? I agree with you, Hail Monkey Man. I will sit there and agree with you on that point. What I will also say is, for those that are currently in the venue, if you're currently in Arlington, Texas, I do want to give one big shout out. We are on our last Vanta Esports Grand Finals, at least on stream, and in that time, there is still a giveaway going on right now with Respawn. We are looking to give away all 10 chairs at the end of today for 10 lucky winners across. These are really, really nice Respawn chairs. So if you're interested, go ahead and go by the Palmer Hamilton Respawn booth. Try out the chair for yourself and also enter for a chance to win one. And that way you can take it home, have a grand old seat, and be able to sit in comfort while you game like some of the best out there.
You know what? Before I got a replacement chair, it was literally, 6 years that I had my Respawn chair right here next to me. It's become my cat's chair, so he's loving it. Respawn chairs are fantastic. So shout out over to the partnership between them and Palmer Hamilton over in that booth to be able to really have a lot of options when it comes to the esports space, especially for plans and programs for all of you out there, either trying to build your program, trying to outfit and kit out all the awesome kids. I know that they love having something nice and comfy to sit on when they are competing and sweating it out. And you know what? So should you. So as we go into our next one, we are going to Havana, and it's time to move a cart.
Interesting. I haven't seen Havana in quite some time, but it does provide some unique challenges. Once again, whenever we see this outside, it's like 3 unique positions. Obviously, first checkpoint is this large open corridor, and then we get, I think, second or third is where it's really indoors and really bottlenecked. So generally, I think we see, I've seen Sigmas out here before, but whenever you take a look at this map, you usually see, I would say at least 2 distinct compositions come out, one for outside and one for inside on that defensive end.
That's very true. That may be switching around. Sigma was very, very strong. I've even seen some weird Zarya play. I say weird, but it's, I think it's about as scrappy, if not just a tiny bit different, to kind of negate and mitigate an opposite of what you're doing on a Junker Queen. So I actually wouldn't be surprised if we get into some of that. I don't have any grand expectations except for these guys to continue to hit. The one that is interesting to me because they really haven't had a lot of love recently. Does luck stick to the Widowmaker?
I think that's more just a little bit of a time bait. We usually see this happen, and if it is, it's great. Yeah. But of course, I'm not sure if it's actually going to give a lot of results or no. They are actually looking for early picks. Luke here is going to try their best with the sniper, and I'm not overly thrilled. Dino, of course, leading with that Reinhardt, and they're going to try and speed their way in, but the shield isn't going to be used. The Catalyst going ahead and hanging on to early damage.
Okay, all right. You get what you get out of that as well. So, for the time being, they're going to at least go for some of those. Okay, well, that
lasted for all of 30 seconds.
You know what? If you can get a pick off of that, kudos. It pays off if you can get it.
True. Well, for right now, we're seeing another mix-up here as a side angle flank is coming in from the Dive Gods, and they're looking to try and break on through. Catalyst relinquishing ground pretty expeditiously and saying, hey, we don't want to bring that fight. We don't want to get lost in the sauce. You can see Ziak, of course, trying to step up for the fight, but unfortunately got caught out and now has to back away with the team. Great snipe, though, as Desert Cats can't find a pick of their own. What a speed fight, though, as they're going to draw the tanks out. Mr. Waffles is gone, and that leaves the rest of the Catalyst in a little bit worse position. Dino falls, though, for their revenge. And that'll be a whole different story as Unipagi getting taken quite low, sliced through really well done by Xpin, who is so good at cleaning up this back line, and now it's just the DPS.
Can the DPS kind of clean things up? They'll just poke each other in the back. X-Bin puts them in the bin. As Desert Cats and Venture will be going on a separate adventure for a stagger. You bring out that Reinhardt, and I mean, I'm a Reinhardt head myself. I love, you know, being able to use my Earth Shatter and go and make sure I get no kills off of it. But the fact that Mr. Waffles has stayed to a much more deep dive, scrappy style of tank is so cool. Off of the Doomfist, being able to guard up. They hold this choke point from around this corner. They just do not want to let them gain really any ground. This is one of the toughest points in Havana to really gain from the initial spawn. Dragon Blade, baby! Hear the roar!
Hear the roar, do the roar. Roar. That's what I'm hearing here. Xpin and Ziak go ahead and scream their way to another team fight victory. But the card's still being pushed. Catalyst won, but the moments were still made, so actually really, really well done on the back end. And it was a held on. Again, this Venture is getting a lot of ground. Even though the fight win was there, the Venture does work, and Luck was even able to turn around and find Xpin instead. And all of a sudden, it's Catalyst with the 5-piece. Mini Carter tried to throw down the barrier, but it's not going to work, and instead, it's Dive Gods that have found the dive thanks to Desert Cats.
Yeah, Navi being able to give that extra surge over to the Reinhardts. That's the biggest, baddest dude that you could really give it to. So they will go all the way as fast as they can, using the Kitsune Rush to be able to come back into the fight. All right, that's because they got the blade call. So Luck is going to bring their own Dragon Blade. They're trying to chase down some more supports. They are chasing them away. Eventually, we'll break through into checkpoint number 1. Hold that thought. 2.6 meters, and eventually they crack an egg.
Took a little bit of time, but again, they made it now with 3.5 seconds on, and this is where we see maybe that change up. But for so long, the Catalysts are actually sticking with the composition, and Mr. Waffles on the Doomfist, I'm still having a few hesitations about it. Dive God's more than willing to play kind of this front-to-back style with the Reinhardt in front. I'm wondering if Catalysts do decide to swap, but because they have the ults coming in here, if they wish to extend, they can do some work. The Catalysts ready to bounce their way into victory. Luck taking a lot of early damage.
Yeah, if you can get that Meteor Strike to be able to get a kill, I mean, that's pretty much what you're selling out for right now if you're Mr. Waffles. You also have, well, the Overclock is just aiming to Overclock. So Luck is keeping a lot of extra, basically, just looks and POV towards their side. That Meteor Strike will come through. They're going to try and isolate Luck, and that was a fantastic use of that ultimate. He continues to go. You're going to get Xpin in support around him as well. Ziak will hang on to their ultimate. Mr. Waffles and Xpin become a gruesome combo. That eventually gets the card about halfway before they clear out Dino and Unipuggy.
I'm wondering, honestly, Dive Gods are losing members a little bit too quickly. Mr. Waffles is able to sacrifice a lot of their HP for it. Dive Gods Luck stepping away from this one right now. They're going to take a few moments. And that's a minute burn. Really well done by Catalyst to go ahead and stop the initial push. Dive Gods need to get things back under their control, as Desert Cats, I don't think, is getting that freedom to really find that backline access like they had earlier. So it's a pick and run. Catalyst looking for a chance in they speed, though, as Dino tries to get to that cart, and they are going to stand on business. But how much more damage are they going to take? Ziak, though, reaching that overclock. He's going to punch everyone else back out. Dive Gods denied Ziak with a snipe number 1, and out goes the rest of the squad. The chase is good as Ziak picks up yet another.
They have that Earth Shatter still in their back pocket. I thought that they're going to actually chase them up the stairs with it after that Flame Strike. They're going to heal up just real quick. Sticking around is Dino. They are absolutely separated from the cart, but the good news is where they were able to get it, they can actually go around the outside of the building to reconvene to it. But this high ground position, they are looking to come up from that top ground. If they can make this flank, use that Earth Shatter, they push them away. Great use of Mr. Waffles and be able to get kind of that boot backwards. They know this ultimate is coming, and they're just not letting Dino use it.
See if they can hang on, though, because Dino, all you need is one moment. All you need is that one opportunity to slam down, catch 2, and the rest of the team can jump on in. You're going to dive into the back line. No swing, though, because it's on the high ground. And in this meantime, maybe you're just clearing space. Go ahead and get onto that cart. But there's a shadow. Dino catches 1. You're going to pin him against the wall. Down goes Mr. Wallace. The Mini Carter was able to find Navi instead. So there's going to be a beatdown between the DPS, but Xpin already fell. So the healing is only going to be for Ziak. And can Ziak do that work? You know, Biggie have to run away, but Ziak runs them right on through. But Dino and Desert Cats were ready. Really well held by Dive Gods, and they maintain on top of this payload just in time.
They have just enough space off of this stagger to be able to unlock checkpoint number 2. It's at the other end of the garage, but there is a high ground position. Dino is trying to keep everyone's eyes on him. They're actually going to power him up. Oh, and they send him to sleep. This one will eventually be, but we are actually taking a couple of different fronts and a couple of different fights. Mr. Waffles looking very low, and then they're looking very dead. Dive Gods laying out the catalyst. Come on, 817. Where you at? Team kill, apparently, by the Dive Gods.
Honestly, though, Dive Gods were able to pull apart Catalyst every which way. By the way, you took a look and saw Mr. Waffles kind of pulled off to the sidelines, and then it was X-Spin trying to get into the mix, and they were taken out by Dive Gods. Dive Gods rightfully kind of plucking apart the composition, and now we get a swap back to that Junker Queen. Now we have open space. Now we have that narrow corridor all the way up the hill and into the castle ramparts. Let's see if it works. Minute 20 on the clock. Dive Gods need one good push. If not, they're in trouble as Reinhardt is very low and you're sniped out. Mr. Waffles gets a quick stab. Easy pickings. Next up is going to be Luck, and you are vastly out of position. Catalyst will capitalize.
This is a fantastic stagger. Using that from off of Mr. Waffles change over to the Junker Queen. That Doomfist had been paying dividends for the most part, but it was mostly just to kind of resist. We got to see one meteor strike from out of that one orbital. Otherwise, Mr. Waffles, I think they're a lot stronger when they are scrappy in the street with that giant blade. Get everyone bleeding, get everyone looking at you, and then go and dive deep in. If they use that rampage, if they use the ability to just tornado their way through, that cyclone could be strong, but you are seeing some progress happening right now. They are going to get Ziak. They're going to be overclocked. What big picks could be around the corner? Everyone's trying to stave away, but Ziak eventually gets Desert Cats.
And I love this again for the Catalyst. They've been fighting that over and over again. Luck, though, trying to dance their own with the blade dance. Is it going to work? No, it will not. Luck actually says, yes, it will. I'm reading this wrong because Catalyst lose too. Will they lose more, though? No. Lone as well as Mr. Waffles are able to bite back. My God, Monkey Man, the Catalysts are doing it.
They're definitely staggering them out. It's about 8 seconds left. Gotta get back to the cart. And I don't think they're going to have a man to be able to do it. You got Venture that's trying to just stay underneath. Desert Cat's doing what they can. An overtime that has, in fact, been popped. Progress is being made. 55 meters. Dino's alive. The entirety of the Dive Gods, they're in full overtime mode. They're going to try and toss him out. They're going to leave him behind, but they do not plant him on the wall. That's still going to be Mr. Waffles. Can they live out through this? No. That's going to be Dino that falls. The tank that goes away. 65 meters. They're moving. They're grooving. They're dancing to a beat orbital. They've got the Dragon Blade back online, and they've got to be able to use it. X-Bin hits the bin. Dive Gods are moving this cart, and eventually they leave it. So now with 72 meters, that is the score to beat.
And that hurts. I mean, Desert Cats, I think, chased for the kill, and they were doing so well earlier, right? They were doing so well in keeping with that point. The whole reason that Dive Gods made it, I think, to checkpoint 1 is because of Desert Cats. They were able to find a quick wraparound. They allowed the 4v5 to occur, and they were the lone ones on that payload. This time around, they split off from the side. They forgot the original objective, and that hurts to see overall. This is now going to be a chance for Catalyst to fight back, and honestly, this, I think, is where they're going to play. One of the big strengths that I saw, at least from what I saw from Catalyst, they love a good scuffle. They love to tango with the best of them, and as long as you can tango on top of the payload, Catalyst feel like they can't really lose to anyone.
Yeah, no, this is definitely a team. It's interesting. I've seen great comps that work around a Junker Queen really well, and knowing that that's a much stronger point than your Doomfist. I feel like there's a lot that's better than Doomfist, but just constantly. I mean, this is just to be able to own the title that Dive Gods gave themselves. Catalysts are going and slicing them up from that backline. Dino cannot keep up when it comes to swinging that big shield around to that Reinhardt, and I gotta wonder if they're gonna be switching that back, because this could end up being Junker Queen v Junker Queen with the way the street fighting really was at least illustrated from that first point of that first round.
Let's see if they can do so. Dive Gods coming out with their standard. Haven't changed anything on their defensive end. The Catalyst going ahead and rocking Ziak, of course, trying to get some of those snipes down. Okay. Saying, hey, if I can keep eyes on Desert Cats, that's going to be the play to make. And honestly, I would agree, Desert Cats has been that mainstay issue as to why Catalysts haven't had great momentum swings since game number 1, but this time they have that chance. Snipe out on some damage on the backside. Dino taking actually really, really low. I'm surprised. I was hoping to see a little bit more. Desert Cats, though, said, yes, I will show you more. X-Spin, though, slaughters that tank in the front line, and now it's an all-out war. Back goes Luck, trying to block everyone out, but I don't know if it's going to work. Mr. Waffle slept on and slept through. Problems abound, though, and you get some extra healing. Really well done by Catalyst to maintain their front line.
Fantastic immortality field that was able to get used at the very last second as well. They were basically about to get murked while taking a nap, and instead they were saved out by their Baptiste. So that's how you do it if you're a support. They're keeping with the cart. Ziact is actually staying on the Widowmaker. They're making use of that high ground and just consistent use of that frontline battle to find some big pick damage for everyone else to be able to capitalize on. Minicarter's going to have at least their ultimate coming up. They actually use that drill to gain the high ground right back to them. Desert Cat's trying to keep damage. But Dive Gods, maybe they trapped him at this side corner. This elbow's tough to cross.
It really is, and that's why Mini Carter was able to find Luck. Taking out Luck, then Desert Cat is soon to follow. Dino now swapping onto that Sigma that we talked about, but it's a little bit too late as the rest of the team is going to fall. Dino getting hammered on here, and Digots have to back away. Well played by Catalyst. Plenty of time here at checkpoint 1.
Oh, Dragon Blade. X-Spin just trying to make sure that nobody got no answers. They get a couple of big slices, but the dices end up happening in the direction 3 fall. Ziac turning Brigitte into a Brigitte.
Welcome to ZX Reacts, where we watch some of the highest Widowmaker play here. Nasty snipes to open up, and that's 4.5 minutes of play time. Catalyst just need a checkpoint and a half to go ahead and put themselves on championship point. And that will be the spice of life. Luck on the top side, though, trying to get some extra damage. They have 3 ults to play with. Dive Gods could make this work. Oh, Ziac with a snipe!
Ooh, they still just forcing them to kind of react differently.
Oh
because,
my God.
Oh, there's so much damage. Throw up the shield. Yeah, get scared. See what you can do. That is half of it. That is a half a health bar gone, and then they're finished off by Mini Carter. Catalyst turning this into a GDQ. Trying to just get this entire second checkpoint. Launch forward 3 minutes 45 seconds. Remember, I think it was around, what, like 72 meters on that third rail. If they can make that next run just efficient, might be able to finish this one quickly to get themselves up to 2-0.
Is out of this world. Dino, though, was able to find X-Spin, who I think got caught on the sidelines because the rest of the team floated away. Luck taking quite low, but Unipuggy and Dino still sprint into the mix. Huge punch out as Catalyst tried to bottleneck right at the end of checkpoint 2, and that gives Digots every single ult in the book.
Yeah, that's a lot of ults. I don't want to deal with that. Nope. I'm waiting till tomorrow. No, thank you.
Get the blanket out, go to sleep, get the pillow.
Yeah, no. I don't want to deal with none of that. It's gonna be interesting that if they even when they see some of the stagger these ultimates use, if they're even gonna use that Kitsune Rush to have to deal with it, because there's just a ton of damage output, especially with the tectonic shocks that could be brought in by Desert Cats. However, Kava, you can still get them ultimately. You're able to get the Dragon Blade popped out. Lone Trill gone. Luck is finding Luck, and they're able to get at least a couple before Mr. Waffles clears the way.
Well, at least Catalysts were able to save lives for the time being, as ZX was still very much alive. Down goes the tank in the front line, and honestly, Dive Gods expended 2, not 3 or 4. And that allows Catalyst to come right back in. Remember, you're looking at this point push. Desert Cat's trying to run on the sidelines, but X-Spin finds Na'Vi. And danger is abound because Catalysts are more than happy to chase, but they need to get on this payload. They need to start pushing once again, and there it goes. Looking to fight on the top ground, and Desert Cat trying to walk away. Dino sucked into the vortex, and a hard chase out by Mr. Waffles. Great denial. Tools as the tank cannot tank at this point. Catalysts are going to try and reach that last checkpoint with almost no answer from Digots, who are stuck in this topside corner. Huge punch out by Mr. Waffles. Everyone's vulnerable, and the damage will be done. Mr. Waffles yet again, every time on this Junker Queen, makes play after play after play.
Blood for the Blood God! Mr. Waffles laying them out, making them cut up and dry. They lay on the floor. 3 minutes to go for the Catalyst of North Crowley. Dive Gods, that's IUP. Can they find a stop? They want to turn this into a 1-1. Trace minutos por favor. They're going to have to make it work off of Desert Cats. They've got that tectonic shock, and they're going to try and play it from an offside angle. They go to the high ground to at least catch them off guard, but they do not. Ana has that extra push as well. They could give it over to Dino, especially if they can get their ultimate in the next 8%. This is a tough scene and tough situation. Desert Cats going to go digging.
Maybe you can find that backline. You can see everyone just looking to punch them out. Immediately, they have to back away to the rest of the team. Catalyst looking for a chance. This is a Kitsune Rush like you were calling for, an extra shielding abound. They're going to pressure their way on in, but in goes the Sigma trying to get everyone in the group with them, and they do find at least one, but that might not be enough. Ixpin slaughters back line. Navi and Unipuggy are down. Dessert Cat's like, yo, where's my team? Everyone's a little bit lost. Dino pushing in for the mix, and Catalyst, both teams actually actively going for the back line.
I don't get Z-Act. Z-Act couldn't quite escape. They do have at least their tanks kind of staggered away, and that's
Mr.
Dino.
Waffles.
Oh, I thought there was a chance. Mr. Waffles is just nonsense and mayhem. They have that knife, and they're going to use it. So as you're trying to get some extra sniping, extra damage, they will switch out and away. Dino is going to go, whoa, okay, so they're just completely changing the script, and they're going to try and get this one done. But can they dump into that back line? You're within a meter. Got to make it happen. Dragon Blade's out. Can you trust your team on the back?
I don't know about that one, but Luck able to force out one tank, but that's the damage on the other side. And remember, you have to stay on point. This is danger abound. Dessert Cat's able to find Z-Act, but how much more damage you can find? Mr. Waffles breaks out the ult yet again, getting great vulnerability on at least two. And it's all down to Dessert Cat. Dessert Cat's trying to stay alive, but I don't know if you can. 1.1 meters. It's over. Catalyst 2-0. More for the Crowns.
2-0. Go North Crowley. The Catalysts. That is a substance for change, and they are fluid. Mr. Waffles went on at minimum a 15-kill streak. It was this Cyclone that sealed the fate of checkpoint number 2 and ultimately propelled North Crowley to this match point.
And you were talking about it, the fact that we were watching a little bit of that Junker Queen, we were saying, hey, there are going to be compositional shifts coming out here every single time as we wait and see. And it's just like, it's overwhelming. Mr. Waffles specifically, I don't think dive gods have an answer. The best answer to a dive god is the ridiculousness of this Junker Queen.
It really is. Mr. Waffles tried a few different things, and they recognized, you know what? Junker's it. That's all I needed to do. Just be able to tag them with as much bleed damage as possible, create themselves into a cyclone of fury and mayhem, and focus all eyes on them. The Doomfist was niche. It happened a couple different ways, but you saw Dino having to switch and juggle between several different things. They had the Reinhardt, they had the Hazard, they had themselves on a Sigma, and they really just couldn't stop the push. And a couple times when they did, there was just key points of barely being able to get that support as well, because they got that immortality field on top of Mr. Waffles. Keep that tank up, and that entire snowball is running, and this could end up being a 3-0, but we have already seen Game 7s, we've seen Game 3s, we have seen series go the distance today. I welcome the challenge. I also love North Crowley.
I don't know. I don't know if we can tell that you love North Crowley. I actually think you're an University Prep fan out there. So, I mean, we are headed over to Kings Row right now, and this is the locked-in true. If Lijiang Tower is the control, Kings Row is the hybrid, and this time it will be North Crowley on the attack to start. And the Catalyst, for their own, I expect their offensive to be very, very well tailored. So far, it's been all-out aggressiveness. As long as you get the entirety of University Prep in a corner, Junker Queen takes over, and Ixpin on this Genji 2 games in a row has not changed over. Doesn't feel like they need to.
I think it's been similar. We've had both the Genjis come out no matter what for the most part. A bit of Widowmaker play. It took a while for us to see Z-Act really have to change anything up over to the Sojourn, and it was only because they had some of those long corridors shut down. That was a great flex. Both players, both teams bringing out that Widowmaker that has not really seen the light of day in a long while. And Z-Act, shoo, yeah, they were finding their shots. So we go to what could presumably, possibly, be our final map of the day. But IUP, if you're out there, let them know. Bring it out. Get loud for them. This is high school's championship style in the great state of Texas.
It's the Atlanta, Texas Esports High School Spring Finals. This is the last matchup here tonight, or today, I should say. And you know it's gonna be awesome. Once again, we are in game number 3 position. Could be the end here on Kings Road. To give it a little bit of a shout out though, we want to continue thanking all of the amazing sponsors that makes this happen. Number 1, Takis. If you aren't eating Takis out there, you gotta go try some. I believe they still have buckets around the venue. But if you're at home, if you're watching on the big screen, go ahead and find some at your local gas station, just about anywhere. Try them out for yourselves and go ahead and tag Takis and say, hey, listen, I heard about this over on the Atlanta Esports side. Also, big shout out to Palmer Hamilton for being awesome. And if you are an esports educator, a coach, or a principal administration and you want to get some new equipment for your school, go ahead and look at Palmer Hamilton. Respawn, big shout out, and of course Vanta. If you're interested in getting your kid into summer camps for esports or more in the scholastic scene, go ahead and check out the Vanta website, or if you're in the scene, check out the booth. We're getting in. Let's roll game number 3.
Biggest thing I'm seeing right now, the change up between these two. Unipuggy is going to be on that Moira, so let's see what that ends up kind of turning into. And Ziact, they're sitting onto this Widowmaker and they're kind of chilling with that, seeing what is going to end up happening. They found so much damage, and this is actually a great starter point for them. But Dino will clear into an anti-tank Mr. Waffles, and Mini Carter did go for the Baptiste over to this Mr. Speedy. So I wonder if any of that will change up, as the Lucio can give you some great pushing power, as well as they kind of aimed burn time to bubble up.
And ZX actually quickly swapped off that Widowmaker, wasn't able to find the early pick, so joins the team on the ground. Dive Gods might be losing their edge here because of that Sojourn. The rest of Catalyst ready to bottleneck in, but Catalyst hopping in for the battle. ZX finds luck very, very early on. Lone able to survive, and that's the bloodbath in the brawl. Well played, as Dive Gods are rended asunder. A team kill in the opening moments. Go ahead and claim this point.
Look, man, there's just something I love about a good old Lucio, rather, that's able to make some solid work out of a sound wave. Dance! That's how we did it over in the, over at Homecoming. Everyone just kind of squatting in a circle and praying that it's cool. So they will unlock on this hybrid this first point. Lickety split. 5 minutes is a lot of time here, Orbital.
It's an extreme amount of time, I should say. I mean, this is something that the squad wants to push onwards for, and we know how quickly Catalysts are able to take over Mr. Waffles. As long as you have the ult, you're good, but Luck was able to root out Z, actually was sitting on low HP anyway. But this might be that twist eyes out here, as it's going to be Dino bumping right into the front lines. Mr. Waffles saying no thank you, but Xpin taking quite low. High ground going to be covered. Luck dancing in front of their eyes. Quick deflect back, doesn't really get that much damage down, so has to run for their own as well. Now it's going to be for Genji, as both dash away from each other. And Catalyst right back into the mix as Xpin turns their eyes onto the tanks. Dino, though, with a slam could bring the whole house down, and that's what we might be watching for. Dive Gods want to stall this out, wants to burn some of that 5 minutes, and they are, but that's a huge beat jar coming out of the Catalyst Mini Carter. Mini Carter able to keep everyone alive. Mr. Waffles pops off with the swings. The chase is good as Xpin brings the dragon. It's a resounding teamfight win for the Catalyst.
I love that the counterplay to that immediate Earth Shatter was for that Dragon Blade to pop and dive into the back line. Your tank ran away from you, so it is just chicken tendies and you're the sauce, baby. So they go out and dip them from the back. That clears the way for the Catalyst of No Crow. So Dive Gods, IUP, they gotta find a way to stop this second checkpoint because this happened in a hurry.
And Kicking Eye is wondering exactly where this piece is going to come from. The Dive Gods, they have ults ready to go. Dino already extended theirs, but they can do some work. Oh, Kasune Rush opening up, and that's Kasune Rush in response, and that might be the drill that you want. Luck burning a hole through one. Unipuggy doing the exact same, and it looks like the twist is good. Dive Gods burn the Dragon's Blade as well. Huge opportunities and win success for the Dive Gods as they defend just in time.
Navi staying alive was actually insane. Mr. Waffles was just on them like a face hugger, trying to squeeze them down. And, well, there's other things face huggers does I'm not going to talk about. But Navi just staying alive as a back line and still being able to get some absolute heals into the Dive Gods was huge. Catalyst, they do have 2 big ultimates. They got the Cyclone as well as the Overclock. Tons of damage could be able to just come at them in a hurry. They're playing from off the board. They will have to speed away. They got the amplifier up. And Mini Carter's sticking to this. They actually bring the bubble. No, they bring the rain. They've got the shout, and they're trying to be able to turn this corner.
Well, Desert Cat said, no thank you. We will shatter you where you stand. The drill brings pain. Dino does the same, and Catalyst can't get around this corner. Having a little bit of a rough time, and maybe they need the ult as well. Mr. Waffles is ready, but you're on low HP. You need the rest of the team here. Are you going to set up for that charge through once again? Dino, 85%, but Uniputty gets sniped out. Ziac with a beautiful snipe for yet another one. Overclock ready to go. Snipe out, but that's Luck to launch her right back. Mr. Waffles, though, speeds right in, tries to go ahead and vulnerable out Dino, and they do. Well played with that push, as this is going to be Desert Cat once again, just trying to keep everyone off of this payload. Quick slash to the back, though, brings it to a close, and with 2 minutes left, Catalyst hit checkpoint 1.
The good news is they burned 3 minutes of those previous 5. Bad news is they've just got a bonus of minute 30 to be added to the overall total. Now, it was the Dive Gods that when they were on cart first, when it came to just escort, they couldn't quite make it. Can they stop North Crowley here and force these Catalysts to change the worst direction for them. Dive Gods, they do have an Earth Shatter, not a lot to support it. They're going to try and build up from around this corner with a little bit of skirmishing, so they will keep that car behind them. They use that Earth Shatter, but they don't want to deep dive.
No, because they can't, because that beat drop is huge from mini-carding yet again. It's always that response, it's always that proper re-engagement. But of course the damage comes through. It looks like Dive Gods are going to try and break on through as well as they can. Dessert Cats is able to find a mix-up as React does the exact same. But Dino springs the trap. X-Spin finds the back line, and it's death from all around as Dive Gods start losing members left, right, and center. Reflect upon reflect as both Catalyst, Genji, Luck, and X-Spin duke it out. No one wins. It's still Catalyst on the push.
Catalyst got one little hallway left to go to be able to get to that center platform. You do have X-Bin on the Dragon Blade available. That they're going to use the Kitsune Rush early, so they're trying to get this one activated. It's Kitsune for Kitsune. Who's more magical? Who's got more speed? Dragon Blade popped out. Luck gets rid of Ziact, but then it's X-Bin that finds Navi, so you're seeing all the supports just drop out. X-Bin with another one. They do get rid of Dino. Catalyst trying to finish this, get with plenty of time, and that's actually going to be that Tectonic Shock. Everyone dropping out for Dive Gods.
It's happening yet again, and that push is opportune abound. Dessert God trying to yet again hold on for dear life. Dessert saying, please don't fall. Please let me hold on. It's 2.29 meters. Ziac, though, finds Unibuggy, goes right back to the gray screen. Dino able to find Mini Carter, and the shielding might have worked. Dessert Cats might have done it yet again. They have been this last line of defense every time, but Catalyst have a minute and a half to shove. Ziac going ahead and resetting with the rest of the team.
Chill out. Gonna have more than that minute. This is a very tough map. King's Row is very defined by some of these key choke points, and especially the last one right in front of the spawn here for this escort side of Hybrid. Dive God's ready to go. They got an Earth Shatter. They won't have much in the way of other ultimates until things are built up. You've got that overclocked. Ziac has to be just as pivotal as Dessert Cats. Trying to find this off angle. They're gonna have that that overclock.
Oh my God!
Bang!
No!
But they drop!
What a disastrous moment. Ziac was only able to find one, and now you don't have that ult to play with. Beat drop coming out here for Dive Gods, though, getting shoved back, and maybe Ziac may have made the opportunity. Dino getting flushed out here. Tank is down. Everyone else on Catalyst is strong and healthy. Mr. Waffles punch on through. This is for Ziac. This is for Catalyst. This is for North Crowley. That is what Catalyst said. Mr. Waffles takes yet another giant swing. Dino coming back with a diva, but it won't matter. Catalyst win their attack.
That was the most hilarious clip. Getting an absolute Dino saying crazy slide. It said crazy slide and you baited my shatter. That is actually the coolest and weirdest way to get rid of that ultimate. Respect on both sides is happening between Dive Gods and Catalyst. I love that we get that mid-match banter to show up. So now, who's got to show up as the Dive Gods? It cannot be left unpushed. They must get to that third checkpoint, or else this is going to be North Crowley taking the championship.
You say that like it's a bad thing. North Crowley looking for that 3-0 victory. So Dive Gods are the one. University Prep. Are they going to be able to make this happen? You can see the loadouts here, though. Luck on that Widowmaker. We've seen both teams actually utilize this. But the Hazard, a little bit different for Dino, has not played this hero just yet. It'd be a surprising mix-up if they do wish to run it.
I gotta wonder if you decide to really do that too. You have the kind of the reformation of a lot of different things from using basically your Spike Guard and Bone Spur. You're so defensive, but you also reshape the landscape with like jagged walls, and I think that's a bit of a call. Now, if they're just trying to zone out the Catalyst, sure. Ziact is trolling. We got May. That's fine. So they're gonna do the same thing. So if you like purple and you like blue, we're about to see a whole bunch of that redecorated all over King's Row.
You see the players even on the cams really locking in here. They want the victory either way. Hazard stuck in a hazardous position, but the Catalysts are ready to ball out here. Step right to the front lines, quick change over. Luck said, okay, Widowmaker ain't it. Let's swap back to the Genji. And let's make sure to get front and center for the action. Catalyst looking to kind of hold out here, but Lone having some trouble. Mr. Waffles looking for the damage, but everyone has to back away. So far, it's a full frontal assault on all fronts, of course. Brigade is kind of shoved backwards, but Dessert Cats finds Vinny Carter early, and that's a great pick. Mr. Waffles fights right back. Dessert Cats is down. DPS for utility. I don't know which is better, but Hazard ain't gonna be able to stay here. Quick slam to the back of the head, and you are gone. X-Men takes out Dino, and first fight won by Catalyst.
That's a full clear out too. Wow. Okay, I did like, I mean, I haven't seen too much. Obviously, I don't think the entirety of this, except for maybe the very end of our escort map, where you got to see Hazard. And Ziac's just been chilling. They have been all over Widow. They've been all over the hit scan for Sojourn. And then they go to May. They're going to put that wall up, and they're going to try and separate the rest of the game from everyone else. They're going to go high as well. I believe that I saw. No, I did not see it far. That would have been wild. Either way, wow. X-Ben, first blood, as they take down and dip out Luck.
I mean, that was so well played. Again, that wall completely sectioned off with the Hazard, and the Hazard split all the way to safety. That's one of the roughest positions. It was, you know, the lesser of two evils at that point. But you left your entire DPS squad alone, and Catalyst took control. So that made perfect positioning and timing to give value. Of course, Dessert Cats and Luck were able to fight back a little bit in a slow touch on point. But so far, already 2 minutes burned off the clock. Dive Gods have got to capture quickly.
Gonna have that Sub-Zero moment as well. Ziac is gonna go and heal up inside of their Chrysalis of Wonder. Oh, but they're immediately gonna be damaged, so bye-bye Ziac. This point, taking a little bit of time, they do at least put that freezing node out onto it, and you take a dirt nap underneath. I don't know if Dig can get rid of Blizzard, but I'm gonna go try that out in Pokemon later. Here comes the Dragon Blade right now as we're trying to ride along with X-Spin, but it's Mr. Waffles. Here comes the Downpour. Doesn't really shatter much. It does stun him out. Mr. Waffles trying to survive.
Still, though, the damage has been done as Dino takes out Mr. Waffles. It was the one big roadblock in Dive God's hands. But Mini Carter and Ziac are right back as Ziac now swaps to a second speed type. This is going to be the Tracer to bring the pain. I believe that's a third of the mark, though, claimed by the side of Dive God. So at least they only have 2/3 to go. But they only have 1:15 to do so.
Not a lot of time. And that's going to start really ticking in your head. You basically have two team fights. If this one goes out wrong, you need to immediately retreat back unless you have found a few extra picks. Off angle, Ziac is going to make life so much more difficult. They're trying to at least completely get through. Goodbye, Unipuggy, and hello, Catalyst.
That is wild. So much value given off Ziac with one simple TP. That's a watch yet again. Team fight one done. You just called it team kill.
That's one. One more to go. And Dive Gods will be wiped off the face of at least this Vanta championship. They've got to come back strong. You've got the Tectonic Heck, you've got those shockwaves, you've got the Dragon Blade. They do not know where Ziac is. Oh, here it goes!
Ziac does it again, springing down the trap. Dessert Catso finds one in turn, down goes Luck breaks out the blade, and it might be Dive Gods just fully disregarding Ziac. Mr. Waffles though makes the front line even harder, and that's gonna be a bust straight through the door. Catalyst fight right back against the intruders, and they've held off. Dino finds Vinny Carter, so it's death beyond death beyond death. Dino staying alive for just a little bit longer, but it doesn't look like you have any help. Mr. Waffles again securing that fight. One on point, but that's about it. Dive Gods, can they maintain? I don't think so. OT timing out. This is absolutely wild right now, Hail Monkey Man, as it looks like North Crowley have done it. Your alma mater taken the grand finals.
Let's go, North Crowley! Woo! Yes! A17 represent, baby! Go Panthers, go Catalyst! That's going to be North Crowley ISD as they come up huge 3-0 in your Texas Esports League Spring Grand Finals for Overwatch 2. You love to see it. They had no esports programs when I was in high school. Seeing this happen for them in real time in front of everyone and seeing the growth that you've gotten over the course of this entire North Texas area and just in UIL in general. Look, I look like a weirdo and that's totally fine, but it is actually genuinely hype to see what these students have been able to have available to them ever since I left grade school education. Job well done. They got the job done.
The thing is you don't even look that crazy. You just look like you predicted the winner. That's it. You knew what was coming in the future, and they played it so well again. That was North Crowley High School, the Panthers and Catalyst doing absolute work. Shout out to IU University Prep, though, for making it here into the grand finals. They will place second and very respectable at that as well. Amazing job overall, and congratulations to all of our finalists, to all of our champions here on the weekend across the middle school and high school levels. I believe we crowned 20 different champions throughout the entirety of the state, and there's more to come. I believe the League of Legends is still wrapping up along with Marvel Rivals off stream, so they're still going here on the day, and I mean, you gotta love it, right, Monkey Man? You gotta love Vanta, of course, for putting this on, and of course everyone that's made it possible to come here.
All of our partners with Takis, with Palmer Hamilton, almost said that backwards, with Respawn, and of course Vanta being able to help out with this entire thing, as well as our awesome producer and Professor Layton and our observer with Brewmate. Everyone showing up today and yesterday, middle school and high school. And if you're still at the venue, if all these students are still there, I know there's quite a few. We just saw them on stage. Make sure to also check out the collegiate action that's happening with CECC in the Esports Stadium in Arlington, because that is exactly where some of these awesome students want to be able to make their next big step. Orbital, heck of a weekend. We got to really just view it in real time. A lot of young students with a promising future.
Yeah, it's been awesome, and honestly, big shout out to everyone in the stadium as well as those at home watching this amazing action go down. It wouldn't be possible without you showing love to the players, to us, to everyone for the show, and your love of esports as well. If you are interested, though, in even more Venti Esports, I know they are looking to continue on with their summer programs as well as Scholastic Esports Education, so please go check them out. If you look them up online, you can find them there as well. But for the day, we are done with the broadcast side of things. The award ceremony will be going on in just a few, though, so stick around for just a little bit longer. However, for myself, Orbital, as well as Hail Monkey Man, we have had the pleasure of being your casters. So thank you so much for tuning in, and we'll see you all next time.
And now presenting the trophies will be Ed Lallier from Vanta. First up, we have the Overwatch runners-up from University Prep. It is the Dive Gods. Of course, special shout out to Takis for all the amazing swag apparel these winners and runners-ups are rocking right now. And now moving on to your winners and champions for Spring 25, it will be North Crowley High School's Catalyst. Congratulations again to our Overwatch 2 champions in the Catalyst. And now moving on to our next trophy. It will be for the League of Legends tournament. First up, we have our runners-up coming from Clear Springs High School. Unfortunately, it looks like they are not here at the moment to accept their trophy, so we'll be moving on to the winners and champions from John A. Dubisky Career High School, the Bonafide Monafide team. Con All right, now we'll be moving on to the final trophy for the night, the Marvel Rivals Central. The runners up for this one will be, oh, no. Oh, okay, looks like, sorry, we're doing the League of Legends winner will be, let's see, it'll be Clear Spring High School. Clear Springs High School. Now we're moving on to the Marvel Rivals Central Tournament. First up, the runners up from Maud High School, the Cardinals. Congrats again to the runners-up, and now for the winners, coming for Marvel Rivals, coming from Lake Belton High School, the Agents of Bronco. Also, please watch out for the expensive camera in the middle. Congrats again to our winners in the Marvel Rivals tournament. And don't go anywhere, folks. We will now be doing our raffle for all the amazing prizes. of course, we will be giving away all the respawn chairs.
Hello, hello. It's that moment you've been waiting for. It's raffle time. Take out your red tickets. There are a lot of red tickets here. One of those tickets is your number. We have a range of offerings, courtesy of Takis and Palmer Hamilton and Respawn. Let's give a hand to these guys. Yeah, let's go. Thank you, Takis. Thank you, Palmer Hamilton. Thank you, Respawn. Let's go. All right. Our first raffle giveaway will be a Takis skateboard deck, a Takis hat, and a Takis cup. All right. Winning number 477-6705. 477-6705. Don't worry, if they're not here, we're going to go to another number. Who wants a new number? Yeah, that's what I want to hear. Let's go. All right, new number. Sorry. 477-6663. 477-6663. That's it. I'm going to get another number. Winning number 477-6820. 477-6820. Let me see it. We have a winner. Congratulations. You want a hat? All right, take a photo. Take a photo. Hold on. Turn around. Congratulations. All right, the next prize will be another Takis skateboard deck, Takis hat, and a Takis cup. Winning number 477-6745. 477-6745. Anyone? You got it? Let me see. We have a winner, folks. Congratulations. Awesome. Congratulations. Now, who wants a chair? All right, let's go. First, let's roll out the first chair. Victoria, can you take out we're going to roll out a blue Respawn chair with a Takis skateboard deck and a Takis cup. You win it, you roll it. Let's go. Winning number 477-6515. 477-6515. You just got the chair. You just got the chair. Let's go. Let's go. Congratulations. Can you please sit in the chair? Yeah. Fantastic. Roll it out. Roll it out. Congratulations. Here you go. All right, now we're going to go for a red chair. Oh. Courtesy of Respawn and Takis, we have a Respawn gaming chair, a Takis skateboard deck, and a Takis cup. Winning number, thank you, Alejandro. Winning number 477-6917. 477-6917. Who got the throne? 477-6917. No? Who wants a new number? New number. Here we go. Winning number 477-6556. 477-6556. What? Yeah, let's go. All right. Winning number 477-6859. 477-6859. This chair wants an owner. Please don't lose the ticket. Don't go to the bathroom. Stay here. Do I need a new number? Let's go. Winning number 477-6798. 477-6798. It's getting crazy now. New number. Just call it out if you have the number. 477-6911. 477-6911. Anybody? Great. 477-6554. 477-6554. Four seven seven 6698. 477-6698. There's a lot of people who didn't want chairs. It's crazy. 477-6868. 477-6868. No. 477-7004. 477-7004. Try again. 477-6688. 477-6688. Is anybody close? It's like, where is it? All right. 477-6908. 477-6908. 477-6843. 477-6843. Let's go, finally. Let's go, let me see this. Let's go, let's go. Thank you, sir. Take a seat. Congratulations. All right, we're going to go for a blue chair now. Blue chair.
Was this one called? You
No.
may have missed it.
Yeah, even so. I didn't call it, though.
You didn't call it?
No. If you showed up late and I called your number, I'm very sorry, but you did not win. But I pretty much gave every team multiple tickets, so you should have chances to win. All right, next up, we got a blue one. Let's get it going. Winning number 477-6812. 477-6812. 477-6981. 477-6981. 477-6791. 477-6791. This is so fun. 477-6884. 477-6884. 477-6890. 477-6890. 477-6720. 477-6720. 477-6891. 477-6958. 477-6958. Let's get religious. 477-6823. 477-6823. Hey, hey! Let me see it. Let's go. Congratulations. You just won a chair. All right, have a seat. Don't you worry, we got more chairs for y'all. It ain't over till it's over. Let's go. All right, next up, we're going to get a red chair. The red chair. A very nice brand new Respawn chair with red trim. Let's go. Winning number 477-6915. 477-6915. You guys are unbelievable. 477-6949. 477-6949. All right. 477-6680. 477-68. Oh, sorry, 6680. Four 6766. 477-6766. 477-6891. 477-6891. I'm feeling it. Winning number 477-6783. 477-6783. Bang! I had that feeling. I had it. Welcome. Congrats. Let me shake your hand. That works. Have a seat, sir. That's fantastic. Give a hand. That's nice. You get to lug that home. Let's go. Fantastic. All right. How many we got? We got a blue chair. Last blue chair for this round. We will be doing another round once we've finalized the last Marvel Rivals match. Oops. I'm just going to leave it right here. Winning number 477-6861. 477-6861. 477-6604. 477-6604. This is getting fun. 477-6953. 477-6953. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Let's go. Ends with a 3. 5-3. 5-3. It's a match. Please take a seat. Hi.
They're not going to sit. They're going to stand right next to it.
Who?
So we can showcase a Respawn as well.
Oh, okay.
So you want to stand up? Oh, you want to showcase the name? Okay, but stand up is right here, right next to it. So we can see what we can do.
We can't just, yeah.
Exit right there.
Yeah. Okay.
We still got a lot of chairs.
Congratulations. Watch out. Yeah, put that in the bag. Okay. Very good. All right, we'll take that red chair. Red chair. We have 3 chairs left for this round. And then we're going to have the Marvel Rivals trophy and then 2 more chairs. It's intense. Are you ready? Let's go. 477-6955. 477-6955. Winning number 477-6816. 477-6816. Rotate. Rolling. We are rolling. 477-6682. 477-6682. New winning number 477-6567. 477-6567. 477-6986. 477-6986. 477-6947. 477-6947. 477-7006. 477-7006. Next up. 477-6976. 477-6976. We're going fast. 477-6622. 477-6622. Almost. 477-6723. 477-6723. 477-6931. 477-6931. 477-6826. 477-6826. 477-6577. 477-6577. 477-6994. 477-6994. I could go all night. 477-6732. 477-6732. 477-6836. 477-6836. 477-6872. 477-6872. Yeah? All right. Yay. Let me see it. Yeah, you're good. Have a seat. Yep. We're going to be doing that. So this one is for the next, that's for later. Yeah. All right. We're getting to the premium chairs now. Premium. We're going to knock things over, too. And there's a ticket. But we're going to roll. I actually like this chair a lot. Mikhail could tell me about this chair. What is this chair? Something like that. All right. Here we go. A very nice chair for a very nice winner. Winning ticket 477-6600. 477-6600. We didn't like that one. Winning ticket 477-7016. 477-7016. 477-6834. 477-6834. 477-6837. 477-6837. 477-6912. 477-6912. No, we got that. I'm going to get in trouble. Let's see if this is the winning ticket. We would have avoided it too. 477-6840. 477-6840. Oh, you lucked out, Alejandro. There you go. There you go. Winning number 477-6716. 477-6716. 477-6623. 477-6623. Bang. 477-6904. 477-6904. 477-6555. 477-6555. 477-6857. 477-6857. 477-6737. 477-6737. It's always great talking to a crowd and no one responds. Okay, 477-6852. 477-6852. 477-6962. 477-6962. Bingo? No? 477-6846. 477-6846. 477-6570. 477-6570. We're getting closer. We're getting closer. 477-6774. 477-6774. Hold on. Maybe Angela comes up here and pulls out a number. What do you think? Angela, you want to come up and pull a number? All right. We're going to do this one. If not, you're going to be the lucky one. 477-6801. Anybody? All right. Angela, you pick a number. Let's change the vibe here. Come on. They're all going to want that number. 477-6870. All right, next number, 477-6940. 477-6940. Let me see it. All right, pull that off. Good job. Good job. We got a winner, man. Oh, do you feel it? It's grand prize time. It's grand prize time. Let's go. That's great. Show off that candy. Well done, man. Well done. All right, and the grand prize. This is the Spire Respawn chair. It's worth a lot online. And we have a whole bunch of other stuff. Victoria, could you help me here? Okay. So we have a mouse pad, courtesy of, I don't know, but it's a mouse pad. And it's an electronic mouse pad, LED. And then if you didn't want the mouse pad with the lights, you get the mouse pad with no lights. I've got a Takis tent or sleeping bag or something. I've got a backpack. I've got a Takis hat. I got a Takis water bottle. I got a skateboard deck, and I got a bucket hat.